on? Shout outs to everybody in the building. This player talk gracious host DJ Kuda right back at the helm of today's show. Good to see everybody here. Great to see everybody here. Happy holidays, everybody. A lot of stuff going on. I took the day off yesterday. Well, I didn't. When I say I take the day off yesterday, I mean I was working doing something else. I never take no days off. As you guys know, been studying and getting some things done, packing and moving and stuff. So it's a lot of stuff going on. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Please hit the like button on the way in. Let's start the show off right. Please support the show. Shout outs to everybody here. Let me give a shout outs to UFO Kamikaze in the building. Shout outs to Gail at night in the building. Shout outs to Aunt T in the place to be. Good to see you, man. Shout outs to Young Jay in the building. Good to see you, player. Shout outs to Miss V, as always, in the place to be. Good to see everybody here. Please hit the like button. Press one if you guys can hear me. You guys should be able to hear me. Shout outs to everybody here. Hopefully you guys are doing pretty good. So much stuff going on in the world today. Just so many things to talk about on today's show. Make sure you guys, get your drinks together, get yourself together. Good morning, everybody. Make sure you guys, hit the like button on the way in. I got you covered on this work day. While you working, I'm working too, all right? So we in it together. It's Player Talk Radio. Good to see everybody in the building. So much stuff. So much stuff to cover on today's show. I don't even know where to start. Yesterday, I was gonna do a show, but I was like, you know what? Let me let you guys, you know what I'm saying? Let me let you guys check out some of the responses, to the debate. On the last show, we put in that extra overtime. And, as always, all the shows are great. All the shows are fun. Dropping game, dropping a bunch of game. I dropped so much game on these shows. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. You did? It's crazy. But shout outs to everybody here. Hopefully everybody's doing good. Hopefully your week is going well, and hopefully you guys are safe at home or at least safe at work. You know what I'm saying? I got you guys for the duration of today's show and this morning, and stuff. You are in good hands. All right. So on the last show, we was cooking as always, and we get everything first, and we cover everything first. We also give you the game before a lot of people get to it. You know what I'm saying? That's the beauty of being a part of the show. So much stuff going on in the world today that we're going to talk about and cover on today's show. We got a lot of loose topics, and also we got two main topics on the docket for today's show. So y'all come on in, please hit the like button, support the show, settle in. I got you guys as always. Just doing a lot. Like I said, I've been packing and trying to focus on this move. So it's been pretty stressful on my end. But hopefully the rest of the week goes well. So shout outs to everybody here. So let's get straight into it. I wanted to talk about Andrew Wilson. We covered the debate on the last show with Andrew Wilson, and a lot of mixed reviews, man. I've just seen a lot of people go over it, and I'm gonna show you guys something, and get you guys caught up on what's going on. A lot of different stuff popping off, as always. Like I said, a lot of mixed reviews, going on, but I got you guys, all right? So, Andrew and Coach, they still going at it, I thought the subject was goofy in the first place, seeing where we are right now, with the relationships and marriage and all this other stuff. And like I said, if you guys pay attention, shout outs to my married ladies and my married players, shout outs to my single ladies and my single players. It's all about the knowledge. And it's all about knowing, you know what I'm saying? Let me drop some knowledge that you can't get in college. Um, you know, um, they're still going at it. Coach Greg Adams, him being divorced, and he out here, on a tangent. Andrew, he got the quintessential quote unquote, seems like he has the quintessential marriage, traditional marriage. His wife, uh, you know, vigorously pursued him, so he says. She works from home. She does a lot of different things. She's submissive to him. You know what I'm saying? She listens to him, blah, blah, blah. They got the quote unquote traditional marriage. You know what I'm saying? Also, too, what a lot of people, and I brought this up on the last show, what a lot of people ain't getting on him about, though, was that she had a kid when she met him. Oh, yes. Andrew and her probably have kids of their own, but he's a stepfather. hmm He's not the pappy, of one of them, one or two of them little churn. You know what I'm saying? Not Andrew 22 though, but yeah, he's a stepdad. Now I will say this: when it comes to Coach Greg Adams or anybody that's black for that matter, if it was the other way around, you would have been hearing about it. Oh, Coach is marrying somebody, or married somebody that, that's a single mom and blah blah blah. You would have heard about it till the cows come home. You know what I'm saying? So um, give me 1 second, guys. So yeah, you would have heard about it 24/7. You would have heard about it. Now the debate was pretty interesting. To say the least. The debate was super interesting. We had a lot of mixed reviews in the audience, but honestly, I sat back with some popcorn just like you guys and was watching the reviews and stuff like that. And a lot of people they're saying Coach lost. A lot of people they're saying Coach lost. They're saying yeah, Coach he washed. Lost the debate with Andrew. A lot of people said they turned the shit off as soon as he started throwing ad hominems and all kinds of other stuff. I don't think he's built for debates. A lot of people ain't built for debates. You know what I'm saying? I did say, before we ended the show and towards the middle to the ending of the debate, I did say that Andrew he was changing colors. Andrew did turn. He was turning pink. He was turning a couple of colors and stuff like that. You got a lot of people saying that Andrew lost because they watched a lot of his debates and he wasn't intimidated and he wasn't changing colors, and stuff like that, and he wasn't frustrated. And both Andrew and both Coach Greg Adams went back to their respective channels, and spoke to their audiences and stuff like that. I heard Andrew, was calling Coach Greg Adams stupid and saying that he was dumb and not making any sense and all kinds of other stuff. And Andrew kind of was taking the W. And but I heard that live got deleted. You know what I'm saying? I guess he didn't want to be on record calling the man dumb, stupid, and all that other stuff. And then you had Coach Greg Adams doing the same thing on his channel. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Tech Rel? Oh man, you said NYC is now officially permanently corny. Yeah, we gonna get into that too. You know what I'm saying? I wanna get y'all opinion on that, especially War Master's opinion. I wanna get his opinion on it. also too. You know what I'm saying? I was under the wrong impression about the guy that was running in New York. I thought Trump liked him, and then I really sat down and did my research. Bro is I don't know. I did a pre-record and I talked about it a little bit. How bro is tripping. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know, man. I think the war on New York. You know what I'm saying? Thank you so much, Gail. Yes, please hit the Cash App. Please support the show. Thank you so much. Um, I saw a little bit with the old boy. And how does New York? What's going on, Sin? Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna catch up to your comments real quick. How does New York forget? You know what I'm saying? And I said this a minute ago too with Myron. You know, um, you know, I don't know if Myron or any of those cats, that be on Fresh and Fit and stuff was around during 9/11. But like, I'm not gonna lie, man. During the whole Bush era, and after the Bush era, a little bit before, even during the Obama era, man, if you were from the Middle East, bro, you would get fried up in America. It was really America versus the Middle East for a good minute. I mean, a lot of people didn't like George Bush and disagreed with George Bush, not just because he was a Republican, but because it was George Bush. But a lot of people, just in their regular day to day lives, a lot of Americans were going in on people from the Middle East. If you had a hijab or if you were Muslim and stuff like that, bro, people look at you sideways. People look at you sideways and stuff like that. People thinking that they were gonna, blow some shit up. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people thought the Muslims and a lot of people were gonna blow some shit up. So and the jokes and stuff like that. In the newspapers and stuff. America didn't take too easily to the Middle East, right? And the only reason I'm gonna bring this up again, and the only reason why I'm bringing this up now, is because New York has the monitor of "Don't forget." You know, they have the moniker of "Don't forget, never forget." With the Trade Center and the war that was on America at the time and stuff like that. Um, and now they're like electing a openly Muslim president, and not president, governor. My bad, y'all. I'm thinking this. But they've elected an openly Muslim governor, and yeah, this is the fall of New York. But I thought about it. I said, well, Kuda, what's going on? My screen is black. Uh-oh. How's my screen black? Give me 1 second. Thank you so much for letting me know. Okay, now my thing won't load. Hold on, let me see. Is my screen black? YouTube said I have an excellent connection and it's coming up. These days, I don't know anymore, y'all. How is my screen black? YouTube always messing with my damn stream. Oh no, I can see myself on the screen. I can see myself. Is my screen black, y'all? I can see myself. I'm not sure what's going on. All right, if you guys can reset, reset I guess reset your YouTube and stuff, or click away from the channel and click back to the stream. Hopefully, my screen isn't black. I can see it on my phone, but I'm not sure. These days you never know. But I wanted to let you guys know that you know, okay. Thank you so much, Gail. I wanted to let you guys know, with New York, man, they're quick to forget. But like I was saying, I look at, give me 1 second, guys. I look at major cities and stuff like that. And when I look at major cities and stuff, I'm like, man, so what is actually really going on in a lot of these major cities? A lot of people are getting, you could get, you could get, it's all good. Thank you for letting me know. But no, a lot of people in these major cities and stuff like that, there's a lot of gentrification going on. You know what I'm saying? And New York has always been a quote unquote immigrant, city. It comes off as it's a melting pot, but it's really a salad bowl. And the thing about it is that, what I think is they imported a lot of people that really had no idea how New York really was. And then those people, for the most part, voted him in. You know what I'm saying? A lot of, Muslim, and then also too, you got wars going on in the Middle East and stuff like that, and then you got people doing their own research and stuff like that. But I think it's a lot of people that's not from New York that got him in there. You know what I'm saying? People are getting gentrified, projects are getting knocked down, and you know what I'm saying? They're building up these condominiums, and certain people get vouchers, and certain people, just they move in, and a lot of people that have been living in New York for years can't keep up with the inflation, so they kind of get pushed out to other areas and rural areas and stuff like that. And like I said, like how quick are Americans to forget when the slogan says "Don't forget"? You know what I'm saying? And maybe the war on New York started right after 9/11. You never know. What's going on, Fighter? Yeah, let me know. Fighter's from New York. Fighter said New York is cooked. That's crazy, man. So I hope hopefully y'all in New York are all right. But you got old boy promising a whole bunch of free shit, and it's like I wonder where he think all of that shit is gonna come from. And then on top of it, cause somebody gonna have to pay for all of that shit. Keep that in mind. Somebody gonna have to pay for all of that shit. So I don't understand how overnight he's just gonna bring down all of these costs. And you know what I'm saying? I just don't get how he gonna bring down all of these costs and change the life of a bunch of New Yorkers. New Yorkers are done, bro. New Yorkers are done. All the rich people finna leave. He said he finna tax y'all still if y'all leave. You know. So I don't know how New York is gonna pan out. You know what I'm saying? But we're gonna talk about it. We'll go deeper into it. Shout outs to my players that's from New York in the building and stuff like that. Y'all tap in. Let me know what's going on the ground floor there. You know what I'm saying? This guy, I don't know. This is my first time really hearing about him. I'm not gonna, attempt to pronounce his last name, but I know his name is Zoran. You know what I'm saying? Let me read you guys' comments real quick. So you say New York is now officially and permanently corny. Oh man. And my thing is, it's like all you got to do to really run for any type of office nowadays is just be anti-Trump, and boom, you're like 75%. You're like 75% there. All you got to do is pledge allegiance and be anti-Trump, and boom, you got a political position. You know what I'm saying? So and Trump. Let me tell y'all something, and I know, and I've known this for a long time about Trump when he was president. This is why I think the second time around is why he's building that ballroom and stuff like that. Trump don't be at the White House like that. He visits the White House, but he don't be at the White House like that. That nigga be in his own shit, you know. And when I was in the States, the Trump Towers there is really nice. It's really nice. Gold everywhere and foreign workers everywhere, So, he stay in his own shit. And he loves New York. Trump is a New Yorker, you know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. So, he got this fool in his backyard, and it's like, okay, we're gonna see how this works, how this goes, you know. But yeah, it's on and popping for New York and stuff like that, and it seems like all the major cities that he's trying to clean up, there's always some political troll there saying, oh, we're gonna do this because it's like they're just trying to spite the president at this point. It's just like, it's like, bro, he already won. People are acting like they can vote again, like he already won. You know, but this might, this guy, he might be there to, basically throw some salt in what Vance might do, or whoever. He might throw some salt in their political game. So we're gonna see how that works. All right. UFO Kamikaze said CGA washed that pale Pookie. Only triggered Chads defending Andrew Wilson. Oh damn, Andrew Wilson though. Andrew Wilson. Oh my God. New England and the DMV area gonna take over. Possibly. Possibly. New England is due for a comeback. Anything, Boston and up, due for a comeback. You did. I'm no huge CGA fan, but he cooked that dismissive pale prick. I'm not gonna lie. From what I saw in the beginning, Andrew was cooking him, and then it seems like pause. It seems like CGA kind of warmed up a little bit. He had some, little flashy comebacks and stuff like that, and then he started making. It was like a tug of war, you know. But everybody is saying that CGA lost. Everybody is saying that CGA lost, and I'm not even gonna hold you. I mean, Coach, when he was firing at Andrew and stuff like that, he kind of was going in on the quote unquote white manosphere and stuff like that. Whereas I'm not even gonna hold you. I don't see Andrew as a. I mean, he's white, and he talks, quote unquote manosphere talking points and stuff like that. But I look at Andrew more as a debater. I never really seen him on, white manosphere platforms. Coach Greg Adams, I've seen him on white manosphere platforms because he used to speak as a dating coach at the Red Man Summit and stuff like that. And the Red Man Summit is like it was like a what you call it, the Red Man Summit is basically like a segment that at like the white manosphere conferences at the 21 convention and stuff like that. They would have like MRAs there. They would have manosphere cats there, and then they would have like the dating coaches there. And for that segment, a lot of the dating coaches happened to be black. Coach Greg Adams happened to be one of them. Um, Early on, they fell out with Rollo Tomasi. I don't think maybe Rollo Tomasi probably spoke as a dating coach at their summit. I'm not sure, but they fell out with him and called him Skeletor. Donovan Sharp used to be there. They fell out with him too. And Alan Roger Curry used to be there. A lot of light skinned cats used to be up there. You know what I'm saying? A couple of darker skinned brothers. Coach Greg Adams and maybe another kind of gimmicky coach. Not a gimmicky coach, but um with the one nigga at a time rule, they only not only well they only, but for the most part they accept a certain type of black dude. You know what I'm saying? You know how black dudes will listen to like certain white dating coaches like Coach Corey Wayne, maybe Rolo, and like Coach Red Pill and a couple of guys that was around back in the day. Fell out with him too. Rest in peace to him. But they would get the dating coaches that like, that I guess that kind of makes sense, where they can, they can kind of tweak their message and follow it. You know what I'm saying? So, so Coach Greg Adams is familiar with quote unquote white manosphere, and I would think that a lot of his audience does come from the white manosphere also, but he more so does like like I said, the quote unquote free agent lifestyle. He does that, that stuff a little bit more than anything else, and a lot of the white cats, they like that, a lot of the you know um the white cats, they like that, because a lot of them, they're passport bros and stuff like that, so that kind of seals the deal on that. So it's just funny because and I'm gonna show you. Shout outs to Free Zone Lou. Because I can't find this video because Coach got like 3 channels now, and Coach was going in. He was like, he kind of defaulted to what a lot of people default to. These fake manosphere guys and blah blah blah. I don't give a damn about these white manosphere guys. I knew it was gonna turn into a race thing. Honestly, just out of the dating, because it's always been like this. This is, even back in the day when the manosphere was united. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these new cats here wasn't here for the divide, and this is what we lost in these spaces, because this is why I sat back, because I'm like, bro, y'all niggas are so new. The original people that were here that knows what the hell's going on, they're not even speaking no more. And the crazy thing is that all of this shit is gonna divide all over again, and it's gonna divide over some stupid shit, and it's really gonna divide over talking points, stolen valor, and just dating. Because a lot of the black cats, when the white boys got themselves a sister, we wasn't tripping off of that. When a black man got himself a white woman, and she didn't even have to be super bad. She just had to look, bro. There's like we're in an interesting time now, but there's a underlying obsession with black men that white boys have, and Glacier people have, and with race mixing and stuff like that. Like, it don't matter how far we get in the states, bro. That shit's still illegal in their eyes. Mixing like that. That shit is illegal in their eyes. They don't like when their women get tainted. Back in the day, and even when everybody started mixing with each other, man. If you go to like a public pool and stuff like that, and even to this day in certain sundown towns, you'll still see it. When black people would come to the pool, and there's a bunch of white people in the pool, and the black get in that pool, and I'm using it as a metaphor. All right, y'all soak up this game. Y'all hit the cash app, support the show. Your feet at the door. Hit the cash app and support the show, man. When black people would get in the pool, white people would get the hell out. Because they looked at it like bathing with niggas. Real bathing ape. So, when white women get with black men, it's the same pool theory. In their head, it's like, oh man, the water is tainted. And it's bad. That's why when Donovan Sharp fell out with Andrew the Dream Johnson, who's the leader of the I'm not sure if he still is. I don't know what's going on with the 21 convention now. But those white boys, they were still super mad at him because he had that white girl. He had that white girl, and it didn't matter if she was a single mother. You know what I'm saying? And all of that goofy shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially to them incels, bro. It's like, bro, you can't get no bitches. Some of these, just like a lot of the niggas over here on this side of the fence, some of y'all have no business turning down single mothers. I've watched men get on this internet and pretend like they have the option to turn down single mothers. If they don't know you exist and you ain't a part of their dating pool and stuff like that, you didn't turn down no single mother. You ain't turned down no single mother. What single mother you turned down? You can't even get a woman, much less one with kids. So them white boys was pretending like they didn't like Devin or want a Devin or whatever and stuff like that. Remember, their numbers are fading. They need to produce all-American children, as you guys are going to see, and it's wrapped up in their politics. So when they lose, and and a lot of these glacier women, they're urban now. They listen to Lil Wayne and hip hop music. They twerking in the clubs. They doing Zumba classes. They got ass, all kinds of stuff. The white woman has evolved. Evolved to the point that they starting to practice black feminism. We're gonna get to that a little bit later. That's gonna be a really deep topic. When we cover that, we're gonna get to that a little bit later. Y'all stay tuned and make sure you guys support the show. I got you guys. Look out for the cookout. So, when you talk about marriage, it's like, bro, which household are you talking about? I mean, that old school marriage shit. Black people are so far away from that. So you're basically debating two different worlds. Then you got a guy that's happily married versus a guy that's red pill raging to a certain degree and divorced. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if you get divorced and stuff like that, you don't got to be out here, advocating for, working women and all that other stuff. You can just continue to date on your terms and, get certain women that, that's going to follow what you got going on. I mean, to sit around and mess, pros, that's really low. Even if you get a lot of them, that's, you really at a low point in life. And to a certain degree, if that's all you mess with, I know a lot of y'all ain't gonna believe me, but it's the truth. Coming from a player to you, you don't like yourself. You kind of hate yourself. Fucking with hoes to a certain degree, especially if you're not gamed up and you don't really understand the game. That's I know a lot of dudes don't want to believe it, but that's a part of self-mutilization. That's a part of mutilization. To replace your dating pool with working women and stuff like that. Even as an old man, that's a part of self-mutilization. But we're gonna talk about that. Almost an hour into the madness. Make sure you guys hit the like button if you haven't. Please hit the Cash App at $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. That's PTV 888. All right, let's get into it. All right. Shout outs to Fighter. Fighter said New York City is cooked. Yeah, a lot of the brothers, y'all might want to get out of NYC. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if Jersey's any better. You might want to just move north. Shit. Making money, man, overcooked. Yeah, but New York been cooked to a certain degree. But this is the nail in the coffin. You even had 50 Cent, you know, saying rest in peace NYC and stuff like that. New York goofy. And they dumb as hell, attracting, he openly Muslim. So, it's gonna be over for some of them little rallies and the twerking and stuff like that. The Democrats are shooting themselves in the foot, because, we're gonna see this shit backfire, and they're gonna try to blame it on the Republicans and stuff like that, because they're gonna try to have their little marches and stuff like that, because they have those They'll Gibbet marches and stuff. Big They'll Gibbet march on the East Coast and the DMV in New York and stuff like that. And you're gonna have a lot of people running around with the Muslim ideals, and a in the beginning they're gonna act like they accept that shit, but they're not gonna accept that shit. And when those people start getting hit upside the head and all kinds of shit, and some radical shit start happening and stuff, they're gonna blame it on the Republicans, when it's really a lot of other, Muslim people and religious people basically trying to shun some of that stuff. So at this point, the Democrats, all the shit that they're doing right now is really out of desperation. What's going on, D Chicago? Good to see you, player. Welcome to the show. D Chicago said CGA made a fool of himself. He couldn't even articulate his points properly. A lot of people say that. Shout outs to Andre 420. Good to see you, player. You said white boys are mad as fuck about that debate. I've even seen them in accountable commentaries comment. Did he do a show on? Did he talk about that? Let me see. Definitely want to see. I didn't get to see his response to that. Give me 1 second. Y'all please hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. Hold on. Oh yeah, we're gonna take a listen to this. All right. Y'all know I got y'all. Y'all know I got y'all. You said any man who's really out in the world knows Andrew sounded like a delusional cuck. Niggas still got that white Jesus complex like Keisha. That's the thing. Like I said, I knew it was gonna turn racial. Remember, I was saying it the whole time. I'm like, oh, this gonna turn racial. And let me tell you something too, that a lot of people didn't think. Okay, I'm gonna save this to the next show. I'm gonna see if anybody picked up on a lot of the stuff that I picked up on, because there was a lot of times in that debate, Coach Greg Adams said, "Yo, I'm a grown ass man," and I'm like, looking at that shit, I'm like, bro, old habits die young. A lot of the stuff, because people said that Andrew was talking down on Coach Greg Adams, which happens a lot in black and white debates. Glacier people talk down to a lot of people. Just as of recently, when white women debate or are talking, a lot of their shit is null and void. Like, I think a lot of Glacier women have lost the ability to talk down. Not every white woman got that privilege. That shit is gone. They used to have that privilege. Like, white women could talk in a condescending tone, and a lot of people wouldn't pick up on it. But watching them in a lot of these debates with Andrew and a lot of other people and stuff like that, and watching them get washed, they kind of lost that luster, to be able to talk down, So their ice is not as cold. But Coach Greg Adams had to say a couple of times in that debate, "I'm a grown ass man." And it's really there's a lot of history behind me even mentioning those words in a debate, because there's always a even if you a rich black man, bro, you gonna get talked down to, bro. You a nigga in the coop, like Kanye said. You know, you gonna get talked down to, and you're gonna have to try to prove your manhood. You know what I'm saying? I even give y'all three. I like even back in the day. You know what I'm saying? The difference between a cowboy and a cowman. Black cowboys, which we invented that shit. The all American cowboy. Those are black people first, and we made it cool. And you got white men calling themselves cowboys. White men in America, when it comes to history and stuff like that, they don't like to be called boy. You know, even go look at when Kanye West called Piers Morgan boy, how he responded to that shit. Like, there's certain little, if you pick up on it, there's certain little cultural nuances that still exist today that rear its head in its own crazy way. You know what I'm saying? But a lot, like I said, with a lot of people, they kiss glacier ass, they kiss white ass. A black man has to say things 50 times. Like, if I was white and I was doing the show would have already been supported. I wouldn't even have to say, hey, y'all, support the show and blah blah. The show would have been supported. This is a Fendi fact. You know, I really wouldn't even have to do as much live streams, but I gotta say something a billion times to a white man's one fucking time. That's why, or I come into some paper like that, bro. You gonna see a motherfucking what's his name? You gonna see a kid that look like Asher Roth running Player Talk Radio. I'm going to. That's how you. That's fuck you money to me. That's nigga money to me. I'm gonna have a white boy running this channel. He gonna say what I want to say, but it's gonna be a white dude. It's, it's gonna be a white boy running this channel, because I'm like, shit, nigga, this shit need to get heard. The white man's ice is always colder. You heard? The white man's ice is always the fuck colder. I know this, so I'm not even gonna fight against it. Telling y'all niggas this shit is inadmissible. You know what I'm saying? The white man's ice is always colder. You know what I'm saying? But Andrew was getting ticked off with Coach Greg Adams. And another thing too, Coach Greg Adams swole. No homo. That nigga got granddaddy weight. You know what I'm saying? That nigga swole. So imagine arguing with the nigga and you can't even whip his ass. And Andrew definitely can't whip Coach's ass. That's number one. So, you know what I'm saying? So it will tick a nigga off, when a nigga probably saying some dumb shit and you really want to call him a big dumbass and shit like that. And it's like, okay, but are you a fool with them hands though? Are you a fool with them hands though? What we doing with these hands? Coach had that no homo. He had that twinkle in his eye where it's like, this white boy said one thing. You know what I'm saying? These hands going to be calibrated all over his life. You know what I'm saying? So but we're gonna get into it. We got jokes for days. If I made you laugh, you owe me a like. Please support the show. There's just so much stuff to cover. We're gonna cover a lot of ground on today's show. Hopefully you guys are soaking up this game. And Andre said, Coach talks mostly to black men, but he speaks to everyone overall. Well, he speaks to everyone overall because he has a universal audience. Coach got a universal audience. He has that type of audience where he don't have to talk to niggas all damn day. So you got a lot of people that don't know which side to be on. You know what I'm saying? Say Andrew gonna end up like Adam 22, Destiny within 3 years. Believe it. Okay. But yeah, and shout outs to my married cats, my happily married cats, and my happily married ladies, and shout outs to my my single ladies and my single cats and stuff like that. But nothing's different on both sides of the manosphere. You got a lot of not divorced, but you got a lot of married cats that live in their own delusional world. You know what I'm saying? And you can't blame them honestly because I mean, unless they really take a peek out every once in a while or see what's going on in the world, they really don't know what's going on in the dating world. And honestly, unless you turn this into somewhat of a hobby or a job or whatever, if you spend a lot of time in these spaces, you wouldn't want to be single anyway, But you got a lot of people that are in marriages right now. This is the thing though, and this is the part that y'all be leaving out. Because in the real world, like on the internet, you can claim to be married all the hell you want to, but in reality, you would think that married people are up and out of the game, and a lot of them aren't. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people, if you go out and you date, you're gonna be running into women that are married. You're gonna be running into dudes that are married, and these people are still actively dating. Not even, and I'm not just talking about the ones having an affair and cheating on their wives and stuff like that behind the scenes. I'm talking about these people are actively fucking dating. You understand what I'm saying? So keep that in mind. So married don't mean that you off the market or taken. I just did a pre-record that you guys, should check out after the show. With Big Sean and Janae Aiko. Big Sean and Janae Aiko was together for more than 10 years, and now they've quote unquote broken up because she was married and shit like that. And the thing is that Big Sean probably there in the beginning that he didn't want marriage, and they recently had a kid and stuff like that. More of a case of, and I blame Big Sean, but this is more of a case of it's gonna make him realize or stay around and stuff like that, marry me and stuff like that. It's like no, and it's like damn, you already 10 years in, you already got the milk, my boy. And then both of them got their unstable moments and shit like that. So and the thing is that with women, you can waste your youth. That's the real thing. That's the real concept that I talk about. How women can waste their youth. Your pretty years, and when you fertile and you look good, a nigga can waste your fucking youth, or you yourself can waste your damn youth. Both is going on at the same time. And then you got people that's married, and being single looks like it's lit. It looks like it's fun. But, the internet, all the attention, and blah blah blah. It all depends. But I'm not gonna lie, and this is something that I said when that debate was going on, that there's better years to get married, and then there's better years where it's like, what, let me work on myself. Remember, I told y'all not to do shit. I told y'all these are the years you need to work on yourself. You need to posture up. You need to start learning a bunch of skills, get a bunch of certifications. I'm not sitting up here just telling y'all some shit. I'm doing it also. So I wouldn't tell y'all to do some shit I haven't done or ain't currently doing. You know what I'm saying? But you need to get these skills and posture up. 2030 is going to be here before you know it. And you need to be preparing for those years, now. You know what I'm saying? Right now. Look, this year's already damn near done. Next month, this year's done. So, you got a lot of people, that, up here thinking that the grass is greener on the other side and stuff like that. You got people that want to get married. You got people that's fucking up marriages, and you got people that don't know what the hell going on. Rightfully so. I mean, and that's a part of the game. That's a part of the game. And then you got so much other stuff going on in the world today. So honestly, Coach Greg Adams and Andrew Wilson talking about this, it's like, oh, this gonna be a dumpster fire. And then whole time when the debate was going on, what did you hear me say? I said, this is a dumbass topic. Don't get married. unless you really found the right one, and only you would know. And you applying this game, and you like, you know what? I actually really got me a good one. Let me go sit down for a minute. That's what the engagement is for. The engagement is like, marry me, marry me, marry me. Man, look, go sit down for a while, and then you go buy her a little engagement ring, and then y'all stay engaged for like another year or two or something like that till you get your mind right and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? That's what the engagement is for. Some of these cats, they don't even get engaged. They just bend down on one knee, and a week later they married and shit like that. But nah, y'all need to start using these damn engagements if that's the case, if you think you found the one. But anyway, the world that Coach Greg Adams is going to be talking about is going to be vastly different from the world that Andrew Wilson is talking about. And that's why when they were talking about when they got to the point where they were talking about the black community, what did you hear me say? I literally said, that's funny how Andrew is giving, Coach Greg Adams, and black people was really saying that he was giving him tips to solve the problem in the black community, and Coach was being contrarian. And I'm like, I don't think Coach was being contrarian. As a guy, we kind of understand certain things. And one of the things you heard me say was, give me one second. Hear me? All right, we should be back. All right. So yeah, one thing you guys heard me say was, the white man doesn't know how to undo the BS that he's put in the black community. You know what I'm saying? Like if any other race and damn near white people was stuck in the same bullshit that black people were stuck in, they will handle it horribly. And I hate to say it, and it's just from what I know. And this is like a trophy nobody should be proud to win. But I'm not even gonna hold you. I mean, with all the bullshit and the killings and all kinds of stuff that's going on in the black community, black people actually have been doing a good job handling the fuck shit that we gotta go through to a certain degree. Even though we're still a preserved class. I hate to say it like that, because it's a weird compliment. Like, black people actually have tough skin to endure the bullshit that goes on in America. Any other race going underway, first of all, they wouldn't even let it get that far. They wouldn't even let it get that far. But the Glacier Man and the black man talking about marriage is always gonna, unless they both is definitely gonna lead to something, you know what I'm saying, something bad. If Coach Greg Adams was an Oreo, I mean, he kind of is, but he's definitely not. And it's funny because if Andrew was talking to a brother that had a white wife, they probably would have reached some type of common ground. That's the funny part. But I know Coach probably gonna take up the mantle. Yo, I'm from the hood. I've been a nigga my whole life and blah blah blah. How you gonna tell me? So the shit gon' blow up. But anyway, let's get into the game. UFO said, "I'll never take relationship advice from a Brad. Niggas with real success with women would never even Becky don't respect that shit." Uh-oh. You said Andrew was asking CGA when CGA is black pill. He don't give a fuck about solution. He he just gives options. D Chicago said, funny how the guys with failed marriages have all the answers. Uh-oh. Don't speak too soon now. You said the majority of white dating relationship coaches are corny as fuck. Let's cut the bullshit. There's some truth to that. You know what I'm saying? Andre said some real shit. He said, I think it's funny that married dudes care about what single people are doing. There's some truth to that also. Kind of just, umbrella that. He said, funny how the lames are afraid to bring their batch in the chat around. I would never bring my wife into this bullshit neither. So there could be a lot of reasons behind that. But Andrew does bring his wife to debates and stuff. Andrew does bring his wife to debates and stuff. So they on the same page. I would say Andrew's marriage is somewhat of an anomaly from what you guys see on the internet. He said, I'm not married and I make fun of single weird guys who are vicariously living through their favorite athletes and rappers. Making fun of you being concerned and being concerned are two completely different things. Okay, y'all going back and forth. Okay, yeah, we're gonna go over AC's commentary of it. You said nigga scared of losing a chick to a divorced chat room nigga. You know you're a fucking lame and your batch knows it too. Uh-oh. Being over 40 and single isn't a flex. You look weird. It depends, man. You said if she gets hit on in real life, why would I be concerned with somebody in the chat room? Think how childish you sound. Funny thing is, a lot of women probably don't respond to a lot of niggas in real life, and they will respond to some random cat on the internet. Because that's the thing, that's the charm of the internet. The internet makes things seem low risk. You said we making everything cool. Shout outs to Tech Rail. You said bring her to the chat since you talking about D Chicago. Okay. You said they call that cock strong or old man strength. Yeah, old niggas got one good fight left in them. Coach look like he got a couple left in him though. Usually old niggas got one good fight left in them. You get a couple of them civil rights uppercuts in them, Jim Crow, elbows put on you, is game over. That old nigga strength is a real thing, He said CGA said on his last stream he had his strap in his pocket. He probably did have a pocket rocket, but you don't have to. He ain't gonna shoot no damn Andrew. And a lot of the cats that's gonna, no disrespect to them, but a lot of the cats that's gonna bring you into those spaces, they're dweebs anyway. I was just watching a documentary about a femcel that shot up some shit, I think in Newark and stuff like that, and I was gonna go over like the nuances of it and stuff like that, because she was, they say that they're autistic, but they're not autistic, but she was a part of like a female basketball team, and it's like, she playing for the other team, real, no pun intended. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know what them girls be doing on them damn basketball teams. Y'all don't need me to tell you. You know what I'm saying? But she felt that she had a real bond with, some of her teammates. And when they start going to college and stuff like that, and they start splitting up, and she up there doing weird shit with bitches' jerseys and stuff, that's how that develops and stuff like that. And people be thinking femcels don't be getting sex. No, a lot of them, they get sex, just from people that they don't, really respect like that. You got to understand how a woman can and would hate herself if she got somebody that she don't really give a damn about laying on top of her just to get her little, sexual urges about the way or whatever. Or, if she's, she wants to go after other women, other women will cause a bitch to snap. You seen it right now with the studs and stuff. But we gonna talk about it. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. We already an hour and 22 minutes into the game. All right. Y'all going back and forth in the chat. All right. He said this nigga's still in his 20s talking like he got real experience with women. Nobody takes you seriously, not even your chick. You still trying to figure out life. Hilarious. Uh-oh. All right, let me see. Give me 1 second. Thank you so much, Gail. Please, y'all hit the Cash App. Please support the show. And also, make sure y'all click on Gail's avatar or her or on her comment and click go to channel and subscribe to Gail at Night. All right. Support smaller content creators. You did. Give me 1 second. CGA was married to a white wife. Uh-oh. Yeah, see, if he still was, he probably wouldn't have too much of a, a disagreement with what Andrew was talking about. So that's interesting. And I think I do remember him saying he did have a white wife. Now that I'm thinking about it. All right. You said, shout outs to Degenerate. Welcome to the show, bro. Good to see you, man. Welcome everybody here. Please hit the like button. Please hit the Cash App on the way in. Please support the channel. We'll be moving soon, and I definitely need your support. I plan on being in a different, headspace once this move is complete and stuff like that. So I appreciate you guys for supporting the show. So if you guys can please support the show via PayPal, via Cash App. Thank you guys. All right. All right. We almost caught up. Men that's good with women are usually miserable. Not necessarily, but they're okay with being alone. Like a lot of guys are okay with being alone. So every other year, every 3 to 4 years, they always come up with this fake, male loneliness epidemic. And that's some bullshit. A lot of men are okay with being alone. Some men aren't okay with being single. But a lot of men are fine with being alone. There's nothing wrong with being alone. A lot of guys like they peace anyway. You know what I'm saying? All right. So when the women are lonely, they run counter counter propaganda and tell you men are lonely to get men to participate. They need men to participate now more than ever because a lot of industries and businesses like clubs and stuff like that, a lot of them are losing money, and women aren't making up for the gap. It don't matter how much let's be honest, women are out here, they're not making up for that gap, and let's be honest, women, shout outs to them, but they're getting sick and tired of female BS also, and they're openly vocalizing that and talking about coming, the fact that they can come back to the other side of the fence unchallenged shows how desperate dudes are. But a lot of desperate dudes aren't lonely. You know what I'm saying? Some of these cats that ain't getting coochie like that, they're in the friend zone. They're attached to some type of woman, just not in the way, what I'm saying, that they would like to be. You know what I'm saying? So that could breed another air of loneliness in and of itself, but not really. That's more, anger or a little bit of resentment and stuff like that. So a lot of these white knight paladins out here, and a lot of women, they're, other than with women and stuff like that, a lot of them, they can't practice hypergamy. So hypergamy, I've been telling y'all for years, hypergamy is a lie. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of women lock themselves out of the hypergamy market, and then, they spend years not dating men and dating other women and shit like that, and it don't go the way that they want it to go. You know what I'm saying? They actually, when they get back on the male side of the game, or they're cheating on, their sisters and stuff like that, they come back, they're more madder than when they left. You understand? So it's a lot of little nuances and stuff like that that's left out. You know, I wouldn't say being a lesbitarian is necessarily practicing hypergamy. You know, and if you soak up this game, you know, you probably would say the same. You dig? All right. Oh, D Chicago and UFO, y'all throwing low blows. UFO says she at work she at work with her work husband. Uh-oh. Look, UFO planting seeds. D Chicago. You said I bet her beta male. I bet her male supervisor. What you say? I bet her male supervisor in his 40s be smashing daily, and you believe she's faithful to you, faithful to you. Absolutely clueless. Uh-oh. You know. All right, y'all play nice now. God damn it. All right, don't be planting no damn seeds. You know, nigga, go home and whip his kids and shit. You know. What's going on, Tampa? You said, Kuda, who taught you the game? I'm an autodidact. Or to a certain degree, I'm an autodidact, but one of my biggest mentors was Rosebud. You know what I'm saying? One of my biggest mentors was Rosebud. You know? Good to see you, Tampa. Happy holidays, bro. Please hit the like button, y'all. Please support the show. All right, let's get into it. Without further ado, let's get into it, all right? All right? Definitely looking for a super sponsor on today's show. Please support the show. All right. Let me see. Shout outs to Free Zone Lou. Free Zone Lou. I can't find this live, but Free Zone Lou had it up. So let's get into it. Let me show y'all Coach talking shit real quick. Before we get into AC's commentary about it. Let's get into it.
Here as if you're so powerful and wonderful, as if I'm supposed to be afraid and praise you, as if you're so mighty. I'm supposed to twist and turn my words to please you. And I don't want to make this about white folks, but shout out to Louis Farrakhan for that quote. Why do you think you're so mighty and wonderful that I got to do what the fuck you say? This is 2025. I'm a free nigga.
See? I told y'all it was going to turn into race. And I hate to say it, just the fact that you're black and you got to say this. Hey. There's a lot of beliefs and stuff going on the surface, right? You got to prove that you're a man first before whatever you say, you know what I'm saying, gets legitimized. Absolutely not, Tampa. But guess what? I'm not for everybody. In my small niche, you are in for a treat. You know, if you find me, you're in for a treat. You know, so, you know, I just hope people don't take that for granted. But let's go.
I'm a free nigga. I'm not one of your play toys. I'm not one of these people that are afraid of y'all white folks. Fuck you and your arrogant perception that you're the goddamn white savior. I'm the motherfucking king of kings. I don't have to be afraid of nothing the fuck you got to say. I'm not afraid of you punk ass Mitch Clanosphere white boys.
Jay said, I know a conservative isn't playing the victim, aka the race card. Bro, today's show finna get deep. Y'all support the show. I got y'all.
I'm not afraid of you white people. I'm above you too. I'm not just above niggas. I'm above you too. So I'm not gonna twist and turn my words to please you. I'm the king goddamn nigga in here. I'm the king of kings. You better understand that. That's the reality. And if you don't motherfucking like it, you can kick goddamn rocks.
And I'm sorry, it's just so hard for black people not to fit certain stereotypes, because even black people calling themselves kings, there's an undertone to that too.
All the way goddamn down the street. I will do what the fuck I want to do. I don't have to please you white folks and you goddamn religious zealots, right? You cult fucking leaders and followers. I do what the fuck I want to do until You prove otherwise,
I
and you
appreciate
have
that,
yet to
Tampa.
do it. And I have I have absolute confidence.
Make sure you guys also subscribe to Tampa Supreme's channel. They took his other one, so definitely subscribe to his new channel. Let's get him back in the algorithm. Let's go.
That you will never do it, and you better take that to the fucking bank. That's how I present myself, and that's how I represent myself. I'm not your nigga. I'm not your nigga. So don't think that I was gonna just kowtow to you, white boy, because you got a big audience and you have 4,200 people in your live, and I had 2,500, and you thought you had one over on me, nigga. But I got 3 books, bitch, and all you had to do was put your fucking fat wife up here and tell me she ain't got a book.
I don't think his wife is fat, but that's fucked up. Let's go.
I've done more than you. I'm better than you. I'm bigger than you, nigga, and I'm badder than you, nigga. That's what the fuck I am. And if you don't like that shit,
Coach talking that shit, y'all.
Y'all got to deal with your own goddamn racism. But I ain't that nigga. I'm a California nigga. I ain't one of these Sambo Southern niggas where I got to kowtow to you and say, yes, sir, no, sir. I'm not a Midwestern Michigan nigga where I got to kowtow to you and think white people got it better, nigga. I am the motherfucking man. I got it better than you. You had to watch me while you was chain smoking in the corner after I whooped your ass in that debate. Pull off in my motherfucking G-Wagon. Yes, in my expensive silk suit, nigga. Custom made to fit. You had to watch that shit. And you sitting over there in a goddamn dirty ass hoodie smoking cigarettes. I am not.
Now, I will say this. Even though you're married and up out of the game, if you're still going to be in these spaces, I'm not going to say you got to represent yourself as a masculine, or you got to be the representation of, masculinity. But to a certain degree, if you are in the red pill, thank you so much, Gail. If you are in the red pill, Gail, I missed your comment. I saw you dropped your channel also. If you can post that again so I can highlight it. But if you guys are in the red pill, and you're running around with these talking points. I mean, it kind of, I know you ain't got nothing to prove to people, but you kind of are gonna look crazy representing a group of guys, being in a corner with a hoodie on, chain smoking. You know what I'm saying? Even though, you probably just flew in, you a little bit jet lagged, you a little bit tired and stuff like that. But like, even in these spaces, you're gonna represent a married man. And honestly, a lot of these guys don't want to say it, but it's the truth. How the hell are you going to, how the hell are you going to, how are you going to be in a space? Because a lot of these guys in this space is goofy. How are you going to be in a space promoting functional relationships and then at some point don't believe in marriage? I get it. You promote functional relationships, but to a certain degree, relationships should lead somewhere. You understand what I'm saying? They should lead somewhere if it's functional and you're getting what you want, and you're traditional. You understand what I'm saying? Now look at this still shot of Coach Greg Adams. His eyes big as Young Jay said, I don't get why Coach Greg Adams went at dude's wife randomly in the debate. He wouldn't have did that to another black man. Andrew didn't impose a physical threat. Right. Andrew knew he couldn't whip Coach's ass. And then on top of that, the reason why his wife came up was because Andrew said that he has a wife, and he was like joking that he takes her money because his wife wrote, some books and stuff like that, and she got she got multiple sources of income, and she's, doing things at a work from home wife and stuff like that, so she got her own, business and things going on. Coach Greg Adams also got a book also, and Andrew was kind of, saying that, oh, well, my wife probably sells more books than you do or whatever. and blah blah blah, and they brought up the books and compared the numbers and stuff like that. So this is how, and this was like towards the end of the debate, this is how his wife got put in this debate. But let's go.
What you expect me to be, and I ain't gonna kowtow to any of these fucking manosphere, especially these white clanosphere.
And let me tell y'all something, because we moving the goal, we not moving the goalposts, but we moving these talking points away from this shit. If you are SBEing women, and other people and stuff like that, seriously, you believe in egalitarianism. Let's go.
White boys, I'm not afraid of you. You don't know more than me. Period, point, motherfucking blank. I am the kings of kings, and I will continue to be until one of you motherfuckers here tell me and show me otherwise. You gotta beat me in the middle of the ring. You gotta knock me out. There was no knockout punches. I'm the champ. If you don't knock me out, nigga, it goes to the cards. It's a draw at best. To beat the man, you got to beat a man. I don't care about your funky ass Christian followers. Nobody cares about them numbers.
And let me tell y'all why this debate was unorthodox and weird too. I'm gonna throw something out there that a lot of you guys didn't pick up on. And this is why I played that Paul Mooney clip the other day, because it was just funny. Rarely do you see a white man and a black man in a, you know what I'm saying? Rarely do you see a white man and a black man debate, and the black man is the actual atheist. It's usually the black man or black people bringing some type of religious element or religion into the mix. You rarely see the black man and the white man debating and a religious element. Usually black people bring the religious element in the mix. You know, in this debate, the Glacier Man was religious, and you have Coach Greg Adams, who takes more of an atheist stance. You understand what I'm saying? Coach Greg Adams takes more of an atheist stance. So that's something to actually point out also. Also, other than CGA taking like more of an atheist type stance, when some shit goes on in America, it's funny because, like what Paul Mooney said, which is funny, it actually is kind of actually very funny. When some shit go on in America, white people double down on the God and Jesus and religious talk and stuff like that, you know. But we're gonna get into that a little bit later on when we're talking about New York City and how New York done shot themselves in the foot, you know.
It's what's real. I won. You didn't knock me out. No knockout punches was thrown. And I showed you my back, nigga. I told you, I addressed you when I won, and I said we could do it again, and I walked off and I showed you my back. And you didn't do nothing about it. I had the confidence to show you my back. Walk to a motherfucking G-Wagon and boom, power that bitch up.
Well, you know
what? While you driving back, flying back on Southwest Airlines to the motherfucking trailer park. That's what it is. You didn't knock me out. Only a knockout is a win. I knocked you the fuck out. All right, now, if you want to show me otherwise, put your stream back up on your channel, but you won't.
So this is the thing. I think this is a response. I think this is a response to the stream that Andrew did, and he was calling Coach Greg Adams dumb, you know, and stupid, you know, or insinuating that he's an idiot. So and even in the debate, Coach called him because he slipped and called him a doofus. But I think that prompted Coach Greg Adams to make this stream. So giving you guys the game in context. All right, let's go.
Put the stream up back on the channel with the real comment sections. Unprivate that shit. He won't. But these men in this internet gotta know, man. They gotta know, man, that I'm not to be played with this bullshit. I'm not gonna let them get their bullshit off and get their little clips, because I got clips on you. See, it was on my channel, so I downloaded it and already got clips. You run this guy.
Now I got Andrew. I got Coach Greg Adams lying about not knowing who Andrew was. There's no way you cannot see. You know, if he says that he just only seen him during the whatever clips, I get that. But there's no way you in these spaces and you kind of haven't ran into a bunch of Andrew stuff over the years.
Daddy, he's got a head cover, and he's a professional here. This is the professional debater. He's sitting over there with the hat pulled over his head. I can barely see his eyes. Beard scruffy, looking like a Neanderthal, and I previously saw him chain smoking cigarettes outside. And I'm sitting against this. This is what I'm looking across at. And I'm trying to literally have a discord with him to have him understand. And he's trying to act like he's not understanding me. And he's looking down, scribbling on notes here and there. Oh, by the way, he was drinking alcohol during the stream. All right, he had alcohol bottles lined up. He had alcohol bottles lined up here and there. He got his man boob titties all slumped over. And I'm sitting over here like, I don't.
And that's funny because him and Coach Greg Adams are polar opposites at this point.
All I got is water, which I ran out of. And he got 3 alcohol bottles. He was chain smoking outside. He got ashes all over his shirt. He got his hat pulled down, scrunchy ass beard. I'm sitting over here trying to have a real conversation.
What's going on,
and this
LT,
is what
man?
I'm looking at, bro.
Good to see you, bro. Good to see you, man. Shout outs to LT, man, in the building. Good to see you, man. Happy holidays. Jay said, so what? I don't care if he was smoking a blunt. Uh-oh. But this is what I'm saying. Usually when you see these debates, it's usually the white guy is the atheist. And it's usually black people talking religion. But in this case, it was backwards, you know? In this case, it was backwards, you know? And listen, guys, make sure y'all subscribe at over on LT Man's channel also. Make sure, let's get LT Man's subscribers up. Put him in the algorithm also. Make sure you click LT Man's comment or his picture in the comment section. Click go to channel and subscribe. What's going on, Link? I hope you're feeling better, my brother. Link said, sounds like dude was scared of Coach. Yeah, I mean, he obviously can't whip Coach's ass. You know, he definitely can't whip Coach's ass, you know. But hey, shout outs to LT Man. You deserve it, bro. LT Man said, I just got in the crib about to have some cake. I know that's right. I know that's right. I know that's right. Yes, we here working. It's Player Talk Radio. Make sure y'all hit the like button. On the way in, please hit the Cash App. Support the show. Let's go. Shout outs to Link. Yeah, he was getting lit. Jay said, so what? He's getting lit. But let's
I'm
go.
like, man. Then after the debate, same
Shout out to
thing.
Gail.
Outside,
Thank you so much,
twitching
Gail. Yes.
and shaking and chain smoking.
You guys make sure you hit that link and subscribe to LT Man's channel.
This is what I'm looking at across, and I'm trying to have a conversation. Then when he puts his head on the doofus, I'm looking at him like, man, this can't be real, bro. I'm like, this can't be real. I'm supposed to have a real conversation with this. This is a clown show. This shit is a clown show, bro, at this point. So look from my perspective, because I'm in real time. This is real for me. It's a video for you. It's real for me. Look at what I'm looking at, and look at the presentation. This is your king. This is a masculinity here. This is your man.
Is this your king? Huh?
Now, this is what I'm saying. Even if you're married and you come to these spaces to kind of speak on behalf of like men and red pill and manosphere topics and stuff like that, and wanting guys to get married, to a certain degree, you still should carry yourself a little bit better as a married man. And Coach knows, the aesthetics and stuff like that. And it's true. I mean, if you out there chain smoking cigarettes and stuff like that, LT Man said, "Let me get out of this uniform." I got you, LT Man. Yeah, definitely get settled in. Today's show is gonna be crazy. So, yeah, you still represent the space and stuff like that. So, that's crazy that Coach Greg Adams is saying that, you in the corner, you up there drinking and smoking and stuff like that, and basically just saying that you're not taking the debate serious. You're not taking the debate serious.
All right, this is your man. We cannot think. We cannot think that we can do this and then.
So Coach somewhat throwing the manosphere under the bus, but I'm not gonna lie, he do got legit
win on no wins. There's no points being made. Now, I was dressed like this against Hafiz, but I was killing him. All right, so there's a difference. I was knocking Hafiz out. All right, but he wasn't knocking me out. All right, he was just getting some. You do this ecclesiastic marriage. What are you talking about? Vegetable virgins. Come on, man. What else did he say? Hold on for a second. Okay. Did I respect the guy before this debate? I've never watched a video. All I've seen was him on the whatever podcast.
Which I think
I did not prepare for him because I don't need to prepare for him. My facts stand alone. I'm in reality. All I saw with him was him on whatever podcast. And those were clips. I never watched the whatever podcast. I've never watched these people.
Nah, I think
I don't give a fuck about these people because none of these people are saying nothing different than what I'm saying or better.
Saying I've never watched the whatever podcast, especially when you're in this space, is like saying I've never seen one episode of Fresh and Fit. So that's cap.
So none of these people impress me in terms of that. So that's a fact. So I'm like, this guy just basically debates OnlyFans models. That's pretty much what I've known. I had no respect for him going in. Neither did I need to respect my opponent going in because I was dealing with reality. Okay, I'm gonna just deal with reality. Now, when he started hitting me with the ecclesiastic and the evangelical shit, I was like, oh, okay. Now we're going to this. And I said, this is easy to defeat because divorce has no bearing on religion. Neither does marriage in the United States. But he wanted to stand in that corner, and I said, come out of that corner. Come on out and fight. All right, that's like a boxer standing in the corner going, you're not fighting me in this corner, so you lost. Nah, man, I said, come on out. Why don't we stand in the middle of the ring where reality sits, and let's trade these blows.
I am here with the mayor-elect of New York City, Zoran.
Guys. Shout outs to Link. He said, thanks, Kuda. Still fighting the good fight. It's been rough, but hanging in there, player, man. You got this. You got this, Link. Make sure you take care of yourself. Drink some tea. Tune into the show. Let's go. No, they got you, LT, man. All right, so I think that was the end of that. Shout outs to Free Zone Lou. All right, let's see what AC had to say. Because everybody has their opinions on this debate. We'll go see what
you have to respond.
Andrew's already. He's fatigued. Look at him.
And provide evidence that you
Poor.
Salute. When I saw this debate, right, I asked brothers in the Patreon, before I do a video on this, what do they think about it? And you know what? It seems like we was immediately on the same wavelength. It's like the brothers already knew where I was going with this. I just asked a question, you know, what do you think about this? And I want to show y'all some of the responses
I am subscribed. I'm subscribed on both my channels.
in the Patreon, right? Salute to the brothers in the Patreon.
Tampa said, can you do a berserk on or your top animes on a separate video? Absolutely. I want to actually start watching Hunter x Hunter again. Give me 1 second, guys.
Because
or Hunter x Hunter.
This is exactly why I'm doing the video, especially based off their responses, because I'm right there with them. I'm right there.
I'm subscribed off of this channel and my other channel, LT man.
With them.
They don't show all the subscribers. Link said I'm subbed also. See?
What I want to talk about. And salute to the brothers in the Patreon. You know, the brothers, if you're not in the Patreon, you're missing a lot.
I got you, LT man.
The brothers in there, you know, especially when it comes to certain topics, they give a lot of great insight. Like brother here, Darren. Salute to Darren. I watched the whole thing and both had parts where they were making more sense. But I think because CGA was being rather antagonistic the entire time, his frame.
I got you, LT man. Look. See? Subscribe. YouTube doesn't show everything. And I've noticed that over time. YouTube doesn't show everything, so. Alright, we're going to get back into AC's commentary. But make sure you guys subscribe to this channel here. Let's go.
Look weaker, like he wasn't taking the debate seriously, and he probably wasn't. From the beginning, it seemed like the argument wasn't about marriage, but a debate over risk mitigation against divorce, which basically became a debate between Christianity and secularism. At that point, it's basically whatever ideology you subscribe to that you think won. It got pretty subjective from there. I would say one thing: once the topic got to the rat community, Andrew was cooked. He clearly only knew stats, not culture, so CGA cooked him there. Overall, though, I was pretty disappointed that it wasn't just about ideas.
Now, let me ask you guys a question, okay? Let me ask you guys a question. Let me ask you guys a question, okay? Do you think Coach Greg Adams really cooked Andrew Wilson? Put a 1 in the chat. Or do you think this is just, you know, black people saying, hey, you know what? Coach is one of us. So we just gotta kind of, you know, get behind him, pause, and just say he cooked Andrew Wilson. Do you think it's a black solidarity thing, or do you think he actually cooked Andrew? Y'all let me know in the chat. All right, we're gonna read the poll soon. Let's go.
Entertaining for sure, but not edifying. You know what, Darren? Especially when you talked about Christianity and secularism, and that's what it really became about. Risk mitigation against divorce. You absolutely right, because I ain't gonna lie, I was trying to figure out where is this debate going. Seriously.
Tampa said Wilson is a white supremacist.
I was like, is we talking about religion? Are we talking about state? Are we talking about you know, relationships? It just kept going.
We played it on the last show, Link, but it was at the end. You said I have not seen it all, but I think Coach was tapping on that chin. Pause. Yeah, we're gonna see what MTR says. All right, but I think a lot of them they're siding with Coach. You know, they're just sticking together for this side of the manosphere. Like I said, it's another civil war coming up, so we gonna see. Listen, LT Man says, everyone who is subscribed to me, when you order from hempforfitness.com, you will get a special gift with your order. Just mention you are subscribed. See, that's 3 gifts right there and 10% off. God damn. God damn, let's go.
Everywhere, right? So yeah, I
That's a
agree
hell of
with
a
this,
deal.
right? And especially when it came to community. I'm gonna show a clip. I'm gonna show a clip about when he started talking about the rat community. And this is the reason why I say that Brad, when it comes to us and Brad, we're not the same. We're not the same. Not even close. We deal with two totally different aspects of upbringing that they know nothing about. They know nothing about it.
Now, oh damn, I gotta check out Poor Man's podcast reaction to it. Now, white people know about it. Don't sit up here and think that white people don't know what black people are going through. They don't identify with it, but they do know about it. You know, they do know about it. 100%. You know, but hey, that's not their bell to toll, you know? That's not their bell to toll. You know, and this is why Coach Greg Adams was coming off as irritating to Andrew, because it's like, you know, when Andrew tried to give him solutions and stuff like that, it's like, that's funny. And like I was saying, you know, if you know, a lot of white people were caught in the same conundrum that black people are caught in, they wouldn't know how to handle it. You know, the white man does not know how to undo, you know, what he has done to the black community. They don't know how to undo it. That's why it was a joke when he was, you know, when he was telling Coach Greg Adams, it's simple. There's a simple way out, and you got to do this and you got to do that. It's like, you don't think logical minds have tried that before? It's not what you think it is. But then again, like one of you guys said that he's, you know, he's black pill. He don't give a fuck about shit. So hey.
So he absolutely got cooked when it came to the rat community, right? And he got cooked somewhere else. But if you tell me that, you know, that CGA was getting cooked, if you say he was getting cooked, I'm gonna say this, right? At times, both of them didn't make any sense at all.
Right.
At times. And at times in the debate, both of them made sense. That's my estimation of the video. But what I was looking at was how Andrew Wilson was talking to him, and this is what I was trying to tell y'all, that Brad is not your friend. Brad is not your friend. And I'm gonna get to another comment in the Patreon. And salute to the brothers in the Patreon. You know, the brothers, if you're not in the Patreon, you're missing a lot. The brothers in there, you know, especially when it comes to certain topics, they give a lot of great insight. Like the brother here, Darren. Salute to Darren. I watched the whole thing, and both had parts where they were making more sense. But I think because CGA was being rather antagonistic the entire time, his frame looked weaker, like he wasn't taking the debate seriously, and he probably wasn't. From the beginning, it seemed like the argument wasn't about marriage, but a debate over risk mitigation against divorce, which basically became a debate between Christianity and secularism. At that point, it's basically whatever ideology you subscribe to that you think won. It got pretty subjective from there. I would say one thing: once the topic got to the rat community, Andrew was cooked. He clearly only knew stats, not culture, so CGA cooked him there. Overall, though, I was pretty disappointed that it wasn't just about ideas. Entertaining for sure, but not edifying. You know what, Darren? Especially when you talked about Christianity and secularism, and that's what it really became about. Risk mitigation against divorce. You're absolutely right, because I ain't gonna lie,
Now, mind you, they're talking about marriage amongst a bunch of brothers who are hopeless romantics and don't really believe in marriage like that. You gotta crawl before you walk. Any married man will tell you that. You gotta crawl before you walk. Okay, so they're talking about marriage in a whole bunch of brothers listening to it. A lot of those dudes, I'm not gonna say they'll never be married, but they don't even understand certain concepts and nuances of marriage. That's why I was saying the whole time, just don't get married. There's a time and place for everything. There was years where I would tell you, definitely, if you find the right one, yeah, definitely lock it up, get married. Throw the jersey in the Raptors. Ain't nothing going on in the single world. Go ahead and do it. But make sure you find the right one. And you would know. It's your life. But nowadays, marriage, shit. You better, what I told you, I read the stats to you, even though niggas don't give a damn about stats. I read the stats to you. They said if you're single in your 30s and you've never been married, statistically, you've actually avoided your first actual divorce. So that was pretty interesting in and of itself. All right. But sometimes, y'all go check out the pre-record that I put out, putting a lot of work. Sometimes, you know what I'm saying? You got to take the Big Sean route. Sometimes you might be with a woman for like 10 years and still don't get married. You know what I'm saying? If that's your MO. But make sure you communicate that to her so she not feeling no type of way. You know what I'm saying? When she walks away with the relationship with nothing. Because let me tell you something. A lot of people, one of the worst things ever, a lot of people don't want to feel like they spent a long time making a mistake. You know what I'm saying? That's the salt on the wound, and that's super embarrassing. You know what I'm saying? All right? That's the salt on the wound, and that's super embarrassing. Shout outs to LT, man. Listen. Shout outs to everybody here. If you are in the building and you are listening, listen, we got a new sale going on. November is here, and the Hemp for Fitness November special sale is here also. Let me pin this to the top of the chat. Hold on, LT man. Let me replace your other proposition. Shout outs to LT man. Endless deals going on over at hempforfitness.com. So make sure you click the link and get over to hempforfitness.com. There's a huge sale for November all the way up until Christmas. BOGO is back. If you buy one, you get one. Buy one, get one free. Any product, no limit till Christmas 2025. Use the discount code T-210 to get 10% off and mention me and mention Kuda, all caps, and get 2 free gifts. Merry Christmas from me to you and from LT Man to you. And also, let me give y'all the game with the BOGO. If you buy an item and you see the price of that item, for example, if you grab this pain stick right here, right? If you grab this pain stick and you want to get something else free or try something else for free, make sure it's equal or lesser value. All right, make sure it's equal or lesser value, and LT Man will hook you up. All right. Also, too, he said he got another special gift for you if you're subscribed to his channel. All right, so y'all know what to do. Head over to hempforfitness.com. Take advantage of this sale. Trust me, it's a great sale. Quality products. You can't go wrong. It's Player Talk Radio. And it's hempforfitness.com, all right? It's pinned to the top of the chat. Make sure you utilize the link and head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com.
I was trying to figure out where is this debate going? Seriously, I was like, is we talking about religion? Are we talking about state? Are we talking about relationships? It just kept going everywhere, right? So yeah, I agree with this, right? Especially when it came to the rat community. I'm gonna show a clip. I'm gonna show a clip about when he started talking about the rat community. And this is the reason why I say that Brad, when it comes to us and Brad, we're not the same. We're not the same. Not even close. We deal with two totally different aspects of upbringing that they know nothing about.
That's cap.
They know nothing.
A lot of it is cap. A lot of that is cap. To a certain degree, a good amount of brothers and Brads are very similar. This is why they stock a lot of Black Manosphere content. Let me tell you how they are similar. Both of your women are openly practicing feminism right in front of you and sacrificing their family. Both of your women are openly practicing feminism right in front of you and sacrificing the family for their own happiness. Let's go.
Nothing about it. So he absolutely got cooked when it came to the rat community, right? And he got cooked somewhere else. But if you tell me that, that CGA was getting cooked, if you say he was getting cooked, I'm gonna say this, right?
So the majority of people are saying
at times, both of them didn't make any sense at all. At times. And at times in the debate, both of them made sense. That's my estimation of the video. But what I was looking at was how Andrew Wilson was talking to him, and this is what I was trying to tell y'all, that
shout outs to LT, man, dropping the huge $10 on the Cash App. Thank you so much, bro, for supporting Player Talk Radio. Will do. Absolutely, will do. I'll definitely will do. Okay. Yes, guys, make sure you guys are hitting the like button. And even if you're curious, everybody keeps saying repeal the 19th. Even if you're curious, check out hempforfitness.com. Shout outs to LT, man, for supporting the show. Let's go, because you know where we going.
We going. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna be about $400. Just give me your pen and the paper, because I'm at what the what? What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. Okay, I told y'all before. Y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me, because I do on that all the time. And that's on who? Man had a little lamb. Okay.
All right, we got the deals over here. LT man said he beating them. All right, pause. All right, can't beat it with this buy one get one free deal. Head over to hempforfitness.com. Okay, let's go.
Brad is not your friend. Brad is not your friend, and I'm gonna get to another comment in the Patreon. Hold on. Ooh, salute to Maximilian. This what he said. He said, I watched the beginning of it and not sure if it was for show, but Andrew Wilson was talking down to him. They were trading jabs, which is par for the course. When you deal with Brads, there's no point in dialoguing with a creature that thinks you're a creature.
Yeah.
And then he basically saying that, he was deflecting, saying when CGA was talking, he was saying it was silly. You know, it turned into that. It turned into that. And when you got
Please pause.
two people up there and they supposed to have a dialogue, and one is trying to make it seem like they're superior to you, right? It's because they believe that.
Well, this is the truth, and it's not for Andrew, but it is the truth for a lot of, what's going on, New? Good to see you, brother. This is true for a lot of the Glacier families. They're getting their ass tore up by feminism also. They're getting their ass tore up by feminism also. Feminism is tearing up Glacier families. It's a tragedy too to get born into that shit. I'm telling you, like, let me tell y'all something. White women carry feminism completely different. You know, Keisha definitely is a radical brand of fake feminism. But the Glacier woman, oh, that's the real motherfucking thing. That's the real thing. That's the real thing. You heard me? Yeah, y'all make sure y'all subscribe to Shaka Nulu. Thank you so much, Gail. Gail is such a commodity. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Let me tell y'all something, man. Listen. Black man and white man are handcuffed to each other. Y'all just don't know it yet. Y'all are handcuffed to each other. Y'all are handcuffed to each other and don't even realize it. The black man and the white man are handcuffed to each other. Even the black man sees through the eyes of the dominant society, especially in America. There's a piece of the black man that sees the world the exact same fucking way that a white man does. Even black women. Some of the most racist shit I've ever heard in my life came from black women. And it's like, damn. Now me, I'm so black-pilled, and I'm not gonna lie, I gotta, the only thing saving my ass from crying and all kinds of shit is my sense of humor. You know? I've seen black women say shit that hillbillies, like some of the most racist hillbillies would say, but I have yet to hear them say it. I have yet to hear them say it. The hillbillies, by the way. I've seen sisters say things, damn, that's a decent racist joke, or damn, I don't even think a hillbilly would even think of some shit like that. You know? So what I'm saying is, black people, we, especially in America, we see a lot of ourselves through the eyes of the dominant society. Whether we choose to acknowledge it or not, whether you've done your history or not. You even got Cynthia G. You even got a team of black women saying the exact same shit a hillbilly would say. Some of the most racist hillbillies. They even saying shit hillbillies wouldn't even dare say, like, damn, I don't even carry my shit like that, but hey, hell yeah. And these are the same sisters that are trying to dupe you into race loyalty. These are the same sisters that'll send you off on a fool's errand. Oof. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. My bad. I'm a little bit under the weather too, Link. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. Let's keep the support going. I appreciate everybody here. Good to see everybody here. Good morning. And good afternoon on the East Coast. We cooking. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. Let's go.
And you not understanding what's going on because you think it's supposed to be a debate in good faith, it would never be in good faith. Even if you believe it's not. It's not. Brad is not your friend. I'm going to say this again. Brad is not your friend. So you know, shout out to the brothers that responded. I just want to show these two, but shout out to Chinoso, Black Tony Stark.
And I hate to say it like this. I mean, I really don't care, but I hate to say it like this. But eventually, black men and white men are going to have to sit down and talk. Or have to have a sit down. This should have been happening. Like an honest conversation. It should have been happening.
Chevy and Kill, Darren, and Trevor. You know, shout out to the brothers that, you know, responded to that and had great input, right? But I just want to show, you know, these comments right here, because these were the comments that I actually was thinking, you know, when I was thinking about this video, because it explains everything inside the video that was going on. And hold on, let's play some clips of the video. Hold on. This is ridiculous, man. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
And that's not the case, because a lot of people that are in your
Why do you say
hold on for a
only?
second.
Why do you say
Hold
only?
on.
When I talk about outcomes being
you
better,
you just admitted that there are women that are feminists in your church.
Of course.
Okay, so there's your solution there. You're telling me
So
it's
what?
always better.
It is always.
Just as much as the well, I mean, he kind of can and have been, but just as much as the black man cannot escape feminism, neither can the white man, to a certain degree.
It's better.
Snapshot. What you're doing is selling men a fantasy of them,
And you're selling them feminism.
I'm not. Well, we can agree to disagree on that,
Well,
but you're
no,
selling them a
agree to
fantasy.
disagree, just selling them feminism.
And you're selling them a fantasy. All right, a
fantasy
that's
that I
not
have
gonna
data
exist.
to
Matter of
support.
fact, most people will be dead by the time you get even 1 inch closer to whatever you're proposing.
Well,
most men will be dead as a doorknob.
Under your
but
proposal,
under your
you have assured that black men will be dead. You said so yourself. There's no fixing it. They will be. That's your prescription.
well, that's the prescription that you heard. What I told black men is to leave that community. The community is not to
Are
be
they
saved.
doomed or not, like you said?
The black men leave.
And this is where he should have stayed. This is the reason why I say, you know, what's the point in having these debates with them? But if you're going to have these debates with them, you need to, first of all, study your opponent. And after you study your opponent, because there's certain things I could tell he didn't know about Andrew Wilson, because he was finding out some of these things as they went along. But the thing is, if you want to talk about, I'm going to talk about what affects.
I mean, what would have stopped this whole debate is just say, don't get married. All of the stuff they was talking about, literally a lot of it, circled around if that woman initiated a divorce. You know, because they were talking about, what would happen if an actual divorce gets initiated, and where to go, what get thrown out, blah blah blah. They were having a old conversation that we've had years ago with the MRAs, the men's rights activists. You know what I'm saying? If y'all don't know what MRA stands for, it's called men's rights activists. Before a lot of brothers took the red pill and went MGTOW, there was groups of guys here called MRAs, which was short for men's rights activists. A lot of them, they turned MGTOW. A lot of them, they got into, other different sectors and stuff like that. MRAs, honestly, the problem with them, and the reason why a lot of them went red pill, was because a lot of the MRAs were still treating women with kid gloves, while those same women was dragging them in and out of court. So that really was the last straw for those MRAs. They kind of just went rogue. A lot of them went super MGTOW because they were listening to that content, and you know, a lot of those MGTOW cats was giving them the game. You know, they were like, look, why are you guys sitting here and being nice with these women? You need to file this. You need to go down to the court. You need to stop listening to women. Because you know what women was doing back in those days. I'll give y'all the game, right? Shout outs to everybody hitting the like button. Please support the show. Let me give y'all the game. What women were doing, they were acting as if they wanted things to be amicable. Like they were acting as if like, oh, we're gonna try co-parenting, we're gonna try to do this, we're gonna try to do that. And in reality, behind the scenes, they were buttering up the men to soften them up, because behind the scenes, the men that were basically charmed and disarmed by their spouses, they were getting drugged into court. And it was really bad, because by the time he got drugged into court, he was like, Your Honor, I don't know why she's doing this. Like I literally talk to her almost every day. We're co-parenting. I thought everything was okay, and blah blah blah. And it's like dudes had to tell them, yo, why are you being nice and treating your ex-wife or your baby mother or whoever she is to you at this point with kid gloves? And she's sitting up there right now as we speak, actively dragging you through court and then lying to the judge. That's the part that got a lot of brothers. Like they switch up on you and they start lying to the judge. So a lot of the brothers was like, damn, I didn't know they do that. Say, oh, we're gonna handle it this way, and have you co-parenting and stuff like that. And then one day you go pick up your children, and she's playing these games, and she got a new baby father or a new guy that she's dating. My bad. And she's not letting you see your kids. And then she's telling you that she's accepting money from you, and then next minute dragging you down to the courts, saying that you didn't pay, or minimalizing your efforts and stuff like that. And she's basically using your seeds as bullets. So we like a lot of those MGTOWs back in the day, literally tooth and nail, had to wake brothers up to a woman that's literally using their seeds as bullets. Like the woman is literally shooting them in the back, and they're like so confused and getting drugged through the court system, they don't know what to do, and they can't really turn to nobody, because they're gonna be like, oh well, why don't you guys go to counseling? Why don't you guys go to therapy? And whole T, you gonna go to therapy and get everything blamed on you. So me, I was actively of service to a lot of brothers back in the day. You got Mr. Palmer, you got Chinsa Zed, you got lead attorney. You got more options now. But back in the day, I used to recommend guys go to another brother that I know that used to be teamed up with Steve the Dean back in the day, and Alan Roger Curry and stuff like that. He went by the name of Squid Dawes, DJ Squid Dawes, and I would refer brothers to him, because he would tell you how to literally handle and your situation, and how to go to court prepared and what to do. And I appreciate everybody, even back in the day, that took my information and went to him. You know what I'm saying? And and now they're able to see their children and co-parent, or even get custody and stuff like that. So I felt that was a good thing that I was doing at the time. You know what I'm saying? And I hope a lot of brothers, if you guys are listening in the clouds or still here, I hope a lot of those brothers took heed to the gems that I was dropping then. And I hope some of my efforts contributed to some of the statistics that they have, that black fathers are some of the most involved fathers in their children's lives, you know, because black fathers are some of the most involved men in their children's lives, you know, at a high percentage rate, you know. So I hope you guys aren't just listening to people on the internet saying the opposite when that's not true, you know. So I hope some of that did contribute to that stat because, you know, hearing a lot of brothers getting called deadbeat, y'all. Yet I got a gang of brothers hitting me up, yo, Kuda, what's the name of that guy that you was recommending and stuff like that? Or, you know, a lot of brothers I see, you know, venting, and you know, I slide that information to them, and they're like, "Damn, thank you," you know, and you know, I hope that contributed to this spike in, you know, or the stats, you know, of a lot of brothers being back in their child's life. What's going on, War Master? Good to see you. I'm glad you're here because there's a topic that I definitely want to cover, and we didn't get a chance to cover it on the last show. Good to see you, man. Also, too, you guys stick around. We got a little bit of politics talk coming. You know, we got to talk about this new governor in New York. You know, Trump will be dancing like that real soon, War Master. Shout outs to you. Yeah, we got to talk about this governor in New York. You know, did New York, you know, I'm going to change the poll, but did New York forget so quickly? You know? Now, good to see War Master here. War Master, and everybody that was here on the last show, you know, I mean, some of you guys said that Coach Greg Adams got cooked. Some of you guys said he didn't. It was a little bit mixed. There was times that he was cooking. There was times that he wasn't cooking, you know. But you said one day, yeah, no. Listen, after this move is done, War Master, because I'm currently in the process of moving. Oh yeah, you said the mayor. Yeah, I said the mayor. Did I say president? Lord have mercy. Jesus Christ. It's been a long day, y'all. All right, I'm working just like y'all, you know. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button, support the show. Yeah, New York is cooked, you know, but it seems that they forgot about 9/11. You know, it seems that they forgot about 9/11. You know what I'm saying? Back in the 9/11 days, man, if you hey, look, if you were Muslim, everybody was looking at you crazy. If you walked on the plane with a hijab or a damn, you know, picnic looking cloth on, oh, everybody was looking at you like, oh, hell no. You know? And I don't know, New York is a weird city. Like I've been saying, like they're more vocal than DC. Believe it or not, you know, they're more vocal in DC. Like you'll go into a train station or a subway station in New York, and you'll see a big mural of Trump, or you'll see a big mural of some other governor or politician. You know, rest in peace, Dick Cheney. But you know, I'm telling you, man. I think New York done forgot already. You know, or they were taking over, or the people that I don't know how this happened, or the people that was voting and shit. You know, War Master says CGA did not get cooked. I do think he should have done better. Shrug, right? Yeah, he went in on Andrew, and Andrew went in on him. Andrew, you know, was on his channel calling him stupid and stuff like that, and Coach Greg Adams went in on him. So, you know, but let's get back into it. It's Player Talk Radio. Please hit the like button, everybody, and make sure you guys take advantage of the November sale over at hempprofitness.com. They got the buy one get one free sale, and also if you are subscribed to LT Man, aside from saying CUDA, using CUDA and mentioning CUDA, make sure you mention that you are subscribed to LT Man's channel to get an extra gift. Merry Christmas. Christmas has come early. Head over to hempforfitness.com. And like I said, y'all, going into this, I'm going to say it again. This debate was awkward. You know, I mean, it wasn't really awkward, but it was pretty interesting because usually black people be the religious people in the debate. And usually a lot of times it usually be the white guys that are atheists. But we're going, I'm telling you, and it's like what, you know, like I said, like that's why I played that Paul Mooney skit. It's like when the glacier people are going through hell in America, you can tell because they get really religious. Openly, you know, they get super religious openly. That's always been a telltale sign. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, you can tell who running America. All right, but let's go.
Affected me the most, right? And what affected black men the most, right? And what was happening and what will happen if black men don't, you know, if black men just totally leave the rat community alone, right? The answer to it is to leave it.
Okay, but black men aren't leaving. So since you're going to be in the States, you're going to have to deal with it. Bar none. Black men aren't leaving at a precedented rate. And they still want to date Keisha. So let's go.
Not fix it, not go over there. There's no fixing it. It is what it is. So CGA, you know, I don't know if he how long he had this stance, but that is, y'all know that has been my stance for years. I don't know how long that's been his stance. Maybe it's been his, but that's been my stance for years. Leave it alone. Leave the rat community alone. It's not a black community. In order for it to be a community, there needs to be men there. There's no men there. It's a matriarch. There's no communities, right, other than the rat community that has a matriarch. Communities have patriarchs. The rat community is a matriarch. So no, there's no fixing it. Just leave it be. And that's what he should.
Warmaster says Andrew Wilson was trying to sell marriage to whores when it leads to divorce in the West. Coach Greg Adams should have been able to walk him down with ease. Yeah. But the thing that coach was stressing was divorce. And I've been saying the whole show, and you were here, War Master. I was saying the whole show. I was like, shut this whole conversation down. Just don't get married. I mean, the majority of the women that they're debating with aren't marriageable anyway. Just don't get married. You know.
That's what he should have stayed on. Because you know, if you're a black man watching this, right, watching this debate, you really don't care what Andrew Wilson is really talking about. You really don't care. You really don't care. You know, because his solution is, you know, religion, right? Which is fine if you got a lot of you brothers out.
Now this is the thing that nobody was saying also though. Andrew Wilson is right about the religious aspect, because to a certain degree, if your woman don't fear God or have no type of fear of a higher power, that shit ain't gonna start with you. And your marriage might not last. So to a certain degree, you and she better be somewhat religious. If she ain't God-fearing, that shit is not gonna start with you. Okay? War Master said marriage leads to divorce. Don't want to get divorced? Don't get married. There you go. And they talked about that. I think Coach Greg Adams was remember they got into this whole spiel about common law marriage. And Coach Greg Adams was saying that you could get divorced or at least sued in a divorce style. But I don't know if that's true. But let's go.
Out there that's religious, that's fine. But that's not the answer. That's not the answer. It's just not. It's just not. The church is the reason why a lot of these issues are happening now when it comes to relationships. Before, and I will say before, church is what kept families together.
And marriages too.
Not the new church is not the same as the old church. Churches kept families together. But then when church, started, saying, you know what, we're going to accept this, we're going to accept that, we're going to accept everything just so we can be popular, just so we can be in social media, just so we can be in politics, and church is always in politics, but not to the point where they're pandering. The church became a panda club. Especially black church. But Brad Church is starting to slowly move just like how the Rat Community Church is moving. It's starting to go there. You're starting to see that you go there, they're accepting everything. Everything. Every time you...
Now, shout outs to LT Man. LT Man was talking about this on the last show too. LT Man says that he wouldn't respect the church. He doesn't respect the church that will have the El Gibbet, that was El Gibbet adjacent and stuff like that. And it's true. I mean, the last couple of years, you got some churches now that got trans preachers. You got some churches now, they got the flag out there. Usually, the community, a lot of people in the community would get together and stop that shit. But now, you got a bunch of El Gibbet churches. And I don't know what Bible they're reading. They probably, LT Man, I think they skip over the abomination part. We're not gonna read that chapter. We're just gonna. Let me tell y'all some real shit though. Do you know that most people in church have never read the Bible? They don't complete the Bible. They just read scripture. They haven't read from cover to cover. They have never read the Bible from cover. A lot of preachers haven't read the Bible from cover to cover neither. Just a little fun fact though. Let's go.
Turn around. Everybody's invited. It used to be...
The church is not here for men. That's true. That is very true. He said, I'm still blown away by the thought of female pastors. That's true. One of the churches I went to, War Master, had a female pastor, Pastor Carr. Shout outs to her. And she had a husband too. A lot of these female pastors are single. And that's because and people wonder why stuff like that happens. I know why it happens in the black community. I don't know if it's the same for the white community, but there's so many people in and out of church. A lot of the times the original congregation ain't even there, but people keep the church going, and it happens to be a woman that keeps it going. So they get up there and start preaching. So
shame in churches. There's no more shame now. So
and women are in churches wearing thongs. Women are in churches butt naked. They at church in their club clothes. Let's go.
To all you brothers out there that's religious, you can disagree with me, and that's fine, because my words are not the end all be all, right? it's fine, but my beliefs is that that's not the answer. That's not the answer. If you believe that's what the answer is, then that's cool. If it works for you, but I don't believe that's the right move. I just don't believe.
They leave that community. The community is not.
Are they doomed or not? Like you said,
the black men leave the community. They
The black men aren't leading the community, but they're leading. But I wouldn't say the community.
Now that's not me. The person who recorded this, they're a lot. Okay, it's back now.
He's listening to some random white guy do commentary on this. I wonder what they're saying in the white manosphere about this.
not like you said.
The black men leave the community, they thrive.
Yeah, I know. Are they? Yes. Are black men doomed, like you said earlier?
The black men that leave the community, they thrive.
Yeah, I know.
They
but
do very well.
Are black men doomed, like you said earlier?
Under the matriarchy of the black community, yes.
Okay.
Under the scenario that I'm proposing for black men, absolutely not. They thrive.
But that's in the future. What about right now?
So that's,
what about right now?
He's talking about that's now. That's not in the future. That's now. The black men that leave the rat community alone, they end up succeeding in life because it's the rat community that holds them back. I say this all the time. You leave the rat community alone, you do well in life. I got brothers are constantly saying, thank you, AC. You saved my life. I was losing a lot.
Right, War Master, and most Americans don't even read, unless school requires it, barely read. They don't read the biographies. I was watching this Japanese dude in one of the classes that I was in. One of the teachers there asked him, what are you currently reading? And he was like, oh, I am reading the autobiography of Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln. I'm like, damn. Foreigners know more about the U.S. presidents than a lot of Americans. He said the left have chased men out the home, the classroom, the church, and all public life, and people wonder why men go their own way. Absolutely. I was just talking about how a lot of MRAs, turned into MGTOWs.
Dealing with the rat community, dealing with these Keishas. I stopped dealing with them all together, and I'm doing well. I'm doing fine. So yeah, it's not in the future, it's now. It's anytime black men decide to leave from the rat community, they will automatically start doing better.
Right now under your degeneracy model. Damn stream, but you're telling me
I gave you tons.
No, give me your numbers of your ecclesiastic marriage where your pastor on a little house on the prairie is going to prevent them from getting...
Yeah, where's your
you don't want to look.
Data?
You don't want to look. Look at this.
Where's the polling data?
Coach gang, represent.
Do you have
You see it
scientific
right here?
polling data?
That's more than your ecclesiastic contracts. I can guarantee you that.
Okay. Everyone in the Crucible chat who Andrew Wilson has helped, put one in the chat. That's scientific polling data, says Coach.
Go ahead.
Whoever.
I know you don't want to hear it. I thought you was gonna let it happen. Now all of a sudden you don't like the numbers. Come on, Andrew, man.
That's not polling data.
I thought we were better.
That's not polling data, doofus.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
You want to call
That's
me
not
a doofus?
polling
Hey,
data.
were you gonna call me a doofus?
Yes, that's doofus shit.
Yo, man, that's crazy because I asked you for a number, and I'm the doofus. You can't even give me a number.
Dude.
Wait, where's your?
All right, we should be back. Y'all, please hit the like button. I'm trying to fix this Wi-Fi. I got you guys. Please hit the like button. Support the show. 2 hours and 46 minutes into the madness. Now, I rewind it back a little bit. This is where Andrew Wilson calls him a doofus. He kind of lets it slip. Now, Andrew Wilson can't beat Coach Greg Adams' ass. You don't got to. As men, You know what I'm saying? It's really a game of intellect, especially during a debate. You know, ad hominems get thrown everywhere. But if you guys don't know what a doofus is, let's look up the word doofus in the dictionary. Doofus, it's a noun. It means a stupid person. A doofus, and here's a sentence using the word doofus. A doofus who paid an inflated price for a tatty house. All right, that's a goofy ass sentence, but an idiot who paid for an inflated price for a tatty house, meaning that person was stupid because they paid full price for a fucked up house. Doofus actually comes from a 1960s word from Scottish. English, the English term for it is goofus. I guess that's where goofy comes from. And the Scottish term was doofus. You know, it came. I guess the word originated in Scotland. Short for doof, D-O-O-F. All right, doofus. Is doofus a rude word? Yes, doofus is considered a derogatory and unkind word, but its severity can be mild depending on context. It's used to describe a stupid or foolish or incompetent person and is best avoided when speaking about others. Though it can be used self-deprecatingly to make light of a silly mistake. All right, doofus. Let's go.
So put one in the chat. That's scientific polling data, says
ahead,
Coach.
go ahead.
Whoever.
Andrew got real mad at this. LT man said, "I still use."
They don't want to hear it. I thought you was gonna let it happen. Now all of a sudden you don't like the numbers. Come on, Andrew, man.
That's not
I
polling
thought we were
data.
better. I thought we were better.
That's
than
not
this.
polling data, doofus.
Okay,
What are you talking about?
You gonna call
That's
me
not
a doofus?
polling
Hey,
data.
were you gonna call me a doofus?
Yes, that's doofus shit.
Yo, man, that's crazy.
No, he got him right there.
Because I asked you for a number, and I'm the doofus. You can't even give me a number.
I gave
under
you
your
hard
data.
dude.
Wait, where's your army at? What's the name
pull
of your
chat
group?
up.
What's the name of your group?
The Crucible chat.
The Crucible Army. Go ahead and pull them up and tell them how
real
many
quick.
of them are under your
Hang on.
ecclesiastic contract.
And let's make sure we got this straight. How many people are in his live chat right now?
He's got 2,060.
And see how many people are in mine.
Let's go. Pull it up. They should beat me in your ecclesiastic contract. They should floor us in the ecclesiastic contract.
Oh,
4,300.
That's like not even double.
Just one.
All right, we're both doing well.
Just one, please. Just one, please.
We're
and now that means I win.
where they at?
That's
Where they at?
scientific polling
There's
data.
crickets over there. Okay.
Just ones. Just
There they
one.
go.
All I gotta do is
There's the
ones, and that's
Crucible over there.
scientific data.
There's a couple of twos in there. I want the ecclesiastic contract marriages.
Oh no,
That's what we're asking
you
for.
said who have I helped?
Oh, wait a minute.
That's different.
No, you asked who, for me,
Yeah.
who's followed my prescription.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not
who has
polling
the
data, dude.
I asked you for the ecclesiastic
God.
contracts, Andrew. This is very simple.
What part of
This
we
is
don't
fair.
have the polling data, but I
Because
can
you don't have the
logically
numbers.
demonstrate it? Do you
You
not
don't have the
understand?
numbers. You're selling a fantasy.
We do have the numbers.
You're selling a fantasy.
Oh my God, dude, this is
You're selling
so
a
low
fantasy to
tier.
men. And I think what you need to
It's
do
like
is
talking to a fucking
I
wall.
and I hope that all those cancer sticks that you've been smoking will help your ass live long enough to see how far you led men astray. I would love that for you to survive, and I would bless you by the name of God, Jesus Christ.
You got-
Kind of got him right there.
yeah, hey, man. For all you brothers, I said this in the live, and for all y'all that smoke cig, you got to put the cigs down, man. You got to put the cigs down. It's really eating your insides. That nicotine, that smoke is poison. It's eating your insides. Put it.
Hey man, and shout outs to Coach Greg Adams because he be smoking cigars. Something completely different. Even though it's nicotine, it's something completely different than cigarette.
Put the cigarettes down. And again, man, you know, put it down and save some money. I'm telling you, man. I walked inside a store the other day. I never really noticed how much a pack of cigarettes cost, because I don't smoke. But I saw
Like
the sign, it
$15 now.
said like $17. I said, for a pack of smokes? Oh, nah. Oh, nah. I see why y'all looking for Lucy's.
Jesus Christ and Latter-day Saints that you survive all them goddamn smokes
You don't
you've been out
follow
here.
the Jesus Christ of Latter-day
all them
Saints.
smokes you have.
Even
so
his
you
friend
come
back
out here
there
and
laughing.
live and see how many
Jesus
men you
Christ of
led astray.
Latter-day Saints. You follow Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Somebody does.
You
More
don't.
people than that.
Give me a
More
break.
people than the Crucible.
The
More
LDS.
people that you.
You are not in the LDS church,
hey,
dude.
More people than you have under your ecclesiastic contract. I can guarantee you that. All right.
All you have to do is agree to one proposition. Is it the case that you personally think
Not
that if there is no state contract, you're not in a
Easily.
state contract, your chances of getting divorced are going to decrease? Is that true or false?
if that's true, even if you don't get married.
If you don't get married, you don't get divorced.
Correct. Your chances of getting divorced goes to 0. Oh. And that's the same thing I said. Don't get married, you don't get divorced. The number one cause of divorce is marriage.
Not
Boy,
marriage,
it
state
sounds
contract.
no, the number one cause of divorce is marriage. Hey, Andrew, let's just say this, man. Listen.
I thought they could divorce you even if you weren't married to him 5 minutes ago.
No, you went through a ceremony. You went through a religious ceremony. So at that point, they can. But if I never went through a ceremony, they can't.
They can sue you for anything by your logic, whether you
No.
went.
Shout outs to Gail. Gail said, Kuda, I made a very interesting poll on my community tab. Vote when you get a chance. Okay. I'll shoot over to your channel after this and see if we all can vote. I got you guys. Listen, speaking of tab, let's look at the tab. The poll here. So we got a poll here. Did Coach Greg Adams lose the debate with Andrew Wilson? Is split between 25% yes and no. Overall, 38% says it was a dumb topic to begin with, and 12% said he really got cooked, all race aside. Wow. All right. Interesting.
No, don't move the goalpost. I said you went through a ceremony.
No problem,
I didn't.
Gail.
All right, those are two different things, sir.
Which
Thank
part of
you.
I don't really. Again, I don't understand. If it's the case that you
He's
say,
scrambling and scraping for shit right now.
if it's the case that you
Scrambling.
say,
He's
if
scrambling
you're
and
This
Scrambling and
Like-
scraping his.
even for Brad watching this, what black men, the black men that are watching, because the CGA, because he got black men that that follow him. What are they getting out of this? Nothing. Even the Brads that's watching this, what did they get out of it? Nothing. You got nothing out of it. The only thing they got out of it was to look at CGA and sound old corny saying things like, oh, Andrew Wilson is fatigued. That's all I've been seeing. Like he's some Keisha that you see on body cam videos.
Not body.
That's
cam
how they
video.
trying to treat him. That's how these Brads are trying to treat him. Like he's some Keisha that be on these body cam videos. Oh, black fatigue. You know why? Because Brad.
All right, we back. The Glacier Man holding back my stream, y'all. Please hit the like button, support the show. Let's go.
Is not your friend. He's not your friend at all. It's not your friend. The way he's talking to him, come on. And here's the thing, right? I don't care. I really don't care for this conversation. I really don't care for this dialogue. It got nowhere. Like they both don't know what they're talking about at certain points, and then at certain points they do know what they're talking about. But for the most part, this got nowhere. This didn't get anywhere. This didn't get anywhere. And the sad part, here's the sad part about this. Their age. Look at their age. They up there acting like teenagers. This is not a good look. Too old to be acting like this. You got younger people watching this, right? And what do you think they're getting out of it? It's okay to act reckless and be dismissive, and name call. That's what they thinking of.
Well, it's like I said, debates really shouldn't last long, because at some point, every single debate, for the most part, unless there's like bad blood there, should turn into a lecture or a class. Both sides should be enlightened on information and stuff like that. Honestly, debates, in an ironic way, debates are really the best opportunities for people to share information. You understand what I'm saying? Information being shared. Yeah, that's why I was dying laughing on the last show, LT, man. That's what Diddy said, scrambling and scraping. That is literally a Diddy quote. He's like, he said, I'm scraping and scrambling. Bro, that is literally a Diddy quote from the horse's mouth. Oh man. But no, debates really shouldn't last long, really shouldn't last long, unless people are really disagreeing with each other. Debates really, they're not built to last long. It really should be a teaching opportunity more so than a back and forth, to tell you the truth. But let me tell you something, and this is what I was observing yesterday. Another thing, just saying, okay, well, let me tell you something that I've observed, right? Let me give y'all some good game, right? Y'all please support the show. Let me tell you something that I've observed, right? Let me give y'all the game. A lot of these debates, you want to know why they suck? Because of the audience. I hate to say it. You're not really watching a real debate if the people that are around you are trash. And what I mean by that is like a lot of the audience just want to see a back and forth, not necessarily an intellectual conversation. And when you hear people's take on it, it's going to be like, bro, were we even watching the same thing? It's trash. It's trash. LT Band says scrambling and searching for stuff. UFO said I've helped white dudes get women. Same here. But never needed a white dude's advice to get any woman, including Becky. Only lame niggas take white dating coaches seriously. I mean, there's some good white dating coaches. I like Coach Corey Wayne. I like mystery and stuff like that. I listen to white dating coaches. I get their take on certain things, but a lot of the stuff too is like stuff that I've said and certain information, but with a spin on it. You know, damn near all races got their spin on everything. You know, just is what it is. You know?
But and I'm talking about as far as their perspective, but from my perspective, you would never see me sitting down with a Brad talking about anything. You'll never see me sitting down with a Keisha, now with a Brad. Well, for what? There's nothing that me and Brad can talk.
But see, me, I'm the type of guy that feels that you can learn anything from anybody. You know, you can learn anything from anybody.
Talk about. We have two totally upbringing, two totally different ways of looking at things. It doesn't matter if our financial status is the same. Doesn't matter. How I got to my riches is totally different from the way you got to your riches. Doesn't even matter. Doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter if black men, if you have a boat, you know, and Brad has a boat, you drive a Bentley and Brad drives a Bentley. It doesn't matter where you at financially. If y'all even close, it doesn't even matter, because however you got to where you at in life is totally different from his. Your path was a lot harder. Your path was a lot harder. So to even act like y'all on the same footing is insane. So what's the point of even sitting down and having these discussions? I know what I know, you know what you know, you stay over there, I stay over here. I teach my people what needs to be known on this side. You teach your peoples whatever it is that you want to teach them or talk to them about. But trying to convince somebody of it didn't even make sense, man. You're trying to convince somebody who believes that marriage is the way, religion is the way. You're trying to teach that person that it's not the way when that's their message? Think about it, black men. That's their message. That's like trying to tell that wig wearer what she's doing is wrong when it comes to talking about black men, because she's lying, she needs to clean it up, and she needs to come around and apologize and go back on everything that she said about black men. That wig wearer will lose all her support, because that's her audience. Her audience is Keisha's that like going in on black men. His audience is people who believe that
Warmaster says people of all colors are interesting. The only difference between black and white folk is the degree of dysfunction each have. Yeah. And I was just about to say that. Like, they all have their certain degree of dysfunctions, because, you know, in let me point out something which is very unique and specific to this space. I'm about to really drop some gems on you guys. Let me point out something real quick. And you guys can put a 1 in the chat if you agree with me or not. Let me know what you guys think. White people really have an incel problem. Black people, not so much. White people really have an incel problem. Black people, not so much. And let me give you an irony check real quick. Let me give y'all a reality irony check real quick. White people actually have an incel problem. Black people, not so much. The irony is, what Andrew Wilson is talking about is actually information that I'm pretty sure he would like to talk to white men about. Young white men, young glacier white men. And they recently did a study that that in a weird fucking way, Gen Z is actually pretty religious. And when that was pointed out, I was like, hey, that kind of is true. I've seen a decent amount of young Gen Zs talk about religion and stuff like that, like just straight up religion, not the the spirituality BS that a lot of people be on, because niggas be like, oh, I'm spiritual, but don't be doing shit. But let me tell y'all something real quick. The irony in all of this is that the information that Andrew would like to talk to young white men about is falling on deaf ears. I mean, obviously, other than the debates and stuff like that, yeah, they probably will listen to Andrew maybe later on in life, or whenever they feel that they're ready, they probably would listen to him. But the people that would actually listen to him, and the people that actually do listen to him, are black people. Are black people. The main people that will listen to Andrew and probably try to pull off or do a lot of the stuff that he's talking about are actually black people. That's the irony in it. It's like Aaron Clary all over again. You know what I'm saying? It's like the people that he want to talk to, they're not really listening to him like that. But the people that are really listening to him like that, black people, he got more of the ears in a lot of the black community than he does in the white community, which is crazy. And you know who else was kind of like that? Which is kind of why Andrew's getting a little bit more relevance right now. Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk. Believe it or not, there's a whole niche of black people that knew Charlie Kirk. And those are the people that was pushing and fighting back when a whole bunch of brothers and sisters was going in on him. It's like, bro, y'all don't even listen to him. A lot of these debating style guys low key have a black audience. Like, I'm just talking about, like, everybody listens to them, but a lot of them low key, high key have like straight up black audiences that will listen to this rhetoric. So that's the actual funny part. The only thing that was really off in this conversation is that you're used to seeing black people be religious, and you're used to seeing the Glacier Man usually argue from a religious standpoint. I mean, from an atheist standpoint. You're used to seeing black men argue from a religious standpoint, and you're used to seeing the Glacier guy argue from an atheist standpoint. Now it's the other way around. The funny part is that when America is in chaos, black people be chilling. When America's doing well, black people be in chaos. Like, it's the craziest dynamic, that if somebody never pointed it out to you, I would beg you to pay attention. But the thing is that it's kind of like, and I'm guilty of it. I make sure, sometimes when I cross the street, I cross with a whole bunch of white people crossing. Even if they're crossing at the wrong time. When I cross the street, a lot of times I cross when white people are crossing, because I don't believe cars will hit white people. I mean, obviously that's not true. But you know what I'm talking about. Honestly, I think that's the safest time to cross the street, when a bunch of white people are crossing. But that's the crazy part. You know what I'm saying? That Andrew will catch a black ear before he will catch the ear of the people that he wants to hear what he's saying. UFO said Corey Wayne is another lame. You said niggas think Brad can give them access to white women. Ain't no nigga with access to all races of women listening to a white dating coach. Brutal honesty. I feel you. D Chicago said, then what do you call this space then? The majority of these guys are incels. This ain't the incel sector. Even though a lot of guys here, a lot of them probably are a little bit sexually deprived. But this ain't the actual incel sector. It actually gets worse. Go over to Facing LMS's chat. Go over to if they still around, Wheat Waffles and them niggas, man. Oh, it gets worse. You got dudes over here that make dudes here look like a church girl.
Religion or church is the way, right? So telling him that it's not the way is not going to get you anywhere because that his brand depends on it. So it doesn't even make sense to have the discussion when he's not even coming in there to hear you out. He's not coming in there to hear you out. He's coming in there to argue with you. That's it. Now, debate is going back and forth, but if you're not trying to listen, then what's the point of having a debate? If you're not even open to what I'm suggesting, if you're not even listening to it, if you're not even trying to understand where I'm coming from or what I'm saying, then what's the point? Anyway, man. Anyway. This was a real waste of time, man. But I just wanted to show again. Here's another example of Brad showing, a black male that they don't rock with you because Brad is not your friend.
Nasty. It was nasty work.
All right.
See that, honestly.
I wonder what Myron and Cooley will probably say about this. But all right, let's see what Poor Man's Podcast said. Let's take a look at the various different responses to this. Kind of go further in.
I've been with the divorce attorneys, and what they'll tell you is, hey, listen, you can get married in a ritual, you can get married in the orthodoxy, you can get married off record. But if she files and that woman is hell-bent on saying, we got married, I don't care if it was a ceremony where we walked on coals with our feet bare, that's considered a marriage. You also have common law. You have a lot of other ways for that woman to establish marriage.
How does your way eliminate common law?
I don't have any way to eliminate common law. So what I have is a way for men to avoid.
Well, then the
being
argument's
used.
silly.
No, the argument's not silly. So here's what you have. You have a if proposition, which doesn't exist for most men. Most men aren't religious. Most men aren't looking for.
Wait, but most men are religious, aren't they?
No.
Most men, I'm pretty sure. Most men.
No, a lot of guys aren't religious. You'd be surprised.
In America are religious. I'm pretty sure. Like a lot of times atheists think that they're in the majority, but atheists aren't in the majority. I don't know if they're practicing their religion, but I'm pretty sure a majority of the men in America are actually religious.
For religious orthodoxy, so it doesn't apply. So you're taking a moral standard or a religious standard to apply to people who aren't under that veil.
So let's start with a couple of things you said which are fundamentally untrue. Most men are religious, in fact, including in this country. Most of them, not some of them.
But they're not religious.
Hang on. I didn't interrupt.
I understand, but let me just take that point. Most aren't under your religion.
Okay.
We can agree.
And this is the thing. This is why this is one of the topics that people shouldn't really talk about openly in these spaces. Because let me give y'all the game. Just because you believe in God or know that God exists or have a concept of God doesn't make you religious. That's just you believing or knowing that God exists. Just because you believe that God exists doesn't make you religious. Keep that in mind. Like a religion, when you have a religion, it's a practice. All right, it's practice. Most people aren't practicing their quote unquote religion. Just because you believe in God don't make you religious, mind you.
With that.
So here's the thing, though. But Catholicism and Orthodoxy is growing
There's people that believe in God and serve the devil every day.
rapidly. And if it's the case that the ecclesiastical structure is already there, which it is, right? If you're going to cohabitate with a woman, the thing that you're offering right now is common law marriage anyway. If there's cohabitation at all, you're not protecting anybody from that. At least under my model, it gives an ecclesiastical structure that's designed to prevent divorce by applying community pressure. That was the way it was always done. Apply the application of community pressure within the confines of the woman's social circle. Right now, do you agree with me, for instance, that many divorces happen because women like to yap? So you get a freshly divorced woman, and she's free. You go, girl. Girl power. And she starts talking to her little
shout
friends.
out to the
And
Lapeef
she starts
Network
telling
in
them
the
how
chat.
liberating it is and how great it is and this and that. And this is why when women have divorced friends, their likelihood of divorce actually
He said, any dude with real life access to women can look at Andrew and tell he's educated. He's an educated white lame. Only chicks looking for a come up, entertaining. But that dude, entertaining that dude. This shit's ridiculous. Man, I think Andrew's cool. You know, I will say this though. If Coach Greg Adams wifed up a single mother, you wouldn't hear the end of it. That would have probably been the whole. People would have skipped all of this religious talk and would have just zoomed in on that.
rapidly increases.
Yeah.
It's for this reason.
Divorce is contagious.
So if it's the case that this social contagion is eliminated because now we have an
And that's
ecclesiastic
why you got to be careful of the people that are around you, because misery loves company. You show up late to work, show up late to meetings, show up late to a class, it always feel good when somebody walk in late with you. That's because misery loves company. And if you hanging around a bunch of single people as a woman or divorced people, you're in dangerous territory because you eventually become like the people you are around. I always say it, but if you live in Mexico for long enough, eventually you're going to start speaking Spanish. So you always got to be careful. It's definitely contagious.
structure and ecclesiastical authority, which won't grant it because you get ostracized from that social group through excommunication, for instance,
Yeah.
or not being able to participate anymore with that community. That's an application of a serious and significant social pressure, which can do the very thing you want. Bring back that great institution, absent the state, and it avoids this whole problem of common law marriage. Because if it's the case that you can be common law married anyway inside of a state, and they can, get grounds for divorce on that anyway, then we actually need to have some social pressures to prevent.
Yeah, but I mean, hey, a lot of listen, a lot of he has an asshole element to him, UFO, and like I know, a lot of women will find that attractive. So he end up getting locked down. There you go. What's going on, Ghostman Kang? Everybody, welcome to the show. Please hit the like button. If you guys are coming in, please hit the like button. Salute, bro. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. We are 3 hours and 20 minutes into the madness, giving you guys a great show. Hey man, we're gonna get to some politics soon. Oh, Gail, you didn't remind me. Hold on. That's not how we do. Shout outs to Gail at night. Let's run over before we get into some more bullshit. Oh, look at Doug DeMiro reviewing the Porsche Boxster. Hold on. Channel real quick. Why are y'all judging a married man? That's hilarious. Shout outs to Gail at night. Hold on, give me 1 second. While I learn how to work the YouTubes. All right. Gail got a poll up, y'all. Make sure y'all head over there. Let's get these votes up. Let's talk about accountability. Let's talk about accountability. Which one of these four figures do you feel hurt the black FB/FBA community the most? Ooh, this is good. Umar, not Jay Morrison. Arona. I'm not gonna lie. Off GP Gail, I gotta say Sin. Look, she got 25%. Damn, we got 75%. Umar, that's funny. Oh my goodness. Let me share this real quick. This is funny. Oh my god. I'm gonna share it again and let people know to sub to you. Oh my god. Umar, Cynthia G, Jay Morrison, or Rhoda. Oh Lord. Hold on. Uh-oh. I guess I'm the only one that voted for Cynthia. Damn, it was 100% Umar. Umar didn't do nothing, man. Y'all get all y'all y'all get off my boy Umar's back. Umar doing the best he can. That's hilarious. Y'all make sure y'all head over there and place your votes. Who do y'all think ruined the black community or messed up the FBA community? I don't think Umar would fall under FBA though. Umar is way more ooh shit. Umar is way more mainstream. For sure. For sure.
Prevent them from doing that.
Yeah, but my issue is why don't men just attack the state? And by the way, I see some super chats coming in. I really appreciate you guys. I'm going to get to them eventually. I just want to make sure I get through some of the content and we get deeper into the discussion.
Shout outs to Link. Hold on. Let me see what Link said. Hold on. Link says, Kuda, you see Red Supreme playing all the Tariq crispy hits last night? No, I didn't see it. But Tariq's crispy repertoire is funny as hell with that damn doll. Tariq is like one of the most pettiest men on the planet. Yeah, man, Link, I'm a bit under the weather also, but hey, I gotta work, bro. I make sure I show up for you guys and work my ass off. You did? 3 hours and 25 minutes into the madness. Thank you, bro. Definitely bless me and bless you and bless everybody here. Happy holidays to everybody here. Degenerate said, Cynthia G is not FBA. She's pirate descent. Yeah, y'all were killing me with that Somalian shit. He said, I don't give a shit if he's married or not. He's a lame ass smart mouth Brad. Keep playing dumb. UFO got a history with the Bradatad-tads.
I interrupt with super chat. I appreciate y'all though, but why don't men just attack the state? What's preventing men from attacking the state? Why would we honor a system that no longer values the?
Because men just want to be left alone. We've asked these questions more than a decade ago. Men just want to chill. They want to be left alone. You know what I'm saying? And especially niggas. Nigga, you go up there to raise hell about your baby mama or your wife doing some foul shit and fuck around and spend the weekend in jail getting locked up over an unpaid traffic ticket. That's another reason. You go up there looking for just us. That's all you find. Just us. You go up there trying to stop your baby mama from doing some stupid shit and you spend the night in jail over a traffic ticket. That don't look good. Let's go.
Soul of the man or a man, and it doesn't even adhere to its part of the social contract. Why would we uphold that system, and why would we keep supporting that system that no longer values men? Because men get all the say in what goes on. Why don't men just attack the system that for some reason we support. And I have a theory about this. When I look up and I pull up the Gen Z statistics and how they support all of this egalitarian equality stuff that's been pumped for the past 30 years.
And I'm moving into that trope, y'all. I'm moving into that trope. If you are actively SBEing women, you believe in egalitarianism. You know, you believe if you're really SBEing women, you believe in if you're openly SBEing women, you believe in equality more than they do. Trying to get them to see where you're coming from. All right, let's go.
The support for this stuff it's steeply going down. But the issue is right now is boomers are like 170 years old. They want to hold on to all the positions of power, and they don't understand the problems that young men bring to them about the current dating market because they got married 40 years ago. And so they don't want to solve any of the issues. It seems like they're just buying out time until they maybe pass away and then just kick the can down the road. But my question is, why don't men take powers into their own hands and just attack the state, attack the laws? I mean, we kind of get all the say. I don't understand why we act as if we have to be passive when it comes to things that we allowed feminists to change over time. We can change them back pretty easily, actually.
So it sounds like
pretty easy.
Women don't know what to do with power.
We agree marriage is awesome for men. Divorce is terrible for them. So it seems like we should be attacking the divorce structure here, and it doesn't seem like you actually have anything to do that other than just avoid the thing that's great for you, because this other bad side effect could happen.
Sure, that's like smoking cigarettes.
So why don't we attack the bad side effect when we have the mechanism to do it? It's not if, we do it now.
Okay, so like smoking cigarettes is the same analogy you're saying. Okay, here, cigarettes in this situation, we obviously know it has negative side effects, so you would avoid it. Now, here's the issue that I have with it. It sounds great on paper.
UFO said, I'm not letting guys like Andrew tokenize me. I feel you, bro. I know what you mean. I used to, I used to stay on, college campuses and stuff like that. Gail, did you leave out and come back? We headed over to your channel. Those options are bogus. Not Umar, Cynthia G, Rhoda, and Jay Morrison. I'm the 25% that voted for Umar. I mean, voted for Cynthia G. That's some nasty work right there, Gail. I said the bald eagle. The bald eagle caused way more damage. All right. You said, I mean, to be fair with the SBE dudes, as a society, we were taught to believe that we were taught to believe in equality and strive for equal society. That's bullshit, degenerate. I mean, society lied to a lot of brothers and told them that shit was equal. But as a kid, when you and your sister or you and a girl got, even in school, when a girl did something, she skated on while you got disciplined. And you learned this as a kid. So we definitely, you know what I'm saying? We definitely find out as kids that shit ain't equal or sweet. You know what I'm saying? At least not for us. When a girl did something wrong, a girl can murder a man and she'll get candy. You murder a man, you go into jail. You know? A female King Von locked up for a long time. They gotta go. A female King Von, they go through hell to keep her out. Link says, cause when it's anarchy, ain't no one trying to put it back together. For sure. Absolutely, bro. You already know. Yeah, it's just easier to chill. But that's what fucked up a lot of men. I've been saying that for years. I'm like, damn, you know. Shout outs to Gail at night. Yes, please hit the Cash App. Please hit the PayPal, guys. Bringing y'all a great show today. Ironing it out. Giving y'all the best commentary ever. All right. You said 3 hours and 32 minutes into the madness. You said it's almost like y'all forget y'all your active members in a space that doesn't believe in dating women. They believe in dating women. That's all the space talks about till it's blue in the face. They believe in dating women too much. Gail said, "I'm just trying to prove a point. We've never seen any of them we've never seen any of them in an orange jumpsuit, and we know at least one has scammed millions from the black community. I'm just saying. Well, we seen Rhoda in a jumpsuit. I saw that picture. I was going to tag you in it. She was in a jumpsuit, and this is the thing. And I said this a minute ago, Gail, and this is the thing. If you supported Dr. Umar in his school and felt scammed, I said this openly. I want black people to actually give themselves a pat on the back. You know what I'm saying? And it's not because Umar possibly scammed or did some disingenuous shit. I commend when black people spend their money with black people. You know what I'm saying? It's the gesture. It's like, even though he probably did scam a bunch of black people, that, you know, the gesture is more than enough for a bunch of black people. You know what I'm saying? Like your heart was in the right place. I'd rather black people be spending money with black people and get scammed over than anywhere else. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. Like I don't know how to explain it. It's like, at least your heart was in the right place, because a lot of black people don't support other black people. You know? So I rather a lot of black people, even though it sucks, and it like, you know, it damn near proves every single stereotype that, you know, a lot of blacks feel towards other blacks. I just want to say that, at least people's hearts were in the right place. Bad enough it's to support any cause. So I just, how I look at it is that it's a step, for black people. Aside from whatever he did, I think it's a step. I think that's still a big step for black people to actually, support another black person. And then also, it might be a little janky, but he said the school is still opening, so I don't know. He said he's married to a woman with low self-esteem. Only a lame nigga thinks that's a flex. Hilarious. He said all but one on the poll is FBA. Yeah, I think Umar is a Pan-African, but I'm not sure if he's FBA. He never really gets into that jargon. I guess because Tariq, him and Tariq get into it, Yeah, if you're a Brad, they take you to Burger King before you go to jail, and they put the crown on you before they put you in the car. And you don't hear these serial shooters and unsubscribers in jail going through no bullshit. Look at how the Charlie Kirk situation then disappeared. Look at how the Charlie Kirk situation then disappeared. All you heard was old boy was in there in a turtle suit, and then that was it. On to the next one. People that forgot about already. I'm not gonna lie, man. The effects of the internet, bro. people are warped nowadays, man. Humanity is warped. For sure. You said I didn't say they were FBA, but black slash. Yeah. I got you, Gail. Yeah, I got you. We were laughing at the poll. It was a funny poll. Yeah, and out of all pictures of Cynthia G, you chose that one. Hold up. I left you a comment too, but out of all pictures of Cynthia G, oh my god, she don't even look like that no more. She got an alien head. Cynthia G and Doja Cat got the same head, but Rhoda, that's hilarious. But make sure you guys head over to Gail's channel and check out her poll, for sure. All right, let's get back into this. Let me read the comments. I got you guys.
Paper, but we can't travel to the land of make-believe. It sounds great. The majority of people probably wouldn't do it. And if you ask a guy, which this is an important part, they're not even prepared to even talk about that. They don't even know what divorce laws are. So you're asking them to travel to the land of make-believe under a marriage system that small percentage of people use. No one uses it today. You might have said they used it to the past. Today, that doesn't exist. So we can't travel to the land of make-believe to make marriage work for you. It might work in your marriage, but it doesn't work for the greater structure.
Your argument here contradicts itself because on the one hand, you say men don't know enough about marriage, but my assumption is that your mission is to let men know about marriage?
Absolutely.
Okay, well then, I don't understand how it's the land of make-believe if you can let them know about this, but I can't?
Sure.
Right,
so you can offer that.
Well, this is the thing, because also, too, Coach Greg Adams, there was actually a lot of miscommunication here, because Coach Greg Adams, when he said let men know about marriage, he's talking about the effects, and things that can happen to you in a divorce. Whereas Andrew's like, I'm trying to get people married. We're not, Coach is coming from a divorce standpoint. Andrew's coming from a, hey, people need to, get together. They need to be in a covenant,
So if I am, it sounds like I'm offering a real alternative to what you're offering. And here's what you're offering. Men, marriage is great. It's a great institution. It's the best for children. These are your words. In marriage, right? Men seem to thrive. Their health seems to thrive. Everything seems to thrive. You're saying, well, the problem is
But
that
see,
divorce...
here's the issue with the health argument and the health being better is it's also the case that women tend to select for men who are healthy. So married men tend to live longer than single men because if there's a man that has a disability,
I don't know. I know, you know what? Other than being a caretaker and stuff like that, I never really believed that stat that married men are they live longer. I don't really believe that stat because I know a lot of guys that are in hell with women. I know a lot of guys that are in hell with women, and they ain't finna live long.
Or a man that might have a certain mental issue that might cause him to, make super risky decisions that might eventually lead to him dying, or whatever it may be. Women seem to select for healthier men, so that's why it skews the health statistics. And as far as the wealth statistics,
I mean, a lot of guys, other than their diet and stuff like that, they're kind of inside chilling and shit like that. Niggas ain't climbing up ladders and electrocuting themselves and all kinds of other stuff. Men, we're dumb as hell. I mean, I get it. We can be doofuses. I think that's the word. Doofus. We can be doofuses when we're single. But most men ain't on a roof in July. Most niggas ain't electrocuting themselves. Shout outs to New. Most dudes ain't shocking themselves and doing all kinds of shit and getting bitten by radioactive spiders and all kinds of shit like that. So, as long as you ain't doing stupid shit, most dudes ain't swanton bombing off they roof of their house and shit. So, I don't know.
Statistics, it's the same way too. Women tend to marry men who have a little bit more. So men who have more tend to be more likely to get married. Therefore, married men make more than single men. So,
rates are high.
It's one of those things.
However,
you got to look all the way into
that
it.
You haven't covered. One, it depends on demographic too. For instance, if you're black, it's going to be way worse than if you're white.
Correct.
Okay, way worse. And also, socioeconomics matters, right? Demographics in general matter. So you can do a lot, actually, including prenuptial agreements. You can have a prenuptial agreement with the ecclesiastical authority without the state even involved. And it seems like that would mitigate your risk to damn near nothing.
You said if about 50 times
So did
today.
you.
Now, here's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you when, all right? We're already in this system. You're going outside of the system to create a scenario for me to argue
What
against.
system are you going outside of?
We're talking about marriage is typically done with the state. Almost everyone does it this way.
Typically
so now
is not-
hold
is
on for a
not
second. Hold on
must.
for a second. You've
Typically
moved the
doesn't mean
goalposts.
anything.
You've moved the goalposts to a scenario of if. And you're arguing
is.
from the if.
Is.
No, hold on for a second. You're arguing from the if perspective.
It is perspective.
No, listen.
It is.
Give
the
me a
if
chance to
perspective.
listen.
All right,
Give
I'll
me a
give you
chance.
Was the
Go ahead.
fifth
You're
week already
arguing
drunk?
from a very small percentage point. Now you're saying demographics, and we can talk about that, but you're still trying to get me to argue in your cloud of if. That's the land of make believe. Most people, by far, are married to the state. Not only that, your land of make believe still exists. The prenup with the ecclesiastics, you can write whatever you want in that prenup. It only matters in the divorce. That's the reality. So I'm still dealing in reality. You're in the clouds. Hold on for a second. You're in the clouds. So let's take the demographics.
Okay.
In your scenario, it sounds like, which would be fair, your primary concern is with white people.
No, it's with
Hold on for a second. You said with black people, the demographics, the chances high.
I think he's more concerned about Christians. I think Wilson's more concerned about Christians.
Yeah.
So have you discovered the ecclesiastics approach to black people married within this?
Yes.
However,
We were married at significantly higher rates not very long ago. And that's why when we talk about these things, people talk about this world of women not sleeping around and people not sleeping around, promiscuity just being like people having sexual discipline.
That's another thing too. When feminism was hitting those white families hard, black people were married at a higher rate. So we got sold up the creek, but let's go.
And when we talk about actual marriage, people talk about these concepts as if they're impossible, but it's like it was just that way very, very recently, and we know how we got to where we are, and you can't undo it. You literally can undo it with social engineering, just like how we did it with social engineering. You can undo it with social engineering too.
their demographics, economics, which all do affect marriage, has nothing to do in the land of the clouds or the make-believe with Ecclesiastics. It's all going to be...
Welcome back. What's going on, Anthony? Shout outs to Anthony Southeast in the building. Good to see you, bro. Happy holidays. Yeah, a lot of people are saying Coach lost, but a lot of people are saying Coach didn't lose. A lot of people are saying Coach won. You know? So, Anthony, you're on the side that Coach lost? You said because he never said it was a future, because he said it's doomed. Okay. Shout outs to Anthony. Yeah, Warmaster said Coach could have done better, but Coach didn't like outright lose. Ghostman said, what exactly is the goal of their debate? I don't know. I thought they were going to... I think they need to do another topic. Like, this topic was kind of meh. Just don't get married, you know?
Well, down to in the law. And there's no church reverend that's going to go into your household to make sure there's social pressure on your wife. Do you know any?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know any that can cover all marriges? That
Yes.
answer is no.
Yes. And by the way, when you keep...
Are we in reality? Or
I'm
are we
trying.
in the clouds?
When
I mean,
you're-
we're not arguing
I was
anything
just trying-
legitimate.
I was just trying to-
This is in the land of make believe.
Well, when I'm allowed to respond, let me
Okay,
know.
give me a second.
Go ahead.
Let me finish this point.
Go ahead.
You're imagining. Your imagination is great.
All right, 3 hours and 46 minutes into the madness. Please support the show. Throw something on the pot. It's Player Talk Radio. Trying to reach a goal. Let's get it. It's Player Talk. Let's go.
John Lennon would be great. You know, you would be proud of you at this particular point.
But I'm imagining all the people.
You're imagining all the people
CGA talking in riddles right now.
under a situation and a structure that you brought in here, all right? But the state highly governs this, and the state highly governs divorce. I'm dealing in a reality situation where I'm trying to counsel men to give information to.
Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna let this play. I'll be right back.
The best thing you've told me is that you're willing to give men
Please
the
support the
option
show.
to do this. Are they willing to all do this option? The answer is probably not, just like they're not willing to do what I'm telling you.
But see, I'm in the middle though, because CGA seems kind of defeatist, and I'm like, fuck, man. Hey, I was about to start cursing. Man, forget them feminists, bro. Why should we let them just hijack these systems that are supposed to benefit not just women? They're supposed to benefit children. The whole point of marriage was never to benefit the man or the woman. It was to build stability for children. That was the whole point of it. And when you add in no-fault divorce, you completely take away the whole point. If the point is to have stability for children and a woman can leave the marriage whenever she wants because of no-fault divorce, then you essentially just have a relationship where the man is 100% liable for anything that goes wrong. But he doesn't have any authority over if it can go wrong because the woman can just leave without him having any say in it. So right now with the contract for men is they want men to take on the responsibility, really sacrifice freedom, because when a man will always choose his freedom over responsibility until he has people that he loves, that he feels like he needs to be responsible for. And men will usually take on a huge responsibility when it comes to marriage, and we sign up for that to have a level of authority over the what happens in our households. And with this no-fault divorce stuff, it's completely destroyed that part of the contract, because you have all the responsibility with no authority because the woman can just leave. So it's completely destabilized the whole point, and people oftentimes forget marriage was never about male or female happiness. It was about stability for children. And so when you ask, like, is marriage worth it? If you're talking about for the kids, 110%. I mean, you just don't get better results in any other circumstance. And I'm saying specifically between a man and a woman. I don't care if you a dog and a cat, or a man and a man, or a woman and a woman. Statistically speaking, the best results you get in terms of stability and development for kids is when a man and a woman are in the confines of marriage. It's just the truth. So I don't understand why we would let these feminists hijack a system that or just let them hijack it. So I'm kind of in the middle. I don't think you have to go super religious marriage. I think it helps, statistically speaking. People can say sky daddy in the sky, but if you look at the statistics when applied to life, the more you attend church as a couple, the less likely you are to divorce. That matters, applied. Regardless of if you believe in the concepts as an atheist or not, that matters when applied. Religious people have more children. They report more percentages of happiness after 5 years of marriage. All types of different statistics that supports that having religion behind your marriage and having meaning behind the words you say because you are religious makes a difference. When you make these vows, you're not just saying silly words. You're not just talking shit. You actually mean for better or for worse. A vow isn't something you just say. You're making a vow before God if you're.
Yeah, you go before the Lord. Now, this is the thing too, though. I ain't gonna lie. Atheist and manosphere marriages, they seem weird because a lot of times it ain't before God. You know, I don't know how those marriage ceremonies go, but hey, you know. But let's go. Shout outs to everybody here. Shout outs to the mods. Let's get it.
Religious, and a vow to her family and her as her protector and leader. So these things all matter and they all make sense. So yeah, if you're religious, applying that religion that Andrew's talking about definitely does help the marriage, but you don't have to be hyper religious. And you don't have to give up and just say we just don't need marriage anymore because it doesn't benefit men. Go back and attack the systems like we had before, and men have all the power to do this. There's literally nothing stopping men from just saying fuck all. We're gonna attack the system. There's nothing stopping.
Not out. Hold on. Welcome to the show, bro. Happy holidays. I know you probably watching from the clouds. Shout outs to And1 Play 5 dropping the huge $3 on the Cash App. Thank you, bro. Good to see you, man. I appreciate you. Thank you, everybody, for supporting the show, getting closer to our goal. And you know where we going. Let's get it.
All right, we going. What a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna beat about $400. Just give me your VIN and the paper, because I'm asked what the what? What a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside. Okay, I told y'all before, y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me, because I do all that.
And that's on who?
And that's on who?
Well,
Man had a little lamb. Okay. Shout
outs to And1 Play 5. I appreciate you, man. Welcome to the show. I know you in the clouds, probably working. I got you guys. We all here working. Going over this again. Let me know, And1, whenever you get the chance. Who do you think won the debate? Who do you think won the debate? Coach or Andrew?
Men from doing that. I don't know why men seem so defeatist when it comes to this feminist BS. Men have all the power. I think guys have forgotten about that, but men have all the power to change everything. That's like the whole point.
We're both attempting, which is a good thing. It's noble. However, your situation rarely exists. Can we talk about the reality of what exists?
Sure.
Absolutely. So let's take your moral religious crusade out of it and talk about the reality.
Yeah, let's
Are
not.
you willing to do that?
Yeah, well, here's the thing.
See, you're not willing to do that because it's all based on your reality.
Guess what? It's a debate, and I will argue my points from my view, how I see fit, not
Good to see you, man.
for you to go.
Thanks again.
What I'm not going to do is expect to be arguing from the land of make believe.
Yeah, but it's
okay.
Not,
all right. So
okay,
anybody
my
have
turn? My turn.
Anybody
Relax.
have the anybody have the sound effect for the television show where the train comes through, Mr. Rogers?
Let me know
because I want to be on. I want to be on Earth.
Yeah. Let me know.
All right.
Let's let Andrew respond.
Yeah. So the thing is it's funny that you bring up "Imagine All the People" of John Lennon, which is an anti-religious song, and hilariously enough, was designed to assist with female empowerment. Isn't that hilarious? But the thing here is you keep on saying that what I'm offering is make-believe, but it's not. It's been governing the Orthodox and Catholic Church for 2,000 years, including in this country. Now, here, let me give you an example, for instance, the Amish, right? Do you know what the divorce rate is among them? It's almost non-existent, yet they're still governed by the same laws of the land that you're speaking to. So sounds like if I give a counter, if I say, look, I can give you a way, a methodology, in which you can utilize the religious ecclesiastical institution which has existed for 2,000 years and has right now the lowest divorce rates right this second as we speak. Not make-believe land, not hundreds of years in the future, right this second, as opposed to the system you have of common law divorce, which is sky high and you can't do anything about it. That's what is true. So pointing out what is true is right now you can have a prenup. That is true. What is true is prenups.
Shout outs to And1 Play 5. Who do you think won this debate, And1? Everybody's saying that Coach got cooked. But there's a lot of people on Coach's
usually
side.
held up in court. That is true. What is true is that you can have a marriage outside of a state because it's a religious institution anyway. You never have to have a license with the state. It's never been necessary. And if you do, the only way that can be done is if it's sacramental. And if it's sacramental, it's governed now by the church. That's going to be the community the women are a part of. And so the thing is like, that sounds like a real viable solution. What's yours? More fucking degeneracy? Go out and play the field, hump a lot of chicks? How's that going to help anybody do anything? That's been the progressive mantra for 100 years. Isn't it wonderful? Your turn.
All right, we're returning back to Earth. Now, first things first.
I'm going to just be completely honest, too. When it comes to just getting older and sleeping with a bunch of women, when people talk about that as men, you're talking about a small minority of men who are even capable of that. And usually those relationships that you're going to get into with younger women are going to be transactional. I'm sorry, but I do not.
Okay, I was just about to say that. It's not a small minority of men that's going to get to do that. If you have some money, you can just really up your body count in an unimaginable way that you've never even thought possible. Like, you literally can have a career out here dating hoes with just a bankroll and a cell phone. Let's go.
At some point in my life, I don't want to have to go hunt for coochie. I want to be involved in my grandkids' lives, teach my sons how to do skills, teach them things about life so that they have advantages that other people's kids don't. I want to be involved in that stuff. I don't want to be chasing coochie at 60. It's just not, it's not appealing to me. So yeah, like when people talk about men getting older and having the ability to sleep with just women that they may meet, it's like, yeah, that's possible for a small minority of men, but who wants to be that guy at the bar? You know? Who wants to be that guy? At some point, life has to be more than coochie. Is that at 50? Are we allowed to like have a family and do like family reunions and shit? Nobody want to be chasing coochie at 55.
When it comes to this, back in reality, there's no God in marriage. So Mr. Sky Daddy, God, religion, that's all great, but there's no God in marriage. At this particular point, when you go...
But this is the thing, though. In spaces like this, guys like Coach Greg Adams is always going to win because you have a lot of guys here that are anti-marriage but complain about non-functional relationships all day while wanting a functional relationship. And I'm not saying that marriage is the most functional relationship, but marriage is a landmark and a staple in functional relationships.
Through a marriage. If one person decides to not obey the Holy Bible or whatever you're thumping, you have no basis to keep that marriage together. If she decides to leave the church and decides not to listen or excommunicate herself, she's now under the state.
It kind of makes no sense arguing about functional relationships if quote unquote marriage ain't on the ballot.
Agree. Now, when you're getting divorced, which I'm assuming you've been divorced.
Well, I mean, that's a hell of an assumption to make.
Have you been divorced?
Well, I mean,
have you been married?
Can you tell me, if you can tell me how that has any merit?
Give me a second, because if you've been through one, you would know that there's no God in the divorce court, in the family court. There's no God in there. No one asked you.
There is the state in there.
There is the state. So that's what we're arguing from. Yeah, that's when you get married. So you're telling me if, and I'm telling you, well, this is what's going to happen.
Well, the problem is Coach Greg Adams is basing his argument around the negatives of divorce, but Andrew Wilson's saying to him that when you have the marriage, the religious marriage that Andrew's talking about, statistically speaking, your chances of divorce are significantly lower. When you have the secularist marriages that we have today, that we have in America, where people don't believe in the words that they're saying and they believe they should be able to leave just because they're quote unquote unhappy, the statistics are heavily skewed. If you look at the divorce rates for women who have already been married in their second marriage, it's like 60 or 70% for a woman on her second marriage. And if that's added to the pool, it's significantly skewed. So I think that Coach Greg...
And you know what's crazy? What's going on, Sugar Bum? You know what's crazy? If a man gets married 2 or 3 times, everybody roasts him. But if a woman be in like 2-3 marriage, nobody says nothing about her. And don't bring up J-Lo because her shit is out of control. And the fucked up part is that J-Lo still gets a pass. Maybe because she's from the block.
Adams is making his whole point around divorce, but Andrew's saying, well, you can avoid the reason why you're saying that it's not worth it. If I can avoid that, statistically speaking, if I'm significantly, say, even if it's 70-30, 70-30, that's pretty good odds for a marriage, especially if you understand, like if you value the relationship. That's pretty good. That's pretty good odds.
Even if you took Sky Daddy into court,
it's way better than the secular statistics, which are like 50-50 at this point.
They would say you pray to the judge. The judge is the authority in the court. So the God argument is a nice, interesting argument, and I probably am not going to stay on the conversation very long because That's your God. That's your sky daddy. That's your religion. I have a different religion. So who gives you who gives you the authority to change?
What is your religion?
He's an atheist.
Does anybody know CGA's religion? I've seen significantly more Andrew Wilson lately than I have CGA. So I'm not 100% on CGA, but I wonder what his religion is then. Is it just like nihilism or hedonism? Like just seek pleasure, just do things.
What's going on, Sugar Bum?
Things that because you feel life is
happy holidays,
meaningless, just seek pleasure and sleep around till you're 70?
Change the understanding, the conversation to your religion. That's your religion.
I'm not changing the conversation.
Okay, so it only works if it only works if you believe in your sky dad. That's the only way it works, and that's the only way you're going to advise men.
We're talking about mitigating
okay, he's not
risk.
religious. Oh,
no. We're talking about can men get into a marriage today only under your sky daddy? That's what we're assuming.
Okay.
Now, can they do it otherwise?
Yeah, you can have secular marriage.
Okay, go ahead and explain.
Okay, yeah,
Make it work.
I just did. So
make it work.
The argument that you have is that marriage is great. It's a great institution.
We already covered this.
Well, what made it great?
We already covered
What
this.
made it great?
Can we go into why it would make it work for your secular? That's the question I ask you. You're asking me questions back. Go ahead and answer the question.
So if you're talking about secular marriage, there's never been any point to it.
I'm sorry?
There's never been any point to secular marriage, ever.
Uh-oh.
Never.
He about to make somebody
what would
mad.
ever be the point of secular marriage? It's always been a religious institution. That's what made it great. Now, when you say it's a great institution, what made it great for secularists, other than the fact that Sky Daddy and God had all these enforcement arms and those things had to be enforced socially?
And
like,
that's
for
one
instance,
of the reasons,
men were
and the religious backing is one of the reasons, especially that gay marriage was never allowed. The reason why marriage is sacred between men and women from the religious perspective is because men and women is the only combination of two people.
Anthony says now whites are more content on black fatigue. Yeah. What I was saying earlier too, though, Anthony, was the white boys are more religious nowadays, man. You know, when shit going down, white people get religious than a motherfucker, man. The reason why this conversation threw off a lot of people because it's usually the white guy playing atheist. So it's kind of odd in this retrospect that you got Coach Greg Adam playing the atheist. You said you can't have a debate with anyone that invokes religion and the Bible because it ends up being morality versus rationality. That's true, and they always misquote the Bible too. They pick and choose. This is why atheists know the Bible more than most Christians, and the Talmud and the Quran more than most people. But atheists be picking and choosing too.
That can create life. Outside of that, you're just in a...
Because they read those books looking for the contradictions in the other books or in the other parts of that book and counter argue. So.
A pretty much a relationship. So because men and women...
You said it's dangerous to marry modern men.
Men can create life. You have to give it you because you want more people in your country. That's a valuable thing to be able to replace your population. You want to have stability for those kids. So you get these two people basically in a contract, whether that be religious or by the state. And through that, you have stability for the kids, and that brings up better kids. But that's one of the reasons. It's because a man and a woman is the only relationship that can procreate, and that was the reason behind marriage.
It happened like 2-3 days ago, Link. When I shared it on the last show, it was probably like 14 hours old, so 2-3 days ago.
For, like I said earlier, stability for children. That's why it was always exclusionary to men and men marriages and female marriages.
Allowed to run away.
It was a religious back.
And women, right? They had to show cause for these divorces. And they had to be good causes. They had to show it for things like infidelity, right? It was all biblically governed. It was all lawfully governed by this Sky Daddy guy you like so little. But that's what made the institution great in the first place. And what you're talking about here, you're making a point that divorce is bad. And yet, I agree. What we're really talking about is how do we...
Somebody said if I get married, I'm going to slap my wife if she questions my extramarital affairs. I don't think that's how much marriage... I don't think that's how don't think
They ended up beefing after Andrew went live and was calling Coach stupid, and then Coach roasted him. I played it earlier. I'll probably spin the block and play it again. It was like 5-10 minutes.
that's how marriage works. I don't think that's how it goes. Somebody said hitting your wife is
Sugar Bum said men aren't marriageable. Men choose when to marry. But then again, women choose when to marry too, because y'all can say yes or no. So
like scratching your own car. It's just stupid. It's pointless. It doesn't really do any good for you.
Mitigate the risk for divorce. And we have two different methods here.
Well, the conversation is marriage good for men. That's the conversation.
But it is. We already said it's good for men. That's not even in dispute.
And now, how do we make it better since they're avoiding it? Since men or women are avoiding it.
It sounds like the thing that you think makes it bad is divorce, not marriage.
Correct.
Then we need to mitigate divorce.
But hold on, Sugar Bum. You said that the white man seems more logical to me, but it's actually Coach Greg Adams that's actually arguing the point that you're arguing.
15 minutes in, and we are in the land of reality. You finally called up. Can you tell me how we can get to the secular marriage? I mean, I've given you a chance. So you're dragging your feet.
So again, secular, there's never been any point to secular marriage ever.
Now listen, marriage is for child creation. It would be great for child community and all of these things. And now listen, by the time the religious aspects got into marriage, they were chopping people's heads off and burning Bibles. So listen, I know we want to take it back to the past and act like the past was better, but there's always a negative part of the past. If you go back and you look at the English, this has all been there. People were getting their heads chopped off. The Crusaders were doing their things across countries, and they were spreading Christianity through threats and violence. What does that have to do with anything? Now, that's what you're trying to uplift. That's what you're trying to uphold.
I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
You wouldn't know what I'm talking about.
I don't.
That's where you're lacking.
I have no idea.
So catch up. You're sitting
What
across
does the
from me.
Crusades have to do with divorce?
That was when your holy marriage was the best marriage that you're trying to go to. Now, listen.
But the Crusades were a response to Islam moving into Europe, right? Or Islam conquering Europe. It was a pushback by the Christians.
1950s? Were we crusading in the 1950s?
No.
What the hell are you talking about?
You talked about the institution of marriage for 2,000.
Right, degenerate. This conversation was pre-fucked. A white Christian and a black atheist. Charlie Kirk would have actually done good in this debate. If it was Charlie Kirk versus Coach, that would be interesting.
Years.
Yeah.
Sir, do you need me to catch you up on what you're talking about? You're having trouble keeping up with me.
Do you know what
you're having trouble keeping up with me. You said 2,000 years ago.
Truly,
and I told you 2,000 years ago, they were chopping people's heads off.
Which has what to do with anything?
I need you to catch up with me, sir.
Okay.
If you want to take things back to the past, you have to accept everything as the past. You can't just cherry pick. Now, here's the thing. You're cherry picking. If you want to take things back to tradition, take it all the way back. Why stop at the 50s? Take it back to the 1890s.
What you're saying right now is so incoherent. I actually don't even understand
Well,
it.
that's what. Listen, when you're running out of bullets, when you're running out of bullets, the last thing you do is the shame. All right, listen,
I'm not even trying to shame you. It's just incoherent.
I need you to catch up with me.
Okay, catch me up.
Just say you're lacking if you can't keep it up.
It's
all right, now here's the problem.
It's incoherent.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem.
I don't know what to tell you.
Here's the problem you're having.
2,000 years ago, they were chopping heads off. Who gives a shit?
Listen,
what does that have
you
to do with
said
anything?
2,000 years ago. I'm coming up with yours. Your holy religious 2,000 years ago. It's been a part of the institution.
What does that have to do with this?
Exactly. Here's the problem. You're cherry picking.
Cherry picking what?
Listen.
I'm listening.
I'm going to slow you down. I'm going to slow you down because I see what you're doing here. I'm going to slow you down.
Okay.
Because it's hard for you to keep up.
It is. You're right.
I understand. I understand because you haven't been across. This is your toughest debate. Your audience knows this.
Oh, it's rough.
There's no God in marriage.
Okay.
In the United States.
Yeah.
Can we agree to that? When you get to divorce, there's no God in marriage.
We can't agree to that.
We need to agree to it because when you go into divorce court, there's no God. You can't bring in your God and your Bible. And at that particular point, none of your ecclesiastics marriage works.
Okay.
Period.
So,
that's because the marriage is already over. I think Wilson's point is to not get to the divorce court where God doesn't exist because you already believe in God. All right, that's the whole point. When you made your vows, you actually had some integrity behind the things that you were saying. I think that's kind of Wilson's point. That's why I feel like they're talking past each other a little bit. Just a tad.
Thing is, you just said, can we agree that there's no God in marriage? And then he switched.
You don't have to agree.
But hang on, calm down. And then you switched over to divorce. There's no God in divorce. But those are two different questions and proposition. Hang on, relax. The second thing is that me saying that what made marriage a great institution is this whole Sky Daddy character, and that the institution has been in place for 2,000 years, and it's been, hang on, calm down.
2,000
and it's
years.
been a strong institution. I'm not actually sure how tying in that at the time they cut people's heads off, what that has to do with the fact that in the 1950s and 40s, you still had 95% of these marriages staying together. This is not ancient history.
Yeah,
this is not even early American history. That's in your grandfather's lifetime, basically.
It was so close.
He said, yeah, coach gave him that work. He said, last thing I'll say is niggas ain't gonna believe some flesh men gonna be working miracles. Laugh out loud. It's not gonna, but it's gonna happen. Link said, giving him. He said, when did coach say he was an atheist? Yeah, he doesn't believe in God and stuff like that. He thinks that God is a concept. You know, I can kind of dig it. You dig? What's going on, party? Party, let me know. Because everybody's saying that coach got cooked. A lot of people saying that he didn't. A lot of people saying Andrew got cooked. A lot of people saying that he didn't. What's your thoughts? Shout outs to Party in the building. Good to see you, bro. You said a man can lay with a woman and lift her out of poverty. When is the last time you saw a woman do that, Sugar? Uh-oh. Ghostman Kang up here arguing with the contrarian feminine. Let me stop. You said, I get what coach is saying. You can't pick and choose different parts of history. Yeah. And then a lot of the history that he's bringing up really don't pertain to black people. Well, let's go.
That part of the problem that we have with actually bringing forth equality and modernizing these marriage laws is that there are people that are still alive from a time when it worked. That's how recent it was when it worked. It's so recent that part of the problem why we can't modernize it is because there was the people who are in power
I would have loved to see Charlie Kirk against coach.
Were alive during a time when it worked.
By the way, that was the case for black marriages as well. Very strong institutions.
Yep.
But all of those institutions were that way.
Black marriages and the black family is what funded the civil rights movement. It funded the Black Panther Party. It funded Malcolm X. And you don't really get that type of leadership unless you have black families. The destruction of the black family is why you don't really have.
I'm not gonna lie. I would be scared as hell to be married to an ungod-fearing woman. Just saying. You said they will be better teaming up. Their message kind of intertwined. Yeah. But the thing is that Andrew's arguing for marriage, and the whole time, I think they misjudged each other because whole time Coach was talking about the effects of divorce. You know. Oh my gosh, yo, Sugar Bum did not use Mary J. Blige as an example. Yo, Sugar Bum used Mary J. as an example. Oh my God. Bro, that is Sugar Bum. That is fucking funny. Oh my God. Yeah, they kind of never was talking to each other. Right.
Very much black representation. Now, regardless of if you agree with the political movements and what the political movements were actually about, I'm just talking about the representation on the forefront. We've gotten to the point now in Black America
Yeah, bro. I mean, I'm just saying, it's not about the woman fearing you or anything like that. But when you date a woman or a person, even as a friend, if you're around somebody that doesn't have like no type of fear, it doesn't necessarily have to be God. But I mean, don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with being fearless, but especially with the woman, bro, the fear ain't gonna start with you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you do got women that fear niggas and don't have a fear of God, but listen, a fear of God. Yeah.
Where the civil rights happened and now everybody just piggybacked backed off of it. Like the left doesn't even value black people anymore. They know that we're going to vote for them no matter what, so they just refuse to do anything. I remember when Trump was going against Biden, and it was Ice Cube created the Platinum Plan for Black Americans. He got a bunch of like black economists together because a country is only as good as the people who are doing the worst. And if you can stimulate the black economy and you get all these experts together on ways to do it, and this man comes up with this plan and puts it all together, and he wanted to present it to both of the presidents to see, or potential presidents, the candidates, to see which ones would hear out the Platinum Plan for Black America. Trump agreed to the meeting and Biden said no. Instead, Biden took a meeting with Cardi B, who's not even a black woman, to talk about black issues. So what I'm talking about here is that black people don't even have representation at the national level anymore. We've just been kind of pushed down. A lot of the leftist movements, they said like 60% of
Not Buddha. Shout outs to Link, man. Link, you ain't missing not one step, bro. Man, I hope you get well, bro. You ain't missing one step. Yeah, you got to be scared of fucking Ishtar or some shit, nigga. You better be scared of a blue elephant, something.
DEI was actually going towards white women getting jobs. But when you look at who the world thinks DEI actually supported, they think it supported black people. And it's because we go to the forefront for all these movements that don't actually even support us. And I just think it's crazy. Like the left now cares way more about gay people and migrants than they do black people. You don't even really hear any discussion.
Because they're a big voting class and they got fuck you money. Gay people got fuck you money. No pun intended. But let's keep it a thou wow. You said niggas still ain't recovered since acting like the Platinum Plan or Ice Cube ain't happened. Yeah, man, those girls on Fox Soul, they told him what's going on.
About specifically the black family too. If you do hear anything about black people, it's more concessions for specifically black women, and I think that's part of the problem when it comes to some of the families being separated in the first place. You don't really support a community by supporting the women in the community, because if you give a man $1 million, he'll say, good, I get to take care of a family. If you give a woman $1 million, she'll say, now I don't need a man. So really, to build a community, you want to support the men in the community, and that's how you really build it. So yeah. What Wilson's saying here in terms of the importance of family, I can completely get behind, because a lot of the great things that black Americans did, we did it in a time where we had very high rates of marriage. It is extremely important. Women who are in marriages are 4 times wealthier than women who are single. There's a reason for that. So by almost every metric, men and women and children do better when they're married. By almost every metric. It's the divorce that's the problem. And I do agree that there has to be something done about the divorce laws if you want men to continue to sign up for the responsibility of marriage.
No problem, Link.
Because they followed that whole Sky Daddy thing. Correct. They were like, oh, that Sky Daddy's going to smite us if we don't. And so what you do here is you're giving the classic progressive argument, which is, well, guys, it is true that it's a great institution, and it is true it's the best place in the world to have children.
Degenerate says, I'm not going to lie, I really would have liked to see what would a Platinum Plan would really do. You know what? Give me 1 second, guys.
Give me 1 second.
Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the Cash App. Cash App scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Please hit the like button. Please hit the PayPal. Please support the show. 4 hours and 21 minutes into the madness. Please support the show. Let me do this. Let me tell y'all this, right? Because this is kind of funny. And I think I said this before, once upon a time or during the election. The thing is that it's guys that have the intellect that were smarter, that kind of, especially as an artist that had the black community in their best interest. And this is what I mean by that, right? I know if you don't know, you might not understand what I'm saying, right? But look at guys like Ice Cube, right? Look at guys like Ice Cube. Ice Cube is very intelligent, okay? And I'm not gonna lie, like he comes from a breed of rappers that went against the system. You know what I'm saying? That went against the system. NWA, I'm not even gonna hold you. Like, look at, all right, like, speaking of New York, because we're gonna be talking about New York really soon, right? Look at rappers like Mash Out Posse, MOP, right? And let's say like Public Enemy #1, and like all of those cats. A lot of those cats, right? They come from an era where they actually was rebelling against the government. You know what I'm saying? They come from an era where they actually was like, yo, F these people. These people ain't looking out for y'all and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, gangster rap kind of, fucked up a lot of shit, to tell you the truth. But in LA, it was just a lot of politics and stuff going on the ground there, right? In LA. But if you go look up Ice Cube's story, how he wasn't trusting Jerry Heller, and he kind of broke away from the group, and he was like the first one to, like, get out of the deal and get a better deal, and finally, like, you don't really hear about Ice Cube getting fucked over with business and stuff like that. Like, Ice Cube is he's actually very smart. But here's the other side to that. Ice Cube was kind of like The Rock to a certain degree. I mean, he didn't get as much roles and stuff that The Rock ended up getting over time, but he was a very popular actor, even though some people say he can't act. But like, they watered down Ice Cube's image. Like, Ice Cube, like, what is it, Ride Along or whatever, Ice Cube became like a dad figure instead of, like fuck that bitch, and like, instead of a rebellious NWA figure, he became like a popular, dad figure. And I hate to say it, but by the time Ice Cube was really trying to roll out that plan, the youth really wasn't connecting with him like that. And Ice Cube, he's good. Like, he know how to rap. He good. He relevant. I mean, not necessarily relevant, but like he, he never really aged out. He just stopped rapping. But the youth, they don't really know him like that. They know the actor him. They don't know the NWA him. They don't know. You know what I'm saying? They don't really know him, like that. I hate to say it. Those girls that he was on the panel with, they know him. But like today's kids, they oh, that's the guy from Are We There Yet? You know what I'm saying? They don't really, know or respect them. And then this is the crazy part, right? And I joked about this several times. When they be having rappers and artists like when the politics actually um endorse a rapper or something like that, the Democrats, they always bring out some old people. Have y'all noticed that? Like they always bring out some old people, good artists, but they're like kind of washed up. They'd be like, "Oh, who we need to perform at a Democratic concert? Oh, we got Missy Elliott," and it's like Missy, or oh, we got Snoop Dogg, or oh, we got just somebody that's kind of like, bruh, they haven't dropped a hit in years, but they're still OGs. They always bring out you know somebody that's like washed up or something going on, or they always bring out some random older seasoned artist. Oh, we're gonna bring out Timberland, or just some wild shit, right? Anyway, what was I about to say? Give me 1 second, guys. But this last election, they actually brought out people that was somewhat relevant, but like it's like okay, kind of like barely. You know what I'm saying? Like they brought out like Meg the Stallion. What the hell is she gonna talk about? I mean, obviously, Cardi B is relevant and stuff like that. But what I'm saying is that it's funny that the OG in hip hop was actually coming with the type of energy that we needed. You know what I'm saying, from hip hop. You know what I'm saying? Like, they be bringing out like fucking Slick Rick and shit, and fucking they be br- they be bringing out Rakim and shit. And shout outs to the God and everything and stuff like that. I like Rakim, but like they bring out people that's like who, you know. But this past year they kind of been bringing out relevant people, so it's like okay, I guess, you know. But I didn't realize it until somebody pointed it out. I was listening to something, I was like, damn, time flies, because she is a A-list rapper. Cardi B is technically A-list. I know a lot of people don't want to say that, and people probably get on. A couple of my DJ friends will probably get on me about that. But Cardi B is an A-list artist. She got hits. So I'm not saying she should be speaking for the community, but it's like okay, where are we going with this? Megan the Stallion. Go look at Kamala's crowd when Megan the Stallion was out there. They look confused in a motherfucker. They didn't know if they should twerk or vote. So it's funny when they actually chose relevant rappers. Everybody was confused. But then somebody that they would have chose if he didn't take a political stance, because they would have had like Snoop Dogg and DPG and maybe Ice Cube and all them dudes out there, but Ice Cube being intelligent, they said hell no. Any other day they would have probably chose Ice Cube. But now that he had a political stance, shit, hell no. All right, let me catch up on y'all comments. But I would have liked to see what the Platinum Plan is gonna do. Y'all hit the like button, please support the show. If you guys are enjoying the show, 4 hours and 30 minutes into the madness. Party said the entertainment of thought was just enough for me, and it was specifically for black people. Like Kuda said, them women told them what it is. Yeah. They wanted something special for them. They wanted a higher spot than everybody else, And it's funny, it's because it's the older women that ain't gonna be. I really hate that for the younger women, that the older women are selling the younger women up a creek, literally, and they're gonna turn around and blame that shit on black men. That's just the name of the game. Older women sell younger women up the creek. They turn around and blame that shit on men, and they blame it on the men that don't have no control. Like, what real control do black men have? You said Cuda went and hid in a bush at the bar to say this. Nah, hell no, hell no, man. I'm packing my stuff, almost about to move. Haven't been to the bar in a long time. I just been working, y'all. I'm working right now. While you guys are working, I'm here. I'm here giving y'all some really good content, putting in this work. Shout outs to everybody here. Shout outs to Party. He said Ice Cube be weaving through the machine. If you really look at him, he really do. He really do. But they had to change his image so many times. It's like people ain't looking at him as a smart, intelligent dude. And Ice Cube is fucking smart. You know. And it ain't you don't even have to be super smart in society today. You just gotta know when somebody's bullshitting you. And if you got a good bullshit meter, hey, you know, a bullshit meter is worth a lot these days. They'll constantly keep going off. You did. You say he get caught up. He get caught up time to time, but he do when he can. Yeah. You said I like when he played in those movies with Nia Long. Yeah, they kind of was a cool couple. Yeah, Friday and. You said doing family movies is a popular way of softening your image. Yeah, yeah, and you get a bag. So he did the family movies when the family stuff was big. I mean, you had Tyler Perry running around. You had a lot of. So what's going on, Malcolm? Happy holiday. You said it goes back to who runs entertainment and who is the liaison. You said they ain't do a good job raising their new crop of minions and making them. Yeah, it's that phone party. It's the phone, bro. Shout outs to Insane One. Insane One. I was telling Insane One on the last show. I'm gonna do an NPC show pretty soon. Hopefully when I settle in. You know. So definitely, I want you to be a part of that. I know you took that NPC with you to Jacksonville. Be careful with it, man. You dig? You said who's pushing said war and who's providing a cover, a cover for Alibi or BB. You said set alarm football player from Cowboys. Set alarm football players from Cowboys has passed away by some sort of police chase. Who? Set alarm? What do you mean? What do you mean, degenerate? Not a higher spot. They said it blatantly, but hiding black women aren't black people. Yeah, they singled themselves out. If they were black people, they would be out here like Darren Seals. True. All right, let's get back into it. Y'all, please hit the links in the chat. Please support the show. Let's go. It's player talk.
For the continuation of the species. And also, it's fantastic for men's health. It's fantastic for their mental health. It's great for them in almost every way. But that divorce thing is real bad. And I counter. You're right. That divorce thing is real bad. We have now a center of agreement. But now we're going back to the marriage in the West thing, which is that whole great institution problem. Well, if we agree that what made it good, which you just did, is, hey, that Sky Daddy guy, and then I point out that right now you can still utilize that Sky Daddy guy for an ecclesiastical marriage outside of the state. Hang on. And the only thing you could do is say, well, what about common law? But you can't govern anybody from common law. And at least in the ecclesiastical institution, you have social pressures on women to stay married. You can't offer a man anything like that. Give me a single social pressure you can offer that would actually keep these marriages together. One. What? One. Just one.
Can I answer something
Yeah.
you just said? This would be interesting.
I can't
because
wait.
You
No,
said
he got to answer that question though. Wilson asked him a direct question. I wanted him to answer that.
Can he answer
19
that question? Then
No,
answer.
before.
okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He just sidestepped the whole question.
Yeah.
Before.
Okay.
Oh, of
The
course.
1940s.
Of course, you gotta ask me a question.
Because
before you
listen,
answer it.
I'm listening to you. You asked the question at the end. If you would have asked it at the beginning, possibly I might have been able to address it. But let me address this point.
Okay.
You said the 1940s and 1950s with this imaginary sky daddy controlling marriages. That sounds like enforcement. Because by the time the
Doesn't it?
1970s came around, the very first chance women got to file a no-fault divorce without need for evidence, without need to have a private investigator to prove an affair.
Was no
They
fault the
did.
70s?
Yes, it was the 70s, started by Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
I'll educate you.
But hang
came,
on.
Came along. Hold on for a second. No. I got the
Go
floor
ahead.
here. I got the
This when War Master came in on the last show, he was like, everybody blames shit on Reagan.
So you said the religious institutions governed it and made it great. The 1970s came along, and as soon as they did,
Feminism.
women started to file divorces at record rates, which is back to my conversation. Soon as you remove the authority of Sky Daddy, now you're back with the state. And now you have difficulty, and now the risk is now greater.
Oh.
So that's the issue that
Then
you
it
have.
sounds like men should be moving towards Sky Daddy then, because it mitigates their risk.
The courts, the nation should be
There's
moving
no
towards
courts.
that. But how do you enforce that?
What court? What court?
Your
You're
land
not
is-
getting a marriage from the state. What courts are involved here?
Everything you told me is a make-believe scenario.
How? You can
You're
do it
telling-
right now. How is it make believe?
How do you do that when people, the
Here's what you
marriages
do.
through state?
Yeah.
I know, you want to go
I'll
back
tell
to
you how.
Ecclesiastics. This
No,
is going
I'm
to be
telling
a
you, you
problem.
can do it right
Okay.
this second.
Okay,
You
can
could go
do it.
do it right now.
You can do it at this particular
can't
point.
do.
However,
What do you mean?
Here's the problem.
Okay.
Can you get men to do it?
Yes.
Okay, you might be able to think you can get men to do it, but as soon as they do it, I want you to stick around for the average of 8 to 10 years when these men start getting divorced. See, what you're doing is you're leading
We've
men,
been
hold on
watching
for a
it for
second.
longer.
You're going to lead men into a burning building.
Oh.
And the reason why, and this is a famous quote by Martin Luther King, is because the laws of integration didn't catch up fast enough for what he wanted for people to integrate. And what happened was it took him 12 to 15 years to realize that he led men or black people into a burning building in which integration was not possible at the time.
Okay.
You are also proposing.
Well, the thing about Martin Luther King is he was a radical at that time. I know this.
I mean, the thing about Martin Luther King that y'all are not understanding is that he got sent on a fool's errand. Martin Luther King was trying to complete a fool's errand.
It's gonna sound crazy to a lot of other people, but there's a lot of people that didn't really even want integration. Black people were very dependent on each other, and we kept our money together, and we supported our own businesses and trades, and black men who were leaders were in the black communities that they should be in instead of moving out of those communities because they're afraid of danger in the community. A lot of people didn't want integration, and I think that it was part of the downfall of the black community to integrate
make
because
sense.
we started to abandon the businesses that our parents created and took our money to other communities instead of supporting each other. When we had to support each other, we did significantly better, in my opinion. But there's a lot of people that make that up. I'm telling you, you can look it up. I'm not making that up. He was a radical. Like people were like, "Who is this young guy?" Martin Luther King was very young when he was doing what he was doing. A lot of the OGs was looking at Martin Luther King like, "Brother, look, we don't want to be nowhere."
Well, this is the thing. Black people didn't support King, but he had enough black people supporting him when he was alive. Martin Luther King was a part of a secret society called the Boule that sold him a bag of goods. They were tapped in with, I can't say too much, but they were tapped in with some peoples, and he was promised certain things, and they sent him on a fool's errand. And once he found out that he was on a fool's errand, he was already talking to Malcolm. And the last thing that they wanted Martin Luther King to do was hook up with Malcolm. And the thing is that black people thought both of them were crazy. They just thought King was less crazy. King seemed a little bit less crazy because he had Christianity behind him. You understand what I'm saying? It's really no different than what's going on right now. This is why it's funny that uh uh you know, was it like a month or two ago when what happened with Charlie Kirk? They were kind of calling him a white Martin Luther King. I mean, I hate to say it, but a lot of times if you want to get certain things done, kind of bring the Bible with you. You know what I'm saying? I hate to say it. People hide a lot of things behind religion and legitimize a lot of things with religion and shit, or put religion on the face of some things that they want to get done. So, give me 1 second, y'all. Okay. So yeah, the world hasn't got a chance to see Martin Luther King's radical side because guess what? They got rid of him before you could even had the idea that he was radical. It was Malcolm that seemed more radical to most people and stuff like that. But they both thought equally. They thought Malcolm and King. Black people thought Malcolm and King was crazy, and they kind of leaned more towards King because being Muslim or a part of the nation seemed more strict. You understand what I'm saying? And they were a little bit more. They were more strict, to tell you the truth. But King had the ability to bring the numbers out. You know, he could bring the people out. Malcolm, you know, this is why they didn't want Malcolm to get in the King's ear. Malcolm would tell you not to turn the other cheek. You know? So King feeling betrayed, like, hey, I kind of got fucked over, and started to weave some of what was going on behind the scene into his speeches. You know, they had to get him up out of there, because ain't no way in hell they need him bringing those numbers out, and then he out there with Malcolm, and then that just sounds like a disaster. That's the white man's greatest fear. Black people that ain't going. You know. All right, give me 1 second, guys. Let me do this. I'm trying to keep the show going for you guys. Give me 1 second. Please support the show. Catch up on the comments real quick. Yeah, Malcolm was Boule. Yeah, he was Boule. That was his mission. You're not understanding the concept. Yeah, Malcolm was not Malcolm, my bad. Martin was Boule. My bad, Malcolm. Yeah, Martin Luther King was Boule. Absolutely. Him, Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton is Boule. A lot of those guys are Boule. You said when he started talking against the industrial military complex, he was overstepping his boundaries, in my opinion. Yeah. Funny part is that black people don't listen to him. He said the same thing Jesus said, don't worship me in statue, and they built a big ass statue in DC overlooking the Potomac. Martin Luther King is an ongoing white joke. If you if black people paid attention, they would have caught on to it. But black people don't really understand dry
Nobody
humor.
don't want us. We'll just do our little thing in our little corner of the United States. Build our little. Sure, it get tore down sometimes, but we're resilient people. We'll keep building that. We good over here. But Martin Luther King pushed it, and now we have it. But And a lot of the guys who were influential, the guys who made more money, who may have been better leaders, the dentists, the doctors, they left the black community and took their expertise and leadership skills with them and fled to more multicultural and white communities, because when you have a community governed by just single mothers, it becomes dangerous. And so I can't really knock those men, because those men are trying to protect their families, and their family as a man is your number one priority. So if you need to flee a community because it's rampant with single motherhood and people are holding guns to you, you got to do what you got to do. So I don't blame them, but I am saying the fact that those men who are influential, made money, could potentially be good leaders, had stuff to teach the kids, started to leave the communities because of integration, was part of the reason of the downfall, in my opinion. But either way,
and I would like for you to stick around to see the results of what you're proposing, because eventually you would have to pay the price. How did Martin Luther King pay the price? You would have to pay the price for the men that you misled.
So Martin Luther misled men, and that's why he was killed?
I said he misled black people. You missed that part. He said, okay, let me repeat it, because you're slow. All right, you definitely are slow, Neanderthal.
For sure.
Let me tell you something.
I'm dragging
Martin Luther King said specifically, related to black people and civil rights, I'll speak slowly for you, that he believed at the end, he led them into a burning building. I'm going to speak slower. The reason why is because the laws of integration did not catch up with what he would like to present. Black people weren't ready to integrate. As a result, he said, I may have led my people, that means his people, into a burning building.
Okay.
I would like for you, under your scenario, if your movement takes off.
One of the funniest parts about integration that really offends people, and just tribalism in general, and how it's just such a part of and it doesn't mean that you.
But this is the thing, though. This is fake, though. This is fake, though, because black people didn't follow Martin Luther King. Black people were not big fans of Martin Luther King when he was alive. Everybody became a King fan when he died. But the reality is, black people didn't fuck with King when he was alive. They thought he was crazy. They just wanted to see where it was going to go, how long he was going to get away with whatever they thought he was getting away with. Black people didn't fuck with Martin Luther King like that. These are facts, man. A small group of black people messed with Martin Luther King, but this is the thing. You don't need no big group of people to get shit done. All you need is a small focused community, and you can get a lot done. You get more done with less anyway.
Got to be like mean or bad towards people or have like certain judgments, but it definitely causes it. But people will self desegregate. Like when I go to black clubs, there's mostly black people in there. You might have a sprinkle of white folks. When I go to Hispanic clubs, there's mostly Hispanic people in there. When you go to white places, like places where it's like EDM music or just like regular, like when you go to places that are predominantly white, it has the vibe of white culture. There's white people there, and you might have a little sprinkle of Asian people, black people, and Hispanic people, but people naturally segregate, if we're completely honest. Not completely. There are always people who, go around. I'm one of those types of people. I have friends from every community. But yeah, people naturally not integrate, but naturally desegregate. Like there's just kind of like part of our
see the
tribal
results, because it took Martin Luther King 12, 15 years to see the results of his efforts.
Yeah.
You're proposing something very extreme that majority of people aren't going to do. But let's just say because you like to hide in the clouds of make-believe, if this works, I would love to see you represent these men in a divorce when they get their head bit off by these so-called women that are forced by Sky Daddy to stay in these marriages.
And this is the thing. Women are openly telling you what they're like. Literally, the worst thing to happen to women is to actually be recorded and to be on the internet. Like, women are openly telling you, hey, man, we're scamming you and this is how we're doing it. And listen, men are no better neither too, because men want the lies comfort people. You know what I'm saying? Men want to be comforted by lies also. They want to believe women aren't doing what they're openly telling you they're doing to you on the internet. Women are about the scamming too. You know, I can see how scam culture can take over a bunch of men. You know what I'm saying? Because to a certain degree, money is vital to a man's survival. So I can see how scamming culture takes over a bunch of men, but how does it take over a bunch of women? I mean, you got to keep it a thou wow. I mean, you know, manipulation is everywhere, but scamming, that's more of a man's trait, or I guess used to be. Con man. But let's go.
This is really like, I don't even understand how
You
to
don't understand. I know you have a hard time understanding.
I do. I don't actually even understand how to respond to a lot of this because it's so incoherent. But I'm going to try anyway.
Oh yeah, see, this is.
So let's start.
This is his always incoherent when he understands. Perhaps you don't understand. That might be what it is, and it's okay to say you don't understand, and I can speak slowly for you.
I don't understand now, but I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why.
Dismissive. I mean, you know.
Am I tripping, or is CGA kind of just being insulting and throwing ad hominem attacks? Am I tripping?
He's throwing ad hominem attacks.
Like, there's just some things that could be avoided that he doesn't have to, like, he's adding little jabs in there. Am I tripping?
I'm going to tell you why.
It's okay. When you're losing, just say you're losing, and I can speak for you.
Let me know when I can talk and you gas out. Go ahead. Okay.
Go ahead.
So here's
typical tactic, but you can work that against these OnlyFans girls.
Talk.
Hey,
Go
listen.
ahead.
Yeah, someone said Coach Greg Adams is making a good point here because he's saying the laws of marriage haven't caught up. And yeah, it's because the laws of marriage weren't actually made for the amount of divorce that we have now. And it was made to compensate for...
But they're benefiting off of it for it not to be caught up. And women are being the main whistleblowers. They're benefiting from it not being caught up.
For women that
financially.
Or stay-at-home mothers, not women who worked. So they you know, everybody fights for equality until it comes to real equality, and 50-50 divorce isn't real equality. Women getting the advantage and predominantly getting custody of the kids damn near automatically isn't real equality, but you're never going to hear any feminists talking about that because they're not actually about equality.
Tactic against those OnlyFans girls that you debate.
Oh, well, you're going to start hearing about it because a lot of these LGBT people are getting fucked over in their marriages also. And those stories are starting to hit the internet, you know. Stud women are getting taken to court for child support.
Debating 23-year-old ignorant women.
They're smarter than you.
But now
they're
sitting across from,
and I'm loving it.
They're always smarter than you.
Yeah, you're sitting across from a person here.
Oh no,
that's looking at a Neanderthal. Say you don't understand something very simple.
Let me know when he gas out.
This is the simplest thing that you can understand.
Okay,
your go. Are you sure? Please.
I can actually do it.
Please put me to sleep. Please.
Okay, so
put me to sleep.
Here's why it's incoherent.
Wilson's being passive aggressive. You don't really, I mean, yeah, okay. Some people saying I'm not tripping. I heard somebody say Wilson's being passive aggressive. To me, it just sounds like he's making his point. CGA just said something about the 24-year-old girls on whatever podcast. Some of them girls be having PhDs going up there. They're supposed to be these bigwig feminists that pay $60,000 for college. I would assume they know something. And if they go into a debate with a man who actually has world experience and they get their butt whooped, then maybe you should go back to the drawing board about a lot of that stuff you just paid to learn, because it don't seem like it's actually accurate. So I'm not against.
I mean, the stuff that we talk about in the real world, they don't know about that. They don't know about that. So you know what I'm saying? It's like they're not learning that. You're not learning that stuff. Let's go.
Countering these ideas early on. I think you're now a grown adult. Welcome to the real world. These are the real statistics. And if you're not good at debate, either get better at debate or change your ideas, because they don't actually have anything that supports them. So CGA just kind of pointed out that fact that he was talking to the girls on whatever podcast. And then Wilson just said something about they're smarter than you. So it seemed like it was countering an insult. And CGA has been calling him a Neanderthal and stuff.
He's basically saying that Andrew goes after soft targets. those are those girls on the whatever podcast are dumb and they're soft targets.
I just think it could be avoided. I think you just stick to the topic.
And
It's
there's
not
a bunch of this I
necessary.
don't understand. You keep on saying that these men are going to get divorced, and yet I'm proposing non-state marriages. How are they going to get divorced? Well, you can only say then via common law. But again, you have no defense yourself against
these are if scenarios.
I don't.
I mean, come on,
I don't.
man. Please, you
I don't.
said I was going to debate somebody
This
that's
is-
going to come.
Why do you
This
keep
is an if
filibustering?
scenario.
Are you?
Give
I
me
let
a
you
real
speak.
scenario,
I let you
please.
speak the entire time.
Give me something to speak about.
Okay,
You're giving me
I'm
an
not
if
asking you to
scenario.
speak, Master.
You're trying to
You
invite
listen.
me to your church.
I'm just
I'm not going to
asking
your
you
church.
to
Please
listen.
give me a real scenario.
You have to shut up long enough for me to
Come
do
on,
it.
please.
Somebody said Andrew only debates those who are easy to make look foolish.
See?
But when it comes to CGA and Pearl, he loses. I think part of the reason why it's harder for Christian ethicists to go into these debates, and this is why TradCons will never debate red pill people. This is why people like Michael, like all of those types of people who are like traditionally conservative in the mainstream, they always try to look down on red pill ideology and some of the concerns that we have about these infrastructures and these laws and stuff like that. They never want to debate because it's actually hard to debate against, because Pearl and CGA, they don't really seem to have prescriptions. Andrew's trying to give a prescription. That's the biggest difference. So Pearl and CGA is just going to basically say there's no hope, everything's bad, everything's lost, hope is lost, just give up, men, stop getting married. And Wilson's like, but here's an alternative instead of just living the life of being single. Because I'm going to be honest here, most guys ain't going to be a playboy at 55. Most guys aren't going to be players ever.
That's true. And a lot of it is a doomer mindset. I will give him that.
There are some dudes in marriages don't get no play because their wives restrict them from it. I think that's egregious, by the way. If you're a woman and you sign up for marriage, which is monogamy, and you're with the man and he's the only one that you can sleep with, you have a responsibility and a duty.
Yeah, but you can also, they got endless toys out here, and you can also sit back and have fun and turn your husband into an incel, a real incel. You know, an incel that counts. You can turn your husband into a real incel. And also too, hold on, guys. Yeah, you can turn your husband into a real incel, and if he cheats, you take half.
But yeah, so but those guys who are in those sexless marriages are probably still getting more sex than the average man will get if he's single. Let's just be honest here. Average men are not just going from bar to bar picking up young girls. That's not how most men are going to live. So Wilson's just kind of saying, hey, if you don't like these divorce statistics, here's a prescription on how you can make them at least better. And so he's actually giving a solution versus Pearl and CGA. I see somebody saying that is a solution, just opting out and just not being a part of it. Yeah, that could be the case. But the issue is then you have kids being born out of wedlock and being raised by single mothers, and that's not good for the kids. That's really what I'm concerned about. We obviously know it's not good for the women, but if they've convinced themselves that it's good for them and that's what they want to do, be single because they can't get along with the guy that they had a kid with, that's, up to them.
Well, high key, that is a choice that a lot of women make. If you think about it, women choose that route. Just say, hey, I'm just gonna have a bunch of kids. A lot of women, their mission is to be a single mother. And that's the funny part. They don't. That's the point. That's the part dudes don't ever call out. A lot of women, they are hell bent on a mission to be a single mother. You know what I'm saying? You could even see it from, back in the days. I know y'all don't see it now because kids don't be kids no more. They play with fucking iPads and shit like that. But remember when you have a baby girl and she has like a doll that she carries around and stuff like that. The a little baby doll and stuff like that used to be actual child's toy. There was no dude around her with that baby doll. So a lot of women, they hell bent on becoming a single mother, whether it work out with the father or not. You're just a big wallet anyway. Even to the kid, you're a big ass wallet.
But I'm more concerned about the results for the kids. So
Here, 30 minutes waiting for you.
All right, 5 minutes into 5 hours, my bad, into the madness. If you guys are supporting the show, please. If you guys are enjoying the show, my bad, please support the show. You can support the show at $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. Please look out for the cookout so we can reach our goal for today's show. Please support the show. Thank you, everybody, and happy holidays to everybody here. We're gonna get into another topic really soon. We'll probably finish again off with this topic, but we're gonna switch gears too and jump into what's going on in New York. You know what I'm saying? So, y'all let me know if y'all want me to cover that topic. You know what I'm saying? But definitely putting in that work on today's show. Please support the show. Show some love. HBO, help a brother out. All right. Bringing y'all some really good content on today's show. It's Player Talk.
Do it.
All right.
Give me a real scenario.
Okay, so what I don't understand here, again, and I'm going to ask again, in your incoherent worldview,
Okay, please.
you keep on saying that these men who I propose this to are going to get divorced. But I'm not proposing that they get married
CGA,
through the
boss
state. The state's the one who does the divorces. So the only thing you could say is that there's a potential for common law here. But that's something you yourself cannot guard them from by your own admission. The second problem that we have here is that I don't have to stick around for 10 or 15 years because we can look at the numbers right now in religious marriage for what this looks like. And here's what this looks like. If you're a Catholic, you're way less likely to get divorced. And if you're Orthodox, even less likely to get divorced. And it's because of that ecclesiastical structure. You're not ever going to be able to prevent all risk from divorce, not under anything.
Thank you, God. That's the most realistic thing
not
you've
under
said
any,
all day.
Yeah,
but
but
not
that's
under any system
unrealistic,
is that
though.
going to be the case.
But
And
why
even-
are Catholics getting divorced?
and you
How
don't
do they
even
get
want to.
divorced?
They get annulments. They don't even get divorces.
Okay,
And it's
but
a
how does it
really
know?
long
So
process, and it's rare.
Christians have a similar divorce rate than the secular.
No.
So they have a very close. So how do they get divorced?
I'm going to
How
explain.
do Christians get
Tom,
divorced?
I'll answer your question.
Please tell me,
So-
because I know how to get divorced.
So if
right
you
into the
say-
divorce court.
Yeah, I know. So because they call it a state marriage.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm proposing that they don't do that, right?
Okay, a land of make believe. If
How's that a man?
they're going back and forth now.
Go
Uh-oh.
fucking do it right now.
please tell me what
What are you
percent-
talking
listen,
about?
What percentage of people do this particular thing that you're doing, that you're proposing?
Why
What
would that
percent-
matter? Let's say
Why
it's
does it
one
matter?
person.
Okay,
Why would that
okay,
matter?
it's one person. So you're taking a very small chance. You're arguing against me that has millions of people on my
Who are
side.
getting divorced and
millions-
you don't want
But
them
you're
to.
telling me a small 20 people in a little house on the prairie
Yeah.
that do these, that you govern people without electricity and,
Okay.
and you riding horse and carriages.
Yeah.
You're telling me this small percentage of people are going to lead a movement of doing something you're proposing here on YouTube. This is going. How many people are doing this?
Okay. Why
How
would
many
that
people-
matter?
It would matter because
Why?
then we can use some data to determine, do these people end up in divorce?
Well, we can
More
do it.
than likely.
This is great because
do.
we can look at the data. So
I
let's
would
look
love
at.
to, please.
Do you want to look at the Catholic data and Orthodox
No,
data
no,
for
no, no.
Yeah, I've
marriage?
seen statistics on specifically people who attend church, and the interesting thing to me is it's the more you attend church or religious services, it's the more you actually are involved in it.
Yeah.
It's not just claiming to be a Christian if you're not actually going and doing the thing, or at the very least going to church or going to the religious institution where your community is supposed to be holding you accountable to being, part of your marriage, active in your marriage. So I do think that it's very interesting that for religious statistics, it's specifically how much you actually engage with and attend.
I mean, how much stock and equity are people gonna put into the church? Because, look at this whole food stamp debacle that's going on right now. You got a lot of black people out here saying this is where the black church need to kick in. Good.
your religious institutions. I think that's
talking about your ecclesiastic proposal.
That's
what
is
we're
the
talking about.
This is the ecclesiastical proposal.
If we're using Catholic and Christians, their divorce rate tends to be very close.
I'll look it up.
It's very close. Let's
Not
go ahead and
Catholic.
Look it up. Hold on.
Self-ID'd Christians.
Okay,
Self-ID'd Christians.
Okay.
Self-ID.
Self-ID. No, let's just put Christians.
Christian.
He's like,
Christian and Catholic.
You have to define. You have to tell me what a Christian
He likes
is.
to dice up all of these
It's
people. And
important.
listen. I would love to go to your church one day. I would be a wonderful guest, and I would love to thump the Bible, and I would love to say a prayer with you. However, this conversation is entering into
Can we pull up my screen?
very much a Sky Daddy conversation, which
All right, we got
then
it.
it's about belief.
Who brought up Sky Daddy? You.
You
Yo,
brought it up about
we got
the
the divorce rates
ecclesiastic
pulled up right
marriage.
here.
That's not.
You brought that up.
What is that?
So that is a religious
If
argument.
you're an
which more
atheist, you
people
should
in
be
a
able
religion-
to
okay, listen,
contend with that,
A lot of
dude.
people would not want to do that. You're telling me a small percentage
Who
of people are going to
cares?
do this.
We're talking about mitigating the rates of divorce.
Okay,
It doesn't matter how many
can
do
we
it.
move forward from this one? We agree to disagree.
No, we
Can
don't agree to disagree. I
Okay, so
need
you want to keep it here in
counter-arguments.
your land and make a. Brought that up. You
Yo,
brought it up
we
about
got
the
the divorce rates
ecclesiastic
pulled up right
marriage.
here.
That's
wow, 19 to 25%, 75% not getting a divorce is that's pretty freaking good. It's actually pretty good. I mean, nothing's ever gonna be perfect. Mainline Protestant, okay. Evangelical, okay.
You brought that up.
What is that?
So that is a religious argument.
If you're an
which more
atheist, you
people
should
in
be
a
able
religion-
to
Okay, listen.
contend with that.
A lot of
dude.
people would not want to do that. You're telling me a small percentage
Who
of people are going to
cares?
do this.
We're talking about mitigating the rates of divorce. It
now,
doesn't matter how many
can
do
we
it.
move forward from this one? We agree to disagree.
No, we
Can
don't
move-
agree to disagree.
Okay,
I need
so you want to keep it here in
counter-arguments.
your land of make a.
I want
make-believe.
counter-arguments.
No, I'm not going to argue in your land of make believe.
Yeah,
because
because you can't. You have no
because
counter
it's
arguments.
ridiculous. It's
You don't have
ridiculous.
one counter argument.
Here's a counter argument.
Okay, what is it?
There's no God in marriage. How many times do I have to say that?
That's an
If you
assertion.
end
It's
up-
not an argument.
If you end up in divorce court, God doesn't matter. None of this matters. That's real. That's the.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. That's the thing, party. That's a concept to a lot of people. You know, that's what atheists argues. You know, and you know, and I think you guys mentioned it earlier. You know, that's the nuance with going into some of these you know, debates with the whole religious thing on your back, because to a certain degree, when you're trying to make your points, it's going to seem like you trying to shove God down people's throat. You know,
realest argument that you can possibly hear. Soon as
How do you end up in a divorce court without the state?
Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. I'm going to tell you how.
Okay.
In the 1940s, which you so love, I don't know why you don't live there. You look like you live there. You're dressed like you live there. Here's
wore
the problem.
hoodies and
Hold on
jeans.
for a
I
second.
It doesn't count for 60s marriage and infidelity. I see a lot of people talking about like Andrew.
this is the thing. I mean, I don't even know why they're talking about this. Like Coach Greg Adams, he endorses tricking. That's the conversation I want to get to. It's like, bro, you endorse, you know, blowing your money on escorts. Trick it off, you know what I'm saying? Ecclesiasticism is Satanism. Guys, it's white people meat who started the shit. Okay. It's white meat people who started the shit. My bad. Pause. Okay.
Wilson's personal life, it seems like 5 kids, 3 men, crazy work. Yeah, I see people talking about his personal life, but I don't really care about that. I'm more interested in the conversation. I don't like, regardless of if you've had a divorce in your life, talking about is marriage worth it is still a good conversation, even if you've been through a divorce. I mean, I care more about his points than I do his personal.
This shit is like a small, that shit's like a small conversation. It's not like a long, drawn out conversation. Is marriage worth it? No. Or not right now. You know? Hold back on it. You said, "Come on, Kuda. You think Andrew know what you mean when you say tricking?" I mean, he should know. He talks to OnlyFans models. I got you there, party. You see, he may have picked up a little bit of the terminology. He talked to OnlyFans models. Oh, weak people. Weak people was a typo. A dating coach and a marriage promoter would debate about how one is taking others' potential customers. That's funny as hell. That's taking care of women in his world. You said they both pro tricking. I hate to say it, and we really gotta I definitely want to do a show and chop it up about that. The patriarch is pro tricking. The patriarch is pro tricking. Yeah, he know he can't beat CGA's ass. That's why he was turning pink. So.
Personal life, to be honest.
Hold on for a second. Here's the problem.
Okay.
These people, under your authoritative, godly marriage, still got divorced at high rates once no-fault divorce showed up. It started at 25%. Then, by the time you get here, it's close to 40 and 50%. It's still prevalent. I'm giving you the reality here.
Not the reality.
You're trying to drag me back over here to Little House on the Prairie. It's not working. It's not going to work with me. How about this?
How about a counter argument?
If traditional marriage, I gave you one.
What?
I mean, come on, man.
What is the counter argument? Come on, man. It's not a counter argument. What's the counter argument?
There's no God in marriage. And divorce
That's an assertion, not an argument.
There's no God in divorce court.
God's not an argument.
There's no God
there
in
is a
divorce
God
court.
in divorce court. Argument defeated.
Exactly.
Argument defeated.
Oh my goodness, boy! All right. Do you
silly.
need your sandbox outside? Did you miss your toys?
It's just
Did you not get
ridiculous.
a nap?
Like,
Here's a problem.
I want an argument.
This is the absolute argument.
Okay.
You're trying to drag me to church. I'm taking you outside of church. You can't come.
Now this is the thing. I think Coach Greg Adams is. What do y'all think? I think Coach Greg Adams is. I think he's like older Gen Z. And I think Andrew will probably be younger Gen Z or maybe old millennial or that middle generation that they call Zennials. Which I just call them millennials. But you know they got an older generation called Zennials. Like a middle generation. I think Zennials is like the first time I really heard of an actual micro generation, but let's go.
Combat it because you want to battle inside the church. I'm not letting you. So let's get back to the state.
I don't care if secularists get married.
Let's get back to the state.
What do you mean?
And that divorce rate. Did you find out the numbers?
Yeah, I pulled it up earlier, but I'll pull it up again. It's up on the screen. Can you guys see this? Catholic, 19 to 25%. Mainline Protestant, 30 to 35%. Evangelical, 26 to 33.
That's up there.
Now, pull up
That's up there.
Orthodox.
40,
Orthodox.
33, 34.
Andrew,
No, like there's like and it comes up all the time. I usually say I usually call them Generation X. But there's a middle generation where it's like right before millennials. And they do have like the year of it. I forgot. It's like a mid generation though. And I think it ends at like what 89 or 85 or something like that. They're called there's a weird generation which is like a micro generation in between X and millennials called Zennials. Some people use it, some people don't. He is kind of useless. They just had him just bring up stuff,
Wilson's a Orthodox Christian.
30. That's pretty high.
It's going.
Come on, UFO. UFO been low blowing, man.
Be low.
Orthodox
I'll tell you that.
divorce
Orthodoxy
rate.
don't play.
Right, pardon.
17 to 20.
I see average 33%.
That's
U.S. average.
That's evangelical
all adults.
Protestants. That's with the
It says
coalition
Orthodox
of all
adults
of them.
ever divorced 17 to 20. U.S.
Yes.
adult average 33%.
Yeah, so they're much lower.
It says in the U.S. 33%.
They're
Orthodox
He's
ever
saying
divorced. That's
17 to 20.
worldwide.
Yeah, they're much lower rates.
Okay, but you're saying that they can't get divorced. That's what you said.
No, bro.
You said, is that what you said?
The whole point
said
here
they
is
can't
how
get
do we
divorced because you're
mitigate the
enforcing
risk
them.
of divorce? You can't ever completely mitigate
30%.
it. It can't ever be completely mitigated, but you can mitigate the risk of divorce.
Okay, great.
It is lower.
Much lower. Much lower.
Okay, all right. So a chance of getting hit 30% versus 44%. This doesn't defeat the argument.
It does defeat the argument.
Those divorces happen in the court of law because no divorce cannot be reported in that's not in the court of law.
Actually,
so what is the divorce that happens outside of the court of law? If it's 33% in the court of law with your orthodox ecclesiastic marriage, what is it outside? What is it within that?
It's even lower.
Okay, so add that 10%.
Yes.
Now we're at 40%.
No, you wouldn't add that. You wouldn't add 10%.
That's the legal
what are you
divorce.
talking
Hold on
about?
for a second. When you say a divorce, those are reported divorces legally. That means these people filed in the legal reported system. That's 30+%. Okay? You said there would be more that were outside of the door.
No, less.
Outside of the state.
Less.
No, hold on for a second.
Less.
There's additional outside of the marriage, outside of the state.
No.
Oh, there's none?
Well,
so you're saying there's zero?
Not really.
What are you saying?
Okay, so let me explain.
Please.
So that you understand.
Additional to the 33%.
That's a good question.
Can you at least let me finish this time?
Please do it because you're slow.
So if it's the case, your school marriage, you're still adding usually the state. These people are all adding the state, okay? Themselves, if you were to look at their annulments rate from the ecclesiastical authority, it's actually much lower than even the percentage that you're getting from the state because they add the state in, which means some people will ignore the ecclesiastical authority and get divorced anyway.
That's exactly what I've been telling you.
Nobody ever argued that.
Exactly. But so
we're arguing about mitigating the risk.
See, and this is why I'm saying the whole time, Coach has been talking about divorce. And Andrew was talking about getting people, I wouldn't say shacked up, but getting people to marry. You know what I'm saying? And society needs marriages, so don't get me wrong. But like I said, you got a lot of guys in this quote unquote here manosphere that are arguing for functional relationships, but nobody's really having a real conversation about marriage. I would like to think too that a lot of the guys in these spaces, they're not gonna push no type of religion. You know what I'm saying? They're not gonna really push no type of religion. Religion is like a real taboo, weird conversation in these spaces. Even though a lot of guys in these spaces, believe it or not, are religious.
The risk.
Mitigating the risk.
Still a risk.
No, it would mitigate the risk.
So the risk is slightly lower.
Much lower.
Okay, that's not that much lower.
It's much lower.
40%. You're talking about 30.
The funny part, though, and the irony is that a lot of guys want women to submit to them. They're too worried in submitting to them. They don't even think about, is she even God-fearing,
33% to 43%.
No, we're not. We're talking about 20% to 35 to 40%.
Okay, so that's lower.
Yeah.
Absolutely, I agree, New. It wouldn't be a real conversation, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's all you got. Now, here's
that's
the
all I
problem.
need.
That's not all you need because there's still risk. How do you say
Nobody said there wouldn't be risk.
Exactly.
You
So
can't
at this
mitigate
particular
risk
point-
for anything 100%. It's not possible.
Exactly. So now why are we telling men to get married? at that
Because you
particular
have
point?
to, because everything is a cost-benefit analysis.
Well,
Your
somebody
issue,
just said the conversation, the topic is marriage worth it today. Andrew Wilson has morphed it into mitigating the risk. Well, it's because at the beginning they both agreed that marriage is worth it. It's very
You know how you mitigate the risk? Don't get married.
hard to it's very hard to come up with a scenario where it's not worth it absent divorce. So the issue isn't really marriage. The issue is the conditions currently of divorce. That's the biggest issue. So now they're
marriage.
talking about mitigating the risk because Coach Greg Adams, his point basically is that divorce is so bad for men they should avoid marriage even though marriage is good for them. And Andrew Wilson's point is marriage is good for them. So instead of avoiding it, they should practice religion, specifically orthodoxy, in order to mitigate the risk, and be involved in the church in order to mitigate the risk, and just get the
Your
benefits
issue
without
is
the negative.
with mitigating. At this point, it's not marriage. This is the only. Hold on for a second. Can I say this?
Oh my God. Can you?
Matter of fact, let me read some of these super chats real quick. I really appreciate you guys. I just wanted to keep the conversation going. The HBO, let's go. I appreciate you, bro. $2 super chat. Happy the cat. Hey, great videos, man. My dad and I both enjoy them. Pleasure getting to see your rise up.
All right, shout outs to Poor Man's Podcast. Definitely getting he definitely getting support. Let's get it.
And are sexless. Like, what do you consider to be a sexless marriage? Like, how long does it have to be in between sex? And comparing that to single men, are they also sexless? If you're holding the same standard in terms of the duration of time that considers you to be sexless, what percentage of men are sexless? Because I've seen statistics last year that came out talking about 30% of young men are virgins or haven't slept with anybody in the past year between the age of 18 and 30. So 30% of men, 33% of men between the age of 18 and 30 have not slept with anybody or haven't had sex within the past year. So would you consider that to be, sexless? Because I think, me personally, there ain't a lot of single men out here getting play. I'm gonna just be honest here. Most dudes are regular guys. They not out here womanizing and picking up chicks at the bar. That's just not most guys. So if you don't have a wife at a certain point, you're just kind of like, what?
No, but you do got the whole economy. Don't think just because a guy is single, he alone. You absolutely do got the whole economy. No stone unturned.
Beating your meat.
Who get married. So yes, we have the divorce. We set that aside. Now, what about within the marriage? How do you mitigate the risk for that? I'm assuming you're going to have the ecclesiastic come through the home and force the wives to fuck their husbands.
Oh, that's quite the straw man. But I'll go ahead and answer. Actually, the ecclesiastical authority does mitigate against this, and here's my proofs. Proof one. If it is the case that you get married to a woman who's a virgin, but she's a virgin because she's a Christian, hang on, let me get through the entirety of the argument before you start freaking out. If it is the case,
Virgins.
your chances of that marriage ending, very, very, very small, one.
Yeah,
and
true.
two, they report that they have a happier sex life.
Yep.
This is actually the case with the decrease in body count, which generally comes with the more religious people, meaning the more that you take your religion seriously, the more that you pray, the more that you engage in that whole ecclesiastical authority thing, the less likely it is you step out of your marriage, significantly less
that's
likely.
true. That's
the less
actually
likely it is that you end up in a sexless marriage. You know why? Because there's a reinforcement in Christianity that men and women are not allowed to deprive each other of sex when it comes to marriage. And you find that people who follow the traditional faith generally don't. And so, yes, the ecclesiastical authority preaches that from the pulpit. Sorry, lady, you gotta fuck your husband. That's part of God's law. Yeah. What do you got for him? Go out and just fuck everybody? What are you going to do to mitigate? By the way, you're at the same.
I mean, I'm not even gonna lie. That's kind of Coach's premise. Have a bunch of sex with escorts.
You're at the mercy of the same criticism. You can't mitigate guys' girlfriends from fucking around on them any more than you could a person's wife. You can't mitigate them stepping out on them. You can't mitigate them treating them like shit. You can't do anything. At least I have a mitigation here. You have nothing. You have nothing. Just liberal degeneracy. Give me something. Something you could do that would give any kind of fail-safe against this. One thing.
I don't know what communities you live in, but
you know what? And I think Andrew is familiar with some of Coach Greg Adams' stuff because, like, low key, I felt like throughout this whole debate, he was trying to get Coach Greg Adams to go down the tricking rabbit hole and admit that, hey, be out here having reckless sex with working women because marriage ain't working right now. I think I really believe he was trying to walk him down to, like, have him, like, say that, like, openly say it. He said, and there it is. These dudes want to get married desperately because the wife can't deny the husband sex. it's against their law. Pathetic. Yeah, I mean honestly, if you listen to a couple of feminists, they will say the same thing. Ghost man. And I mean, and you've heard guys in the manosphere say it, oh, we want some in-house. You know, niggas would do the most for some in-house.
Your church pastor is going to be very busy walking in all of these bedrooms, preventing divorce and enforcing women to sleep with their husbands. Now, the first leap of faith that you have, hold on for a second.
Technically, people are like, oh, technically your wife can't deny you sex. Technically, yes, they can. I've seen a lot of women sue their husbands for rape.
No, I heard you. The first leap of faith is virgin. Okay, if we look at the stats, please pull up the stats of how many women qualify as a virgin.
On virginity.
You said
That's
virginity. I'm just letting you know. You brought it up.
In America?
Now, in America, what women percentage qualify as virgins? All right, so you're going to say very few. So you know this.
7%, age 22 to 34.
It's crazy because if you look at these statistics from like the
yeah, it comes down to in-house and control of it, control of in-house. It becomes a duty. You said they want in-house and strange. True.
1970s, it was like 65% of women were married or were virgins or only had one slept with one partner before they got married. And then you wonder why the marriage is lasting.
Please hit the like button, guys. Don't leave your boy hanging. Please support the show. Don't leave your boy hanging. 5 hours and 27 minutes into the madness. Let's go.
Lasted longer. Like, it's great. Like, women have just completely said, oh, you want virgins? That's just not even a thing anymore. Like, we're just gonna not do that anymore. And guys, I mean, there's a lot of guys that still sign up for it. But yeah, and even the one partner that they had was, generally speaking, the guy that they were sleeping with that ended up getting pregnant. So they did a shotgun marriage. Like, that used to be a big thing, shotgun marriages. You would, as a man, get a woman pregnant, and as a woman, understand that now you guys are together because you have to bring stability for this child. Leaving is not an option, and people would go get married because of that. So 65, literally from the 1960s, or maybe even the early 70s. I was recently looking at those statistics again, and it was saying that 65% of women were virgins or only had slept with one person before marriage. And with that being the case, it's not surprising why those marriages lasted long.
Well, I would think back in the day, women wasn't counting the backdooria. the backdooria. I think we've all seen enough of social media to know back in the day, I don't think women were counting the backdooria. They weren't counting the backdooria.
Wipe your booty hole properly. Wipe your booty hole until there's no more brown. Wipe your booty hole properly. Wipe your booty hole properly.
The backdooria.
Wipe your booty hole properly. Wipe your booty hole until there's no more brown. Wipe your booty hole properly. Wipe your booty hole properly.
The backdooria. Alright. Don't think freaks didn't exist back then. Right, or one night stands, absolutely. Right, Malcolm.
Longer.
10%.
Yep.
Now they've convinced women that for you to be good at sleeping with your husband, you have to sleep with other guys. And really, they haven't convinced women that, but women would like to believe that because.
Well, I told y'all I got a name for it. It's called the FOMO-sexual. A lot of these women have fear of missing out of being a hoe, and they turn it into a hoe face. You know, so. You said, imagine setting this video as your ringtone, bro. That would be funny as hell.
They want to sleep with other guys and then get a husband because you want to have your cake and eat it too. But
Dora the Doria Explorer, man. The back Doria.
That's just usually not how it works. Usually it just destroys your ability to be happy with the man that you get because you've had experiences with men that don't actually love you, men that just wanted to have you for one night, and then you kind of get bitter. So it messes up the whole thing. It's something about having too many penises that ruins a woman's brain.
I mean, it's a bunch of trial sex. I mean, it's called exhibitions. You know,
and sometimes they don't see it, but over the long term, not all, but a good percentage get jaded, get mean, start saying, oh, you got to have this amount of money to have me, but the dude that you was just sleeping with didn't have nothing. Like it just messes everything up. So it's not a surprise to me that these marriages lasted longer and people were generally happier in their marriages because the people just had a different level of morality and a different level of commitment towards the things that they said and did at this time.
Okay.
Do you know what?
So now we have.
Do you know what a baseline for an argument is?
That was the baseline.
Yeah.
You want to say now? Do we want to increase the body count?
Yeah,
I mean, because
yes,
if you're looking,
that was the whole point of the baseline of the argument.
So right now, if we can pull up how many women in Gen Z, because this is marital age women, would have a body count lower than 5.
No,
because
millennials
now
are also marriageably aged. What do you mean?
Okay, millennials, younger millennials. Okay, because there's no point in older people getting married. They're not procreating. All right, they're gonna have 1 or 2 kids.
Older
that doesn't
people
help
do
us.
Procreate.
Not that much. All right, they're gonna have 1 or 2 kids. All right, listen. It said in the Bible, in your Bible, it says.
Somebody said women don't need to go back to the 1950s. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying women don't need to. Women can do whatever they want. If they want to like brag about being single and eventually 40 or 50 years old, single with no children, with cats, enjoy. Do that. But I'm saying to men, you have the power to date who you want and especially take seriously who you want. And as a man who makes a huge investment when it comes to relationships and especially marriage, you damn near have a duty to yourself to pick a virtuous woman or a woman that you think is going to be virtuous, especially because of the fact that she's going to be teaching your daughter how to be virtuous. So you just don't be with those women. Let them be good for having sex like they like to do, and you as a man pick the woman that you think is virtuous, and that's the woman you marry. You don't just go and pick one of those women who want to sleep around. Sure, there are a few of them, but that's what makes it worth it and makes it rare. And I think that if men start to marry those types of women more often and stick to strong standards that say this is what we require for marriage, it will change, especially because the only people, secularists don't have children. That's a big issue with secularism. And that's why they have to push it, especially on religious children, because religious people are the only people procreating enough to replace the population. The secularist birth rate is like 1.5 right now. No society, and you can look this up, by the way, no society has survived a birth rate that's dipped below 1.9. You can look that up. About 1.5 is the point where you can't solve the problem anymore. And so secularist people just don't even have enough kids to support their ideology. So the people who will have kids in the future and the people who are repopulating America or populating America without immigration, of course, that's become a big issue and why secularists push it. Because they're going to vote for their same policies, and that's why they want more people that's going to vote for their side to give, whatever. I'm not even going to go too far down the political thing, but what I'm trying to say is secularists don't replace their population. That's one of the reasons that the gay agenda has to be pushed on your kids, because gay people can't have kids. So they have to push that ideology on your kids for it to continue to exist. That's the thing about corrupted ideas. They snuff themselves out over time. And so what's going to happen is you're going to have a population of more conservative leaning religious people, because those are the people that are procreating. And when that happens eventually, just straight up just demographics, just outpopulation, things are going to start to shift towards more of this. And you already kind of starting to see that a little bit. People are kind of fed up with the endless party, sex, drugs, and alcohol. They see that, especially Gen Z are starting to see that it's pretty much meaningless. So Gen Z,
because all of their drugs are powerful. All of their drugs are powerful. You show me a Gen Z that dealt with Reggie. Does Reggie still exist? I'm pretty sure it probably does.
Has a materialism problem, though. But either way, let's keep
multiply,
going.
not add. All right, we're not adding one little autistic kid. We're multiplying.
That would be
right?
multiplying.
No, it would be multiplying.
Yes,
having
it
one
would.
little bright
ass
kid.
If you have 3 and you have one more, that's
all right,
multiplying.
However, multiplying by 1. All right, that's
so
not
multiplying.
the answer. Okay, listen. We're multiplying by multiples. You know what I'm talking about. Now, listen.
Yeah, that is a multiple that we're
hold on for a
multiplying
second. You want to convince me that there's going to be women of low body count in this secular world we live in to make your scenario work, to enforce women to have sex with their husband from the pulpit. Yeah. Do you see? Yeah. This is very strange.
Well, I have all the data to back show me
from a very small percentage. I mean, it works in a podunk town. I don't know where you're from. We're talking about the metropolises. We're talking about major cities.
And how is your plan going to mitigate that? How is your plan going to mitigate that?
I don't know if you remember.
Hit the subscribe button, y'all.
I asked you. All right.
And I told you.
And you came back with virgins. Came back with enforcing sex from the pulpit.
Only get half the argument? That's why you can't respond to my arguments. So let's do it again. If you want to mitigate.
Force women to have loaded body counts.
You're not, dude. How's it force?
Go ahead.
How's it force?
You're the one enforcing sex to the husband.
How are we using force?
How are you enforcing sex to the husband from the pulpit?
Through social pressure, doofus. The same way you would with everything.
Gentlemen, your wife is going to have sex with you because church reverend enforced her to have.
He slickly got that doofus
have sex with you.
Do you think?
Okay, please pull up the chat.
I don't think that is because the reverend forces you. I think it's because of a different moral perspective that's deeply ingrained into your perspective of the world. You know what I mean? It's just a different worldview. It's not necessarily a forcing by the reverend. It's just you start off with a different idea of what it means to be married. They explain that to you, and you agree and sign and make vows to that agreement. So it's just a difference in worldview.
His suggestion is to have a church reverend enforce you.
So another thing too with the racial undertones with this debate and stuff like that. Another thing too with the racial undertones is because black people was considered 2/3 human and 9/10 man or human or whatever. It really was a belief that people were smarter or certain people were more dumber than others, you know. And I'm not gonna lie, if you look at a lot of black stereotypes, a lot of them do hold up. When a nigga actually knows something, people are surprised. They're like, oh, you know. And I'm not gonna lie, to stand out as a black person, actually know something.
They're not enforcing
desire to have sex with your
Enforce requires force. Enforce is a derivative of force. You can't enforce absent force. No one's saying force.
This is how your sex is going to be had in his marriage. It's through enforcement, through the religious pulpit.
No, it's going to be
this
the
is
idea.
2025, and we're still here somewhere on Little House on the Prairie.
If it's the idea,
I would love to have this reality.
If it's the idea that women have and men have both, that they're not supposed to.
Hold on. Ghostman can't. Who was it? No, it was Hola. Where Hola at? Hola said, hey, look, I got this Bible. It says we gotta fuck. He said, saying we gotta fuck after pulling out a Bible is crazy. Hey, in this book it says we gotta fuck.
Other from that, because that is how they live. The case of the matter is that they try to keep themselves sexually appealing to the partner. They try to keep themselves
pulling out a Bible demanding sex is crazy.
Moving towards that state where they're found appealing. That's part of that. Why do you think? And by the way, you keep saying force. Can you demonstrate anywhere that I said that there would be any force involved with any of this, or that it's even necessary? Enforce is force.
Correct. That's what. So I was.
So where is the force? Where?
You tell me. You're the one.
You're asked the question.
Wait, you're the one that told me the church reverend is going to come enforce marriage.
No.
And sex.
When?
You said that earlier.
No. I said the ecclesiastical authority uses social pressures.
He beat his wife over the head, doggy style, with the Bible. Yo, you said, and that's why CGA said he won. He exposed their lame logic. Yeah, the Bible on the dash, pistol in arm's reach.
Pressure
that's
to
not
make your wife fuck your husband.
No, you're not
So
making them do anything.
Okay, to encourage them to fuck their
Yeah.
CJ, buddy.
Don't you encourage people's wives to fuck them?
Keep poking at him.
I don't need to be in their bedrooms that much.
Yeah,
I can't
if
force them
somebody,
to do anything.
if
Listen, I
somebody
can't
called
force
you,
a woman.
Oh my God, UFO! Stop. You said in Corinthians it says, "Thou shalt spread thy legs 10 and 2."
if a woman called you and said, "I don't sleep with my husband. He seems angry at me," would you encourage him or her to sleep with
See,
him?
but here's the thing, though. Women were never forced to do these things. Like, it was always like a social pressure because people valued family. So they just had a different perspective.
It wasn't
of life.
a social pressure. It's like an unwritten rule. That's really what it was. It wasn't no social pressure. It was like an unwritten rule. Man, listen, y'all don't pay attention to UFO, man. He killing me. It was basically an unwritten rule.
And especially if you're religious, being fruitful and multiplying is a part of the religion. So it's necessary for you to sleep with each other, obviously. As far as other things, too, that.
And I guess a lot of women didn't like it because they felt obligated. So you could throw that out there. They felt obligated.
Bind two people to have more relations with each other. See it that marriage was good at one point, and it is good for men. Well, if that's the case, at some point, for some reason, without a gun.
Shout outs to everybody over at Rumble, holding strong. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the show over at Rumble. Shout outs to everybody over on the YouTube side of the game, holding strong. If you guys are enjoying the content, please support the content. It's Player Talk Radio, 5 hours and 42 minutes into the madness. Make sure you guys hit the poll. We're going to hit the poll one more time. Make sure you guys hit the like button, hit the Cash App, and support the show. You know, I'm doing my best to try to keep this Wi-Fi from fucking up with this signal. And definitely I'm trying to reach today's show goal. Shout outs to LT Man checking back in. You know. All right. Now, make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. Number one, for sure. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com and make sure you subscribe to LT Man's channel. He got a gift for you if you guys subscribe to LT Man's channel. Also, let him know, you got 2 gifts coming from me. A gift coming from LT Man, 10% off, and it's buy one, get one free. Can't beat that. Buy one, get one free. So LT Man for Fitness got an insane deal going this month. If you haven't shopped at hempfitness.com or haven't checked them out, this month is the month you really want to check them out. You know, this is the best time to really head over there, check out their fine selection. Everything over there is organic. You dig what I'm saying? Don't panic, it's organic. And listen, once the sale's over, it's over. You know what I'm saying? All right, so don't cheat yourself, treat yourself. All right. But yeah, we're gonna be getting into another topic pretty soon. You know, a lot of people are saying New York is fucked. You know, and we're gonna talk a little bit about history. You know how New Yorkers are so quick to forget. Or maybe I'm late. Maybe they turned a new leaf, y'all. You know, maybe they turned a new leaf. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, somebody enlighten me. You know, there's probably somebody gonna say this ain't the 90s or the early 2000s, Cuda. We don't care about the Twin Towers anymore. New York is going fully Islam. Let's go. Player talk.
Being to women's heads, they were sleeping with their husbands. So why couldn't you just enforce those same ideas that caused that to start to be the case in the first place?
I wouldn't encourage her to do anything, especially with
You
me.
wouldn't
I don't
encourage
mess
her
with.
to do
I don't.
anything.
I don't mess with married women. That's their
Brilliant.
business.
So your solution is fucking nothing.
I don't know if anybody's gonna tell Coach. He said I don't mess with married women, but he was talking about the underground. He was talking about the underground, and a lot of those swinging women are married. And listen, let me tell you something. A lot of those women out here escorting, they're married. They're married. All right. You said I got Chicagoans unfriended me talking about 9/11. Yeah, it's crazy. New York forgot quick as hell. Shout outs to LT man. He said a lot of our products don't have animal. A lot of our hold on. Chat moving fast. A lot of our products don't have animal byproducts. That's good. Listen, man, everything is organic, guys. You said niggas think they Islam and their Islam is the same. That's because niggas turned Muslim in jail for protection. Nation of Prislam. You know, the Nation of Prislam. You said, but some capsules do. Okay. You say he married. I think, but the capsules that do LT man, they're labeled, right? I think you have them labeled on the site, if I'm not mistaken. So if that's the thing for you guys, I'll see what LT man says, because it should be labeled. I think he has them labeled, if I'm not mistaken. You said he married a woman with 2 baby daddies. Who, Andrew? I know his wife. I know he's a stepdad. 2 baby daddies is crazy. You said swingers are almost always married. That's what I'm saying. And a lot of working girls, they're married too, and they have jobs. Yeah, they're labeled. Okay, shout outs to LT man. Yeah, if they do, they're labeled, y'all. But listen, dudes out here eating chicken, meat. Y'all niggas be up here eating goddamn bison knuckles and shit like that. So a little animal here and there ain't hurt nobody. Y'all gonna be eating chicken and working out anyway, some beef and stuff. So hey, unless you from New York and you Muslim, you might want to lay off the pork. You said I bet Andrew would creep with CGA after seeing Andrew's wife would creep with CGA after seeing that debate. He got cucked. Man, he went straight racial after, you know. You said, damn, homie, you just broke my heart. What do you mean, Malcolm? News said, I thought they all were virgins. You said the New Yorkers flew south like some birds. Winter is here. Yeah, they in Miami now. I was wondering why the same dude was around her all the time. What do you mean, Malcolm? Who are you talking about? Andrew will be holding CGA cigar. Oh, man. UFO saying Andrew cucked the hell out. Yeah, bison knuckle. Yeah. Yeah, motherfuckers don't know what they eating at all, too. I ain't gonna lie. It really messed me up when I found out that Skittles like that, they're made with like beetles. They made those little red bugs that y'all used to see. They're made with those bugs. You know,
nothing.
My solution is very clear.
What is it?
You're telling me at this particular point that you're going to enforce through social pressure. Social pressure.
That's not
social pressure enforces women to be very promiscuous at this particular point. Now, you're talking about 7% of the population or better, maybe 10, that are going to.
I ain't gonna lie. I wouldn't even say it's social pressure. It's more like peer pressure. The internet and Well, the internet is social. Never
fall
mind.
under this category, and this is going to lead a wave of women sleeping with their husband through social pressures, when social pressure quite tells them the opposite. Let me
I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
I mean, social pressure back in the day used to say take care of your man, but that was implied. It was an unwritten rule. I think the reason why women didn't like it is because they felt obligated to do it. Unwritten rule, you know. That's the thing though, party. Broccoli ain't even real. It's just colored cauliflower.
At this point,
Exactly. It's very difficult. I know.
It
It's
is
very
very
difficult for
difficult.
you. I know, exactly. And very nice tactic. But listen,
It's not a tactic. I'm trying my hardest.
You're taking a very small scenario, a large scenario, when I'm telling you the larger scenario is the reality, and you're telling me
Both are
if
reality.
I do this, if I do that.
No,
this is
so
a
are
very
you.
small percentage.
You're doing the same
I'm
thing.
telling you about
if
what's
you get
happening.
married, you may get a
No, I
divorce.
said
you
when.
may, if this happens, then this may happen.
We already looked at the statistics of it likely happening.
Yeah, no,
so that is likely to happen.
First of all, even the
Can
statistics
you pull up
looked
the
at.
statistics again?
Pull up
the
the
marriage
statistics.
statistics, the
For the
divorces.
Christians, it's actually not likely, is
Overall
it?
In the United States. Overall in the United States.
Yeah,
So it only in order for it to work, you have to be white.
You need to break
make a
this
certain
down by
income. Hold on for a
demographics.
second. You need
You want me to break it down?
So
and
So you want to go. In order for your marriage to work, they have to be white, Christian, make money, and then also probably
gotta
live
be
in a
white?
certain region.
If it's the
now,
case
what if that's not the case? Because in the United States, I
people
don't
can
know
have
where you
good marriages,
live,
what?
but you know,
We
in the
can have
case
good
of the
marriages.
United-
the apparatuses.
if you take the rest of the United States, they're highly not that. That is outside of those demographics.
And don't you wanna
what if
change
they're-
that?
What if they're outside of that?
Don't
What
you
if they're
wanna-
not white
don't-
and Christian?
don't you wanna
What if
change
they're
that?
not Christian to make $100K? What do you suggest then?
Yeah, so here's what I would suggest. If it's the case that in the black community, you have more divorces than in the white community, there's going to be contributing factors for why that is. I don't think that, like, black people are just ontologically different than white people, do you? Do you just believe, like, that at their core, they're just ontologically different? Or do you think that they're the same? Because if that's the case, if we're equal people and equal people groups, then there must be some other social factors which are relating to this that increase the divorce rate in the black community that doesn't exist yet in the white community. If that's the case, we would specifically target those issues.
Pushing drugs into black communities to fund wars in the 60s, and then welfare programs kicking in conveniently enough when black men were going to prison at crazy rates at that time. I mean, that whole time did just a number on black families. It did. And a lot of the things that were propagated, especially the feminism, especially the abortion, which is just detrimental to the black community. Absolutely detrimental, but most black people support it anyway. I never understood why, but either way, I'm not even going to go down the line of it.
Shout outs to LT Man with the research. LT Man said broccoli and cauliflower are related. Both are they are both different cultivars of the same plant species, Brassica and Oleracea, and members of the cabbage family. Yeah, they're genetically modified though. Human invention. The differences between them are selective breeding by humans. Emphasize. Yeah, they're genetically modified. Shout outs to Anthony Southeast. He said Negroes are so confident. Who is Greg to tell this white guy about his country? I'm just being real. Uh-oh. Shout outs to Anthony Southeast. Yeah. This is the thing though. A lot of stuff that we're talking about too are created. Like a lot of people don't know we're eating beef. Did you know cows are man-made? Like black and white cows with the spots on them, those are man-made. Cows are genetically modified, human-made. A lot of people don't know that. Look it up. Some real shit. Lemons man-made. You know, a lot of stuff is man-made. But let's go.
Abortion. If y'all seen my videos, y'all know my opinion on that topic. But yeah, it was just completely detrimental, and the craziest part is usually when it comes to a sick society, you'll first see the symptoms in the people who have the fewest things. And if you look at white America now, they follow completely behind what the trends that Black America was setting in that time. I think the out of wedlock birth rate right now in the Black community is like 70%, 69% or something like that. It's insane, but it's rising in every other community too, because the symptoms of a sick society are starting to affect
All right, let's look at the poll. You guys are still. Oh wow. Okay. No, and the topic was dumb to begin with. Are neck and neck. Did Coach Greg Adams lose the debate with Andrew Wilson? 22% says yes. 30% says no. 35% says it was a dumb topic to begin with, and 13% says he really got cooked. All race aside. All right. That's interesting. Caribou's the original cow. Yeah. So I've heard. You know, I saw a cow out here. I'm like, man, that ain't no fucking cow. That right there, sir, is a bull. I think that is a bull. That is an oxen. That right there is an ox. I actually saw an ox out here, a real ox. Not an ox cord, but an ox. I was scared. I actually definitely was scared. For sure. Oh shoot. Shout outs to War Master dropping the huge $20 on the Cash App. Thank you so much, War Master. As always, thank you so much for supporting the show and sponsoring today's show. As always, we are closer to our $80 goal. I appreciate everybody here hitting the like button and supporting the show. Shout outs to War Master. War Master says, don't get married, get an Xbox. That sounds like a goddamn good deal to me. That actually shirt. That actually needs to be on the shirt. Don't get married, get Xbox. Let me write this down. Hold on, y'all. Let me write this down. No, let me screenshot this real quick. I'm gonna write this down. I'm gonna start putting you guys quotes on shirts, man. Shout outs to War Master. Oh, War Master says cows, dogs, corn, broccoli, and a whole lot of other things. America. Actually, I wouldn't attribute dogs to America though, even though America got its own different dogs. Everywhere has its own dogs. You know, what's those dogs that the girls like, y'all? What are those? Not, they are teacup dogs, which is bad also too. You know those like wiener dogs and those teacup dolls. Not dolls, dogs. Those wiener dogs and those teacup dogs. When they get in their adult years, they're usually in pain because they're supposed to grow more, but they can't because they're mutts. They're definitely genetically modified through breeding and selection and stuff. But what is it called? What's the name of the no, not the Chihuahua. Not the Chihuahua. Chihuahuas is a different breed though. Was it a Shih Tzu or a Chizu? I can see the dog's face, but I don't know the name of the dog. No, not the Chihuahua. Chihuahuas are I think it's called a Shih Tzu. The Shih Tzu, I think the Shih Tzu is like a Chinese dog that was like they're for royalty Queens and like princesses used to have them. Let me see. Let me see. Is this it? I don't know what the hell this shit is. A uh a Pekingese. Oh, here it is. Shih Tzu. See, I didn't even know it was spelled like that. Yeah, these Shih Tzus, but they usually look like this. No, not a pug. Ooh, a Pomeranian. Those are cool. I like Pomeranians. I do like Pomeranians. They're nice, but I think it's a Shih Tzu. But I think it's the smaller one, the little teacup Shih Tzu. You see, these Shih Tzus, they actually get big. I'm not sure if poodles are the same way too, because like if you see an actual fucking poodle, them shits get big as hell. Yeah, wiener dogs are they're in pain, but poodles. Hold on, god damn it! Look how big poodles get. This is a real poodle. Yeah, Shih Tzu. I think it was with a C though, but you guys were right to say Chihuahua. Chihuahua. But isn't Chihuahua like a Mexican dog or a South American Latino dog? These breeds are different. Like if you look at like a French bulldog versus an American bulldog, it's like night and day. You know. Shout outs to LT Man. LT Man said, "Kuda, do they have a Best Buy, Circuit City, or a damn Radio Shack? Wait, they have nothing like that here. they they have nothing like that here, bro. Maybe somewhere in Thailand they may have one and it's like a stand, but they have nothing like that here. I'm moving soon. So soon I will have a mailbox, hopefully. Hopefully. I'm moving soon, so hopefully I will have a mailbox. I'm just saving up to move right now. So I have everything damn near packed up. So I'm moving soon, so hopefully this place has a mailbox. I don't know how the mail system here works. Like they have this big. Actually, they do have a PO box, but I don't know how it works. Like all mail doesn't even come to like your doorstep. Like literally, you have to go down to a post office, a major post office, and pick it up. And then there's like you got to pay some fee or some type of inbound fee or something like that. So I'm really not sure. But I'm going somewhere where I think they do have a mailbox, and I'll let you guys know. And it's good too because I can send you guys some stuff too. But they got like customs and all kinds of stuff, and it's like weird. you know LT Man says, I have a miniature Yorkie. Let me tell you, them little dogs got heart. Some of them little dogs got heart. you know I do like pugs though, but they got their own. There's this French bulldog around here that I pet all the time. That's my buddy. And then there was at the cigar place, there was this other big dog that was like big and furry. He was cool. His name was Goose, and he died. He got hit by a car. And that was my buddy. You know, and he always would be on that street too. They got a lot of wild dogs here too, but they got a lot of dogs that are domesticated and people, that are part of, family. CGA pulled punches so he wouldn't offend his white audience. That white, but yeah. But I ain't gonna lie, CGA kind of went off after he called them stupid. Chihuahuas are extra. You said I forget how I got mail in the Philippines. Probably was Western Union. Yeah, it's weird. Man, they love Trump out here. Listen, y'all have no idea. People outside of the United States are way more into politics than people in the United States. How I heard about that New York mayor was from a Japanese student. How I heard about that mayor in New York was from a Japanese student, you know. Shout outs to War Master for supporting the show. I appreciate you. Let's keep the support going, guys. Let's go. It's Player Talk Radio.
Wipe your booty hole properly. Wipe your booty hole until there's no more brown. Wipe your booty hole properly.
Wipe your booty hole.
Wipe your booty hole properly.
More.
Shout outs to War Master.
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Yes, sir. All right. Almost at our goal. All right. Hold on. Give me 1 second, y'all. I appreciate you guys for hitting the like button and supporting the show. Let's keep the support going. If you guys are enjoying the show, not white supremacy. Oh my God. Someone need to take UFO Kamikaze's phone, bro. Like, wipe supremacy. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Wipe supremacy. I can't. Yeah, some of these dogs. Some of these dogs. Chihuahuas are cute. I like Chihuahuas. This is a dog I want though. Kita. But these dogs are no fucking joke. These dogs are no joke. They got a Akita out here. I actually seen one of these dogs, but he's shaved. Pause. I don't know why that sounds bad, but he's shaved. What dog did you say, LT man? The valedictorian, the Victorian Bulldog. All right, hold on. Ooh, yeah, I like these ones, but these ones got the old man face, LT man. Oh, these are cute. Oh my God. It's their jaw structure for me. Oh my goodness. Yeah, these ones got the old man face, but these are beautiful dogs. These dogs are like really small but stocky. The same thing with the French Bulldog. I like these French Bulldogs. These are really cute. I really want one so bad. I want one so bad. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't allow animals to sleep in the bed, but I'll probably let him sleep in the bed. I deserve one of these after all the dogs and cats. But American Bulldog. It's funny. Americans like French Bulldogs more than American Bulldogs. Yeah, these American Bulldogs are like pit bulls. Really beautiful dogs. Yeah, as a puppy, they are super cute. Yeah, you said she's 1 year old. She won't grow no more. Yeah, but I don't think your dog is like in pain and stuff like that. But like wiener dogs, they be in pain. Yeah, as a puppy, they're Yeah, the Victorian Bulldog is nice. Those dogs are yeah, I like the Saint Bernards too. Yeah, those dogs are weird though, LT man, because you know what? And it's the same thing with the French Bulldog that they got out here. Um with the French Bulldog they got out here, he can't his tongue be stuck outside of his mouth sometimes, and then they be drooling. And they got all that extra skin on their face, so when they drool, that should be like they be just straight up slobbering. When these dogs slobber, hold on, y'all. Okay, we should be back. When these dogs slobber, they slobber be all over the damn place. All right, let's go.
Everybody now, and so that's just the case. It's just black people had less, and so they were affected by these things first, but now you're starting to see it affect everybody.
To prevent that from happening, right? We're going to do
And those are beautiful dogs. The Siberian Huskies are very
this
beautiful.
across. We're going to do this across the board. Well,
Okay, what would they be?
For the black community, there's a bunch.
Ooh,
One,
what is that? Let me look up. I'm gonna look that up in the background. Sin Alaskan Malamute. See, y'all putting me onto some dog. Yeah, Alaskan what? So let me look this dog up, Sin, and it be a bear. Like that's not a dog, Sin. That's a bear.
and you have a distinction in economic certitude. The second one is you got a massive abortion rate, which is super problematic. Another one is you use matriarchal structures in the family home instead of patriarchal. Huge issue that you have. By the way, when it was Christian based, didn't happen. It was a patriarchal structure inside those black homes. And boy, they didn't put up with shit. Not the case anymore. So you have multiple factors here which need to be addressed. I agree with that. Nobody ever disagreed with that, though. What we're trying to do is look at the mitigation of risk and
Yeah, see the Alaskan hold on. The Alaskan Malamute look like a husky. The huskies and stuff like that gets mistaken for werewolf. Okay, I've seen these types. I didn't know that's what they were called. Wow. Okay. Dang, these look like wolves. Oh, here's the difference. Okay. My slow ass didn't know that there was different types of cats. I mean, I knew there were different types of cats, but like when I really look at the different types of cats, I'm like, damn, there really is a difference. Like this cat, I want one of these too. I like the British cats, but this one, a Maine Coon, I think it's called. A Maine Coon. Look at this. These Maine Coons are crazy. They kind of look like ocelots. And then you got a British short hair. I want one of these too. These are so cute. Oh my god, these are so cute. All right, y'all. I got a next subject. Next subject, cause we about to get to some politics soon. Give me 1 second. Next subject. God damn.
even for the black
I don't know if I'm having a pet or
community,
baby.
handled that already.
if the black community moves in to these conventionally traditional churches, they still will have the same ecclesiastical authority, which
You said a Samoyed? Okay, let me
will
look
assist
that
them
up.
in governing their marriage that white people would have, and it would still assist with the mitigation of risk. What's the alternative? It's just
And give me 1 second. Let me charge this laptop. But mind you guys, these cats and these dogs, like every single breed, they all have different characteristics. They all have different characteristics. Yeah, I looked up a Nikita. Yeah, the Japanese dog. But see, those dogs, LT man, you can't be no pussy with them dogs. Those dogs, if they feel they can't respect their owner, those dogs will run amok. and don't leave them in a room with a baby. Even though you have cases where you have some nice ones, but they don't like anything weak around them. Those dogs are crazy. Give me 1
It's
second.
degeneracy, right? The alternative is just like, well, just hump them and never get married. Well, what good does that do for blacks? What good does that do? It just leads to more abortion. It just leads to more degeneracy. It leads to high crime rates, and the single motherhood's out of control. So, like, what are you doing to prevent any of that? Nothing. Nothing. Tell me what? What?
Okay, thank you. You said things that people have known for the past 45 years,
You
but I
didn't answer the
appreciate that.
question.
Hold on for a second. Thank you for contributing to a common conversation that people know, but you offer no other solution. That's
Yeah,
great.
Kane
Now, here's the
Corso's
problem.
cool.
Here's a problem with this. It's an if scenario. That would be great if we can go back to this. It would be great if we can go back and look at and say that blacks, when they were in the 40s and 50s, they had more stable.
Oh my God, UFO, bro. He said Andrew looks like a guy. Andrew looks like you'll see him on To Catch a Predator. Like he shows up outside of your house smoking a cigarette with a 6-pack of Bud Light Ice.
Relationships and marriages than even white folks. Here's the issue.
Okay.
Why stop at the 40s? Let's talk about 1863.
Okay.
Yeah, in a weird way, I like I want a Sphinx cat. I love orange cats too, Cynical. I lost my orange cat before I went traveling. I miss him so much. His name was Garfield. I used to call him Boom Boom. That's my buddy. I miss him so much. His name is Garfield. That broke my heart. I said, oh man, I'm leaving on a jet plane, man. That broke when I lost my cat, y'all. That broke my fucking heart. I swear to God, he used to hang out with me. Man, listen, I miss him so bad. That was my baby. Ginger cats are crazy, you know. And did you know gingers are like what? It's like 80% of ginger cats are male cats. It's like the orange cats, which are called gingers, they're predominantly a male species of cats. The more you know, you know. Yeah, LT man. Yeah, that you know, but I mean it's similar. I mean, you know, those Akitas though, LT man, are like a step up from like Rottweiler, and the same thing with the Cane Corso. They're like a step up from like Rottweiler and Pit Bull. You know, Rottweilers and Pit Bulls, they love owners that you know, that are masculine, that are leaders and stuff like that. But that Akita is a different speed, man. That Akita is a different speed, bro.
Tradition seems to always hit this point of 1940s where you shine this light of traditionalism that you've never lived in, that seems to be in a snapshot of something that you don't even know about.
Well, I'm gonna just be completely honest here. Like, even when black folks first got,
You said Chris Hansen gonna walk with the paperwork and Andrew gonna get up and not get up and run though. You know, me and my ex, we used to watch Bait Car. We used to watch a bunch of To Catch a Predator. And we used to like when they be like, they know what's gonna happen when they leave outside of the house, that they about to be apprehended. That shit is crazy. But it was one episode in Florida where they was letting them niggas go. I was like, dang. You said Andrew is definitely dealing with stress. He wears like cologne. So this is the thing that I'm gonna say about guys like Andrew. The chain smoking of the cigarettes and stuff like that. And I mean, I'm not gonna say like Andrew's like super intelligent. Don't get me wrong. Like Andrew is like super smart. He's super smart. I give him that. He's pretty bright. But like and I'll say this. When you're smart or you're intelligent or you're bright, a lot of smart people smoke. I don't know why, but it is a thing. Or they bite their nails. A lot of smart people are messy. Um, I don't know, but like I don't know why he would be super stressed, but he got a house full of kids and some other stuff, and people got their own lives. We're just looking in. So
Out of slavery, I mean, the people that were very close to it were very resilient people. They built Wall Streets. They built Black Wall Streets. I'm from Wilmington, North Carolina. We had one of the biggest black newspapers there. It was eventually burned down by a white mob, but these people were very resilient people, and they did a lot of building infrastructure that doesn't seem to be happening anymore because of the type of leadership that comes from families. All that stuff came from families. You don't have a community with a bunch of individuals. You need families to have that. So I do 100% support any.
Yo, I forgot about that episode, Anthony. Hold on, LT man, give me 1 second. I'm gonna click it. I gotta switch I gotta switch tabs. Oh my God, Ghost man, I didn't have to know about that. I didn't have to read that, bro. Oh God. Smart people jerk off a lot too. I've never heard of that one. Yeah, I think one master teacher was out there with them that time. I forgot all about that, Anthony. Oh my God, y'all don't read UFO Kamikaze's comment. You said he's stressing because those kids ain't. Oh God damn, new. What's going on, country boy? Bro, it's the weekday, bro. Do y'all ever chill? Cucks are always stressed. He's stressing because those kids ain't.
Thing that can make it so that there are more families. If you want to help a community, definitely. It's really the only way. You're never gonna build a community up on a bunch of single women that have high paying careers. That's just not how it works.
Then when I fast
You're not
forward
even saying anything, dude.
Again,
Shout out to the country boy.
you're not listening. When I fast forward to 1970, when it falls all apart with no fault divorce, based on what I've been arguing, what happens? All that traditionalism falls apart. Why don't we take it further? Why don't we take it back to bride prices? I mean, how far in tradition you're gonna go? You're only gonna bang your head around 1940 and 50 because you watched a couple of movies and I Love Lucy episodes? That's not tradition.
Okay.
That was a snapshot in history that you're trying to achieve again. So take it back further. There's no marriages in the black community.
Let's say we'll take it. Let's say we take it all the way back to the 1700s. Let's just say, just for the sake of it, right? And that I'm totally wrong about all this.
Just stay-at-home moms is not about being a stay-at-home mom. That was a very small minority of history. Women have always worked. Even at the beginning, women were a part of agriculture. Most of the calories humans were eating or have eaten throughout history was from agriculture. We were hunters, they were gatherers, that whole type of thing. So much so that now they see different colors than men. Women can see more colors than men because red, orange, and orange was the difference between life and death when you were a gatherer and women were the gatherers. So that whole women just being housewives things, yeah, that's a very small minority of history. The issue is the value of family. Women were taught and they thought that they should prioritize family over their own individual happiness. That's the biggest difference. So yeah, women did work. Women were always teachers. They were always doctors, or not nurses. They were always in service work. This has always been the case. Women were always allowed to work. The difference is those women worked to contribute to their families. Now women want to work to contribute to themselves, to say that they don't need a man. That's the biggest difference. So it's not even just like the whole idea of a woman has to stay home and in the kitchen and the man goes out and does the job. That was the case for a small minority of history that people like to talk about. Throughout more of history, women were always a part of the work. The women worked. Women did work. They did agriculture. It's women have always worked for the most part.
For the sake of argument, let's just say.
They just value family.
What is your prescription to deal with any of those issues when you're telling men in the black community?
By the way, last point. And I'm going to rewind it here because I want to hear what Andrew says here. But you got to understand, too, when you are taught to value family, you just behave differently. You date differently. You look for different things when you date people. If you're just looking for pleasure and happiness and excitement, you're going to date a different guy than a guy when you're looking for a father to your future children. So when you date,
this is the thing between men and women that you guys have to get, though. Fellas, people are on a case by case kind of trajectory, right? A lot of people are on case by case. A lot of you guys, you're gonna meet a woman. You're gonna meet a woman. And just because how she is and what you like about her, you know what I'm saying? You'll instantly be a family man. Just as if you meet a certain promiscuous type of woman, you'll instantly be a womanizer. Whereas if you meet a certain type of woman, you'll instantly want to sit down and have a relationship. Now, shout outs to Keep It 1K Daily. He commented on the video that I did about Janae Aiko and Big Sean. And he said that Big Sean being with Janae Aiko for more than 10 years, he said that Big Sean's already dating a supermodel. And he said, watch when he leaves Janae Aiko, he'll probably immediately wife up that supermodel. And it be like that. Sometimes when you're with the love of your life, you end up meeting the love of your life. Never mind, y'all.
Even with the idea that family is going to be the most important part of your life, you'll choose different options. Instead of a man's money, you're going to look at his morality, because his morality is a better predictor of if he's going to stay around for your children, because you value the quality of life for your kids, and you value that over your own happiness. So when you value family more, the society just looks different versus just valuing pleasure and individualism and all these other things that women are taught to value now and that they seem to value more now. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, we've gotten to a point now where people justify abortion, and I mean, that's that's kind of dark, brother. You justifying killing an innocent life because two grown ass adults decided to have degenerate sex for pleasure? You think that the solution to that isn't to have the adults learn their lesson, become more responsible by dealing with the consequences? You think the better option is just kill the kid? It's like, well, that just incentivizes more degenerate sex. That's the problem. So yeah. But either way, it's just we've gotten very far from the idea that family is important, and we're more towards the idea that how much money you have is important, and that's causing a lot of chaos in society.
About all this, just for the sake of argument, let's just say, what is your prescription to deal with any of those issues when you're telling men in the black community to not get married? How is that going to assist with abortion? How's that going to assist with strong fathers in the home? How's that going to assist with the only demographic population which can't reproduce itself? How? Can you give me a single prescription to any of that?
Let me tell you something. I agree with you on this.
I just want a prescription, dude.
Here's a problem. I agree with you. And listen, if you had any ability to provide this prescription better than Louis Farrakhan or Martin Luther King,
does that mean no?
Give me a second. Listen to me. Mm-hmm. These men have tried to pretty much heal this issue, and they haven't.
No, they didn't.
Andrew Wilson certainly not to. Neither will CGA. So I don't have a prescription for the black community, because the black community is pretty much doomed at this particular point. They have too much degeneracy. They have single mother rates at the 70 and 80%. But I'm going to tell you something. You want to come in here and tell me something about ecclesiastics, and you're telling me about the reality of the black community, how to fix it. Nobody's been able to fix that community. So there's nothing you can do, and I can't offer any solution for that.
Look,
now, at that particular point, you're saying the risk is higher. It certainly will be higher under those matriarchal conditions. So you get no argument from me there. So at that point, where's your statistics lie then? Well, where's your solution?
So CGA just said, let me go back a little bit. So he basically just said he doesn't have any prescriptions for the black community because he's like hopeless on it. He just thinks that there's nothing you could do to better.
I mean, niggas are cooked.
The statistics.
of the black community how to fix it. Nobody's been able to fix that community. So there's nothing you can do, and I can't offer any solution for that.
Look,
now, at that particular point, you're saying the risk is higher. It certainly will be higher under those matriarchal conditions. So you get no argument from me there. So at that point, where's your statistics lie then?
Well,
where's your solution then?
I'll tell you again. So I'm glad
he's going to solve the community problems here. I'd love to hear this.
Listen again. I'm not saying
the black community problem solved by Andrew Wilson.
That says the guy who literally just got done saying, I have 0 prescriptions.
Because nobody does.
Yeah,
that community is here. But I would love to hear the black community solved by Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, so let me tell you a bunch of things that can be done which will help mitigate these issues.
Please
do. The first is
that you can accomplish, not some pipe dream.
That can be accomplished.
Okay, here we go.
That can be accomplished politically and already are beginning to be accomplished politically. The first is you have to outlaw abortion. You have to.
Yeah, you have to.
It has to be outlawed.
It has to.
And not by state by state. Go to the next state and do. One of the biggest problems with promiscuity in the black community is that they use abortion as a form of birth control. Same problem that you see in the white community, by the way. It's just more prevalent.
Yeah, it was the statistics, and maybe it was a statistic, and I could maybe pull it up. It was that in New York, I think this was in like 2021 or something like that, there were almost just as many abortions as there were births in the black community. Just let that sink in. Not quite. I think it was a few more births by a few thousands, like a couple thousands more, but that's not a lot when you're talking about huge demographics, swaths of people like in New York. There were almost as many kids aborted as born. It's insane to me, especially because Margaret Sanger was an open racist. She was a eugenicist. She wanted to get rid of black babies and even did rallies with the Ku Klux Klan.
And black women met her halfway. The majority of black children that gets unsubscribed never subscribed. They go in the black womb. The black womb is a death trap.
And telling them that if we legalize this thing and we get Planned Parenthoods and we put them in the black community.
And sadly, what Andrew is imposing to Coach Greg Adams is what a lot of white people got to do right now with those sundown towns.
They're going to abort their kids. We can control their population, and black people sign up for it and support it. I don't understand that. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. And then they'll call you not pro-black for not supporting more black lives being born into the world. Like it just doesn't make any sense to me sometimes. I just be like, oh, so you're like supporting an idea that was came up with by a woman who's seen you as inferior and did rallies with the Ku Klux Klan, and you think that makes sense?
Black community. The next problem that you have there is the lack of religiosity, where there used to be a really strong core religious base of based black men.
Yep, that's true.
And they were
Very
patriarchal, very patriarchal. And the thing is that it's the idea of these feminist bra-burning lunatics that told black women not to be under the evil patriarchy of their men. And yet,
black women didn't get the right to vote.
And what you're leaving out, though, that there is no such thing as a black patriarchy. That's why I've been telling y'all for the longest time, if black men reclaim the kingdom and get back this goofball power that we allegedly had, we give it over to the women and be in a worse position. I'm not trying to be up under no damn women. Oh, you think white people made you a slave? Let the black community turn into a matriarch. You are going to be a slave. Let's go.
When white women got the right to vote, they got the right to vote when we got the right to vote. So it's like, they were telling you to do all these things. And it's funny because the white women didn't even believe it. They were still getting married, still
women will enslave you.
Their marriages together, still having their children, not aborting their children in a different time. It's getting worse now for the white community, but yeah, they were just telling these black.
That's the crazy part. If women ever had the chance to be empowered, they will enslave men.
Black women to go just do anything on their behalf, and then black women just like, oh yeah, let's just go do it. Abandon the family. Family isn't valuable. Let's marry the state, marry the government through welfare programs. Let's do that. That's a better idea. It destroyed it did such a number. And I seen somebody earlier just say that well, nobody forced black folks to do opioids when it was put into the communities. Yeah, it's like, yeah, nobody forced them to do it, but that doesn't justify.
Black people wasn't even doing opioids. That really wasn't even a black drug. Black people was scared of anything outside of weed. The only people that was really doing those hard drugs were like musicians and shit, like Ray Charles and shit. Them niggas was doing heroin. I ain't gonna lie, niggas did do crack, but you know, that's something different. But speaking of drugs and stuff like that, y'all be careful, you know, this winter. You know, we made it past Halloween and stuff like that. Y'all be careful, okay? Out there experimenting with stuff and things like that, you know. Make sure you keep yourself healthy, motivated, drug-free. And if anything, head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. Put some love in your body by staying healthy and wealthy. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
Placing it there. Like you should. That isn't right either, is it? I think the people who put it there
been having trouble sleeping. Grab some of the CBD tea, 40 grams, therapeutic. And get that sleep you need. Let's go.
Probably more in the wrong. Well, no, the people who did are in the wrong too. But I'm just saying, like, yeah, that doesn't justify somebody purposefully placing it there.
Crack is whack, Anthony. My Whitney Houston voice.
That's not good either.
At this point, the men are rolling over and allowing the matriarchy to take over in their own community. Is a return to traditional church ethics going to assist that? Of course it will. Of course it will.
I gotta show you. I gotta show you this podcast, Anthony, of this white man talking about crack, saying it's the cleanest drug out there. He made crack sound appetizing. Let's go.
I know because it did then, just a few short years ago. I'm not talking about hundreds of years ago.
It wasn't that long.
I'm talking about 60 years ago. By the way, there's other things that you can do too. Getting rid of EBT, getting rid of social programs which are designed to keep people dependent. These are all things
the government already starting,
which can be politically accomplished. Just like abortion, the starting of banning that was politically accomplished in our lifetime. And the thing is like, you have no prescriptions. Fuck, at least I'm trying here, man.
Man, Andrew, you are Captain Obvious. This is the obvious prescription.
Why didn't you obviously state it as a prescription?
Because people have exhausted the means to be able to do this. Trust me, there have been people way better than you that dress better than you and shave their beard better than you that can do this, and they haven't been able to accomplish it. You have the Democratic Party that is highly influential. 92% of black women voted.
Yeah, Hunter knows.
For Democrats. That's also possibly where most of those women go to church. Most of black churches are overwhelmingly women. It's a women's club, and you're telling me about something completely obvious that everybody has pointed out for 25 years. You're not giving me anything new.
Yeah, feminism is horrible in the church. Like, we have a lot of female pastors, especially in the black community, which if you actually practice the religion and you're actually a Christian, that's just not, you can't actually have female pastors. I believe it's in 2 Timothy or something like that. But yeah, feminism has completely. I heard a female, bro. Oh my God. Oh, I shouldn't say. Oh my God. My bad. I heard a female pastor tell the church, and I heard a female pastor tell the church that God sent her first husband to see how bad he was or something, about warn her about bad men, and then she got her second husband, and that was like a part of the word. And I looked at my wife. I said, we have to leave. We have to get out of here. That's an insane take to be saying as the leader of a church. Insane take. And I literally in the middle of it, as soon as I heard that, I looked at my wife. I said, we have to go. Can't be in that.
This is a completely obvious scenario, and you believe that you've enlightened me over here, and you're waiting for me to give you a solution. Let me tell you something.
It's not about changing your mind.
You certainly would never do that. Now, at this particular point here, the unsettling experience that men experience in divorce. All right, you're saying you're just going to mitigate it or eradicate it. What about the small percentage of men that experience it and go through issues like high levels of self-deletion, high levels of them not being able to recover financially ever?
Yeah, somebody said here the church my mom went to been flying the LGBTQ flag out front since 2023. Yeah, that's part of the reason why men have left the church. It's because now it's just a motivational feel-good speech for women to hear to say, get through the week, God is good. Christianity used to have prescriptions. It used to tell you how to operate your life, and part of the message was, you'll know my people by its...
I don't know. I mean, you know what it is, Ghostman King? Watching this again, Coach didn't do that bad. He could have done better, but he didn't do that bad. Yeah, that's the crazy part. And you literally got to destroy cocaine to make crack. But it does stretch. Hold on.
Roots. When the people started to look just like the other people, when Christians started to look like, and it was acceptable for them to behave just like people who weren't Christians, what does it take anymore? That's when people started to leave, is what I'm saying. What does it take anymore to be considered a good Christian? You don't got to pray. You don't got to go to church. You don't got to fast. You don't even got to stay in your marriages. And so because they, like, people who claim to be Christians don't actually practice Christianity, the world can't see the fruits of what a good Christian could be potentially.
Well, the thing is, the Western world has watered down Christianity because Christians are supposed to travel also and spread the word. Somewhere in there, I was going to make a Che Guevara joke, but I'm not. That'd be fucked up.
If they actually practiced the disciplines in the religion, men were more attracted to the results and the disciplines in the religion. And when the disciplines just went out of the window because everybody just wanted to feel good every week and get donations, men stopped respecting the religion. So men left the church, and that makes sense. Can't really blame them for that. It was a lapse. It was a lapse. They allowed for it to just become feel good. You're supposed to be teaching me how I'm supposed to govern my life. Avoid debt. That's a Christian message. You're supposed to avoid debt. It's not in Christian ethics to be...
Yeah, black people being Christian is funny as fuck. I mean, the fact that this debate was a totally inside out debate is funny as hell. Because it's usually white atheists arguing with over religious black person, and at some point black person calls that person the devil, and then the shit it just even gets more funnier. But in this case, the black person is the atheist.
That, like, that's a good message for people to hear. You're supposed to fast. You're supposed to watch your weight. You're supposed to sleep with your husband. You're supposed to treat your husband, your wife a certain way. Like, there are actual rules to Christianity, and if the people in Christianity were expected to follow those rules to actually be considered Christians, then maybe the world could see the fruits of what Christianity could produce. But because the Christians look just like the people in the streets and they do the same things, well, then what's the point of the religion? It doesn't even make any sense through that context. So yeah, that's why men left the religion, and you can't really blame them for that. It was a failure in leadership.
This
still is.
They're still going to experience this under your scenario. This doesn't disappear.
It's getting better, though. I think it's
what prescription do you have for those men that went to your marriage and they got divorced 33%? What do you do with these men? Okay, 20%, 30%. It still was at a high rate.
I think it would
what
even be lower than that.
You would hope so. You would hope so. But hope is not a strategy. What hold on for a second. What scenario do you have for men that you led into the burning building when they experience separation from their children, parental alienation, high levels of self-deletion? What prescription do you have, sir, that you sold? You have all the answers. Please enlighten us. What you're going to do with these men? Are you going to enforce them to have sex with other virgins that you have on the sideline?
I'll answer the question, but I want to make a deal with you that if I answer this last question of yours, that you'll actually answer when I ask you after that.
Listen, we're not in a court of law. I don't have to answer anything. I can state something.
Yeah, I know, but I'm asking if we can make a deal. That if I answer this question, you'll answer my next
question that you asked me. I'll consider.
So we're not going to make a deal on that?
I don't have to make a deal. Listen,
you don't have to. I'm asking if you will.
Possibly. So go ahead.
Possibly. Okay. Well, then I possibly will hold the debate hostage until you possibly make a deal with me.
All right, great. So that gives me the floor.
So we'll just sit here and stare at each other, or we just filibuster each other. Like
at this particular point, you don't want to.
So I can
answer it. You want to answer it,
but you're not going to. But you're not going to answer mine. I just want that clear. You're not going to answer mine after. You're just going to filibuster and stonewall again.
I ask you the question, put it on the table.
So this is pretty simple, right? What you're proposing here. Every policy prescription which is made anywhere in any nation, with any people group, from the tribal all the way to the national level, is going to be a trade-off, no matter what. There's always going to be some people who are disaffected by it in some small percentage.
Shout outs to everybody scanning the QR code. I see you.
And there's not a damn thing you can do about it. We don't run societies based on outliers. The second thing is, when it comes to suicide in men particularly, one of the best ways to mitigate that is to begin the process of eliminating deployment of troops abroad. Because one of the biggest contributing factors to male suicide, including in marriage with divorce, is their veteran status. And it's because they really depend on their family to assist them with what's going on mentally from the fact they've been deployed in these wars. And one thing you could really do that would help that's what the American First policy is we want to bring troops home, no more foreign wars. That will greatly help and aid with this problem. And by the way, policy-wise, it's already been aiding with this as Trump has wound these wars down. And by the way, I'll point out
that's a good one. I like it.
I'll point out a few more things that you can
please do. Yes.
So another thing that you can do is at the national level, right? From propaganda works. I'm sure you agree. Propaganda absolutely works.
Absolutely.
If at a national level you had propaganda, which instead of showing LGBTQ flags, degeneracy, girl bossing, shit like this, which is what you see everywhere, you had institutional family units instead. Right? And that was what you saw everywhere that you went. And that was where the social status was. At the top-down level, that would really help change people's psyches around. The same way they were indoctrinated towards the degeneracy, same way you can indoctrinate them out of degeneracy.
It's funny because that's literally what happened, bro. I remember, like, if you just even think back a little bit, and just from watching the movies and stuff at that time, you could tell that it was so forced that they were trying to paint the Sex and the City girl as like the eloquent, classy, while the housewife was just like a bumbling dummy.
Okay, let me tell you a big secret on how you get women, and not even indoctrinate them. It's not even about indoctrination and shit. Let me give you a big secret about how you get women, and this is straight up power that I'm about to give you. And you can either use this for good, bad, or evil, or whatever you want to use it for. And hear me when I tell you, and hear me clear. All you gotta do, it's like dominoes. All you gotta do is set them up, and women will knock them down. All you gotta do is pose something for women. Just pose it. Just set it up. And make her believe that it's her idea to do the obvious. You know? Like, put a woman in the room and there's a door with a big ass obvious lock on it, and be like, oh wow, there's a key right there that you planted in the corner. And she gonna be like, oh, are we supposed to take this key and turn the lock in that door and open it? Oh my God, that's a great idea. And then when she does it, start clapping and praise her and be like, yay, you did something a kid would do. You know, basically you got to do things and make them feel like it was their idea to do it. And I'm not going to say do it bad or treat her like a child or anything. I was just being, hyperbolical. But, all you got to do is just make them, this works in relationship. It works all the time. Just make them feel like, oh, what's happening was their idea. Good job.
who was just like getting abused by her wife. That was like every movie from the 1990s to like 2010, and it still is.
I ain't gonna lie though, they do get mad when they find out that you were just kind of letting them, that it wasn't really their idea. They kind of get a false sense of accomplishment, but
It's that way.
Love is love.
It's like it was
game is game.
Obvious propaganda to promote these women, like, oh, you go to college, you become elegant, you get this, you start having sex, and you get this job in the city, and you big wig stuff, and this is what you should be as a woman, and this gives you more status in society. And I remember that idea being pushed. And the woman who, the number one editor of Cosmopolitan magazine, the most influential female magazine in the 1990s, she said they lied about statistics because they understood that women are a little bit more influential, a little bit more agreeable, and the easiest way to get women to agree with abortion was to lie about the statistics of other women supporting abortion. So it was all propaganda. It was all propagandized. And to be honest, a lot of the women that I know that went to college, they're not living a Sex in the City lifestyle. They're managers at Burger King. They work at the DMV. They're at Banana Republic. They're not like living these fruitful, salaried, successful, passionate careers that the idea of college sells to people. We're getting older and they're childless. And it's funny because you're seeing the first generation of women, when they say like that margin where 33 or 50% of women by 2030 will be single and childless. You're starting to see it now. You're finally starting. We're going to see something that is unprecedented in human history over the next 5 to 10 years. It's crazy. And it was all based on propaganda. It was all pushed.
I mean, this is why, like I said, if you got the propaganda absolutely worked. If you like I said, if you got yourself a wife or a good woman and you're married, you and your lady should be somewhere laughing at all of this shit, because honestly, the best thing to be in today's day and age, if you're not focused on what you're doing, is somewhere put up. Just be somewhere put up, y'all.
By propaganda. And it's because they wanted to push women into the workforce to double the tax base so the government could tax double the people, and so that they can cheapen labor. And if you don't believe that that's a strong motivating factor, look at the immigration laws currently. If you don't believe that that's a motivating factor, look at what AI is doing to the job market. If a company can make a couple extra dollars, or an industry feel like they can make a couple extra dollars, they will promote social engineering to change it. Look at the breakfast is the most important meal of the day propaganda. Look at the diamonds are forever propaganda that convince men that they need to spend two months salary or whatever month salary on a diamond, when the statistics show the more you spend on the ring, the shorter your marriage will be on average.
And the value goes.
So it's social engineering, and it does work. And I remember when this stuff was being propagated, and it's very interesting because a lot of the women that were sold the dream that they're going to live these high salary, Sex in the City jobs, they're getting overweight because you're working hard, you eating fast food, you getting big. You getting big because you eating fast food and you only got time to work all day because you trying to maintain a $2,000 rent by yourself. If they do have kids, some of them be single moms, and if they don't have kids, I mean, who wants to live like that in real life? And it was propagated. It was propagated, and it's crazy because it definitely worked. It definitely worked.
It's how we got a whole nation to smoke. And it's also how we got a whole nation to quit smoking.
Yes.
The thing is, like, there really are good prescriptions here. And the only thing I get from you...
Wait a minute.
Hang on.
We're talking about self-deletion of men.
Almost done.
Okay.
Yes. That'll help with self-deletion of men. Yes. And it's one of the biggest contributing factors. Single motherhood, another huge contributing factor. These are all things which we need to mitigate. And by the way, these are all great prescriptions. You said I don't have none.
No, for a second. That's what you said. Now, here's the deal. These are great prescriptions. I happen to live in the time that you're talking about when the FCC didn't allow degeneracy, and I was able to live through the time where they started to allow it. So I, unfortunately, was able to see a time where America was great, and now we had dysfunction. So I agree with some of those things. That took place probably 40 or 50 years. It would take a very, very unique scenario for that to occur when you have Cardi B and this type of music out here. And she's a single mother divorcee with a man that is having babies.
Now, that's a good argument.
Okay, so how...
There are women who look up to a woman who is an ex-stripper This is the person that the people who are supposed to be for black politics, which is the left, this is the person that instead of talking to Ice Cube, who came together with the Platinum Plan for Black Americans, where he got all these PhD black economists together to come up with this plan, Joe Biden said he didn't want to talk to him. He wanted to go talk to Cardi B, a woman who's not even a black woman, about black issues. And this is a woman, by the way, who was an ex-stripper. She married a rapper. She bragged about drugging men and robbing them for their money. She got in the marriage with the guy that was a cheater before she married him, and then when he started cheating during the marriage, she acted like she didn't know that he was a cheater. You married a cheater. Like, if you marry a guy who's an alcoholic, he's probably gonna still be an alcoholic. You marrying him isn't gonna change that. So don't act surprised after you did it and signed up for it, and he's the same person that he was when you signed up for it. But she ended up marrying a rapper, Offset, and they're going through a divorce now. And while still in their marriage, technically speaking, legally speaking, she got pregnant by Stephon Diggs.
I covered all of it.
And that's like a idol, like that's like a boss. That's something you should try to. And this is the woman that has influence over your daughters. This is the music that your daughters are listening to every day on their way to school. And I just wonder, who is that benefiting? Who does that benefit? A woman that was caught on camera covering her daughter's ears from listening to her music doesn't mind if your daughters listen to her music. Very interesting.
I mean, she knows what music will do to people. All right, we're going to give this another 15 minutes, and then we're going to go over to see what's happening in New York. Let's go.
And that's seen as a W. There were women saying, oh, she got her get back because she's now a baby mother to a... She was just in a marriage with a guy that was cheating. Why did she go out here and then break up her marriage just to be with another man that cheat? The dude got 4 women pregnant.
I mean, you got to think about it. I mean, being an athlete's baby mama is a lot of these girls' dreams.
Currently. And this is like a smart woman that other women should aspire to be like, right? They said that she wrote the feminist anthem that was called Wet Ass Pussy. And I'm sorry for being vulgar, but if you think I'm being vulgar for saying the title of the song, wait until you hear the lyrics of what your daughters are listening to. It's crazy. Like, it's insane. That stuff is deliberately set out to destroy. 110%. Deliberately set out to destroy.
Actual argument.
Hold on for a second. No, that's something that you agree with. That's okay. No, that's okay. That's okay.
Argument.
No, it's an agree. You just agree. You can be humble enough to say you.
That's
agree
an actual argument.
No, listen. You don't have to be. You don't have to belittle or attempt to belittle. Well, I'm here a grown ass man.
The argument
just say
is
you agree.
Propaganda.
Hey,
listen.
Just say you agree. You want to be the
answer.
It's not a matter
of agreement. It's a matter of recognizing that was an argument.
It's okay, sir.
It's the only argument you've made
to somebody across from you. No, just say you agree. You can humble yourself in the side.
I don't agree.
Now,
it's just an argument.
You agree. Be a big boy. Be a big boy.
I don't agree, but it's an argument.
Here's a second.
Okay.
You're telling me it's going to take 50 to 100 years. No. I ask you about a man that's considering taking his life today. Mm-hmm. You're telling me about propaganda machine. Okay, there are men here that are been abandoned from their kids. They've been alienated. I'm talking about today. I'm not talking about in the church. I'm talking about today.
Okay.
Shout outs to And1 Play 5. Bro, I've been pointing that shit out the whole time, man. I've been pointing that shit out the whole time. That and it's crazy because, like, especially in a debate with the "I'm white and I say so," undertones and stuff like that. Black men still have to prove that they're a man and have to announce it. I'm a grown ass man. I'm not a boy. I'm a full blown bison. Brothers always got to announce how much of it. Y'all not ready for this. Give me 1 second.
All right, we see that. Brothers are like, yo, I'm a grown ass man. You don't do that. Or I'm a grown ass man. Don't talk to me like that. And blah, blah, blah. Let me give y'all brothers some game, as I always do. And this is some game from me to you. You know, it's crazy when you do your history and you see stuff like this, right, fellas? Let me put y'all onto some game. I told you there's 2 free people in America. 2 free people in America. Oh, see, Chris G, come on, man, Chris, you letting it out the bag, bro. I'm about to lace. I'm about to lace. Yes, yes. You see, y'all feel what I'm walking y'all down to, right? There's 2 free people in America: white men and black women. Let me ask y'all a question. When a black man looks at somebody and be like, "Yo, I'm a grown ass man," there's only 2 people he really gonna say that to in America, which is a black woman and a white man, and maybe the police. Think about what I'm telling you. I'm cooking. All right, I'm showing y'all some real shit. When you ever seen a black man tell somebody they a grown ass man, they're either talking to 3 people: a white man, usually the police. So I just put those 2 together, and a black woman. Think about it. Don't take too long to think about it, because you might miss the game. Yeah, that maybe the police shit is diabolical. I'll throw that out there. Nah, it's not about praising the colored men. You know, in history, black men have been notorious to be called boy. You know, I mean, I commend a lot of brothers. We took the word boy and transformed it into a lot of stuff and made it influential, but y'all know what I'm talking about. But anytime a man has to say that, bro, and prove his manhood, it's like it's like a lot of times they doubt their own manhood, or they're aware of a complex with their manhood. You know what I'm saying? And you see a lot of guys say that to women in these spaces. "Oh, I'm a grown ass man. You need to submit," and blah blah blah. You know, you see this shit all the time. Party said, "I would have agreed a while ago, but that's anybody, especially if you just work a job. Anybody in anybody of any background could be your boss." That's true. That's true. That's true. But what I'm saying is, it's the I'm right, I'm white and I say so. And a lot of people were saying that, oh well, Andrew had a condescending tone with Coach and was talking down on him and stuff like that. And it's like, bro, the whole debate, Coach had to prove, or had this chip on his shoulder to feel like he had to prove that he's a grown ass man. And then I'm not even gonna lie, I mean, the part that y'all want to see that he was talking about, that shit is off camera. He said Andrew was outside chain smoking them cigarettes, and he was mad as hell when Coach turned his back at him and pulled off in his G-Wagon. And and shit, you don't need me to tell you. Kanye told y'all. In America, you still a nigga in the coop. I mean, even if you're rich, right? Let's just say you're rich, right? You're uber rich as a black man. Even the people that would love the stuff that you have, or would like to be as rich as you. And I don't know. I mean, back in the day, and Negroes used to be delusional and say, "Well, that's America," and people will be like, "What do you mean that's America? Like what's America? That a black man could own a G-Wagon and stunt on a white man that doesn't have it?" And it's like, I get where you're going. I get where you're going with it, but it's like, I mean, I'm pretty sure anybody would want a G-Wagon, but them shits take gas. Give me 1 second, guys. You said people be talking to adults like we ain't like we all ain't got kids or of age to have kids, right? Right. Yeah, that's true. That's true. The legitimacy of the stream. UFO and D Chicago alone is getting the engagement up.
You're telling me about some scenario where you're going to change liberalism and bring in righteous conservatism. That's not going to work today. We need solutions for men today.
It's currently
not
working,
50
though.
years from the turning point meeting. Okay. At this point, today we have men that are in dire need of help.
I agree.
They're going through unsettling situations and divorces. This is who I speak to, and you keep telling me
the best thing you could do today is not change the morality behind marriage, because that's a lost cause. But what you can do is change around it to make it more equal for the people who actually want equality. If you want a no-fault divorce,
I like, what's funny, New? I like them old school Japanese cars also too. I like how they had their side mirrors down the hood of the car. Those, I think that's cool.
First, you leave with what you came. If you a woman and you want to divorce your husband for anything outside of abuse that you can prove, physical abuse or infidelity, well, then you leave with nothing. That's fair. You're breaking your vows. Why do you get to leave with 50%? That doesn't even make sense. Change that law. Stop treating fathers like they're second-class citizens to their own children, like they're stepfathers to their own children in divorce court. Change that. That's what you can do now. That's what you can do now. So yeah, I'm not even opposed to the no-fault divorce. If you want to avoid for women that are in abusive relationships, if they need to get out of it quicker or whatever, they can do that. But if you file for no-fault divorce, you don't get to leave with 50% of what the man was in his goddamn retirement plan. Because then you just incentivize people to destroy their marriages, and you see that.
I mean, the fucked up part is me studying bookkeeping, y'all, and accounting. The word reconcile takes on a different, a different definition for me. And I'm looking at, when people break up in marriages and stuff like that, and I'm not gonna say it's no fault or whatever. Something's at fault, obviously, or else you wouldn't be breaking up. But you know how they say irreconcilable differences? I have an accountant brain now. For some weird reason, I just think of accounting all day, damn near, because that's what I'm studying, right? It's like, damn, how your lady break up with you for irreconcilable differences, but can account for half your shit? There was a joke somewhere in there. You said, imagine playing spades and I catch you reneging, but I owe you books. There you go. There you go.
That happening, and that's when you see the rates go up. When women get all the incentives, get basically paid to destroy their family, that's when you see the rates go up. So yeah, change the laws for now.
I mean, but why would the courts are changing it slowly now? Because I guess some type of well dried up or it got to somebody higher up. You know what I'm saying? like a judge or some shit start going through it, or too many people start going through it, or let's just say it don't pay like it used to. And I'm not gonna lie, I mean, what's going on, King? Good to see you, bro. Happy holidays, my brother. I'm gonna say this, right? Why do women think that the government and people are gonna give them money long term and then at some point not take that shit back? Especially, and this is another accounting term, especially when the government can tell how much money women are holding. They know women got all the money. They go out of their way to make women stimulate the economy. They know who to put. They know whose hands to put money in. Let's just say that. They know who hands to put money in. You know. So I mean, and then I mean, and I'm not gonna say that's a part of inflation, but it kind of is. You know, who you gonna replace the she economy? Who you gonna replace the she economy with? You know, you said the girls need a bag now. They single. They single. The girls need a bag now. They single to stimulate the economy. Yeah, economy. The economy gets stimulated more with single women. Absolutely. But thinking that the government was gonna just hand shit out to you and not take it back. You know, the government's an Indian giver, man. You said they were thinking that if they changed the laws, more men would want to get married, but there's no incentive for broads. Yeah, well, what they do though, they change the laws to enslave you. You know, they try to turn the marriage around and enslave you, and it's like, you know, men aren't falling for it, and they're mad that men aren't falling for it. That's the funny part. They mad that men aren't falling for it.
And then maybe eventually the morality around it will change. But for now, humans are incentive-based beings, and all of the incentives go for women to destroy their marriages.
Obvious answers
So I
about
agree with,
propaganda
CGA there.
and changing this and going to church. This sounds great on paper, but that.
All right, so let's do this. Obviously, if you watched the last show, you know we went over this whole debate. You know, if y'all want us to go over it again, let me know, and definitely support the show, and we'll definitely go over this whole debate again. You know, when we get time. Okay. So oh man, y'all putting me to work today. Y'all are putting me to work today. 7 hours and 13 minutes into the madness. Please support the show by hitting the like button and hitting the Cash App. I got something that just you know, I got something to run by y'all real quick. Now, before I got into this live stream, I showed you guys Coach Greg Adams going the hell off on Andrew, and obviously calling him a doofus. Thank you, Gail. And calling him a doofus and all kinds of stuff, right? And Coach Greg Adams is like, I'm not a boy, I'm a grown ass man, whoopie whoop, y'all know the rest, right? Well, looky here what came across the desk. So, Coach Greg Adams went in on Andrew. You know, obviously he felt disrespected. He went in on Andrew. But let me show y'all something that just took place 4 hours ago. Let me show y'all something that just took place 4 hours ago. Hold on. I think Andrew just did a show with Myron. Fresh off the press.
That's when we
Do it.
Oh, yeah. So let me,
Mafia.
all right. So the super chats basically focus on one thing.
Oh, you got
They want to talk shit
Rolo.
about you and CGA.
You got Rolo, aka Skeletor. Oh, let's check this out.
So here's it. Question for Andrew. Big reason why the red pill doesn't give prescriptions is because we would feel morally responsible. And then this is continued. Is the church willing to take responsibility for the men who fail 10% of the time? Things like,
I mean, a lot of it's mixed. It's crazy. A lot of people are saying that Coach lost the debate, King, and then a lot of people saying he didn't lose the debate. It's kind of like a mixed bag. What, you know? Okay, so this what happened, party. I don't think you were here in the beginning. So Andrew, after the debate, he went over on his show and, you know, called Coach Greg Adams a doofus. Oh my God. He said Rolo looking like the mummy return. Not the mummy returns. Oh my God. Skeletor. Oh my God. I can't with y'all, man. The mummy returns. Bruh. Someone need to take y'all phones, man. Listen, I'm trying to get through this, all right? Without being mean, man. So look, not Rolo. God damn it. Andrew went over to his page and was calling Coach Greg Adams dumb. You know, I guess he was going in on Coach Greg Adams, and Coach Greg Adams went the fuck off. You know, I might play that again one more time before we get up out of here if y'all want to see it again. Y'all putting me to work today, man. But who we I think this is don't it, yo party, don't it look like if you take off that hat it's just like a bare brain, but it's like old, it got like hair coming out of it, like whiskers. All right, let me stop. All right, we gotta be serious at least some point. At some point in our life, y'all, we gotta be serious. But no, Andrew went off on Coach Greg Adams, and Coach Greg Adams fired back and just really turned the shit into a whole race ball. You know, so Coach Greg Adams went in on Andrew. So I think this is Andrew's response to that. I'm sitting here watching it live with you guys, you know, because I was live working when this came out. All right, but let's go.
help him get a new wife financially, etc. If the church had a MOA, like Mike's MOA, to help, most dudes would marry.
Yeah, this question is so easily answered. Yes, of course. Men find solace in the church and the community of the church, and they help them through all sorts of moral crisis and financial.
Bro, and one play 5, bro. The mummy returns, bro.
Crisis. Why is this news to you, chatter? Are you fucking stupid? This has been ongoing from the community of the church since the dawn of time. The entirety of the church is designed to assist you through crisis. What are you talking about?
Got another one here.
Will they take responsibility? They're the only ones who take responsibility. You know what red pillars don't do? They don't take responsibility for the mass promiscuity that they promote, like Coach CG Dumbass, who put out a tweet.
Ooh, here we go. So this is gonna be bad, y'all. This is gonna be bad. You might have to do a celebrity boxing match. So I thought Rolo was gonna. I thought Andrew was gonna back up a little bit. I thought he was gonna be like, you know what? Let me let this go. You know, because I guess Coach Greg Adams is on one, but now he called him CG Dumbass. This is gonna be bad. Here we go, y'all. Damn, he about to be talking spicy.
Saying, go ahead and fuck hookers. How's that kind of degeneracy gonna
see? Now word got out that look, whatever I told y'all. Ooh, I be predicting this shit. Word got out that Coach Greg Adams is promoting tricking. Look at that. God, y'all. All right, here we go, y'all. This is about to be crazy.
Help us win the culture war here. How's that kind of degeneracy going to bring down the same single moms he says not to marry? How's that going to help that? It's not. How's it going to help with male STDs? It's not. How's it going to help men not commit suicide? It's not going to do any of those things. The guy is fucking stupid. And you people who talk like, it's like you can't follow a debate.
Oh, but they got you on this one. Are non-state recognized unions subject to the family court? Does palimony exist? If the answers to any of these questions is yes, then Andrew was factually wrong when debating CGA.
No, not only was I not factually wrong, I pointed out that there was only certain states where that was correct. It was
these are fade-worthy words, but look, Andrew can't beat up Coach, bro. Coach looked like he could whip some ass, though. I'm not even gonna hold you. That old nigga strength, bro. Coach built like John Henry. That nigga looked like he built railroads and with sledgehammers, y'all.
Pulled up and fact check, and I was right. Because I'm always right.
Andrew made an absolute claim that non-state recognized unions can't end up in family court, aka divorce court. Also, he has a marriage contract himself.
Yes, but so do you think, like, for instance, out of all the men who are in here, I probably have the most robust belly. But do you think that if I point out that another guy is fat, that means because I also am fat, that I can't point that out? It doesn't matter if I have a marriage contract. I can still point out flaws in marriage contracts. It has no bearing whatsoever on an argument.
Yeah,
you, chatter, are fucking stupid.
Don't it look like Coach? Because Coach Greg Adams, he old school. Don't it look like Coach will still give you a noogie? Don't it look like Coach Greg Adams don't he look like he'll just give you a noogie just because, like, just to prove a point? Like, no, I'm gonna give you a noogie. Nigga, a noogie? How do you spell noogie? Is it Noogie?
And much like Coach Dipshit can't follow a coherent argument. Just follow the argument. That's all I ask. The argument was simple. The argument that I was making is if you're inclined to get married, right? Remember the topic is marriage in the West, not divorce in the West.
Get over here, young man. I'm going to give you a noogie.
You're inclined to be married. Which form of marriage is going to give you the best outcomes to mitigate disaster? It's very clear that since Orthodox marriage, 9% divorce, Catholic marriage is I've seen it as low as 18%, depending on the Pew study, as high as 21 or 23%. It's still your best bet out of all of them. And if you agree, and Coach Dipshit did, that marriage has all sorts of benefits for men, and you want to engage in those benefits, then don't you want to go for the thing that mitigates the most amount of risk? Answer, yes. Simple. His audience, and I'm just going to point this out to all of you who might be here right now, who are Coach Dipshit's audience. That guy is one of the dumbest fucking people that I have ever sat across from and debated, bar none. And I have no expectation that anybody who's following him is any different.
Damn. Yeah, he gonna have to get that fade, bro. He gonna have to get that 5-day. He gonna have to catch that 5-day, bro. Somebody got to get dust off behind this. But nah, look, y'all. I'm over here, bro. I'm over here laughing, y'all. Party killing me in the chat. UFO and New been killing me the whole time in the chat. D Chicago been killing me low key too. But look, listen. He said Coach Greg Adams out here looking like a swole Donnie Simpson. Video soul hosting ass, man. Listen, he like Kratos. Listen, man. Man. You think I'm Toby, nigga? You said white boys like this are the same ones who pass laws against men and yeah. You got a point there. You do got a point there, UFO. No, the funny part is, because I don't think Coach is dumb. You know, does he contradict himself? Of course. You know, we all do. Cop and please on his behalf or anything like that, right? Because I know a lot of y'all, you know, you like, man, Coach got washed, right? But this is the thing. Sometimes when you're I guess when you're debating somebody that's like really fucking smart and you really can't pin them down, or I'm not gonna lie, this is a debate tactic. You just play dumb. You know, you just straight up play dumb. Like, you know, I think Coach could have probably been, you know, kind of playing dumb a little bit or being a little you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Like there was points in the debate where he got Andrew. So he was, you know, he was being sarcastic and just, you know, fucking with him. You know what I'm saying? He was basically fucking with him. But you got guys that, you know, they're intellectually, I wouldn't say intellectually dumb, but if they can give you a run for your money, they kind of come off as intellectually dumb. You know what I'm saying? Because like they'll go deep into a topic and then contradict themselves deep into that topic, or they'll go deep into a topic and then just like they'll run out, like, and this happens in debates all the time. Like they'll run out of knowledge of that topic. You know what I'm saying? Like if you bring up a topic like you're a subject matter expert, and halfway into that topic, you know what I'm saying, you run out of knowledge, and the person is like, oh, see, you made a right turn when you really supposed to make a left. Let me enlighten you on this thing, because debates are about teaching. You're smart, but that person will look at you as dumb. You know. He said Obsidian versus Andrew Wilson would be better. Yeah, that would be interesting. Even though I got Andrew, I'm sorry, I fucks with old man, but I don't know. I got Andrew probably backing old man into a corner, and old man would do what Coach Greg Adams did. You know, just turn it into semantics. Probably get up under Andrew's skin, and you know, you'll have a split decision again, just like, you know, with this whole Andrew thing. But this is the thing though, y'all. This is what I'm saying, right? I would have liked to see Charlie Kirk versus Coach Greg Adams. That would have been interesting at the 21 convention. But let's go.
Just want to point that out.
Beautiful.
All right, Andrew talking spicy. I know he probably wouldn't say that shit if Coach was in the room, though. I know he wouldn't say that shit if Coach was in the room, though.
Boom, boom. Debates have never been harder to organize. We struggle to find anyone willing to debate people like Andrew, Myron, etc. Credit to Destiny for being one of the few willing to debate. Well,
yeah.
Yeah, and I know this because Tim Pool has a really hard time casting them to come on and do his culture war. Like, or they want to get paid, they cancel last minute, they always back out. It's they're pussies, dude.
And tell that guy, instead of sending in super chats and wasting my time with his dumbass straw man, to just call into my stream and I'll just debate him directly and make him look as stupid as I did Coach Dumbass. That's easy, right? And he's not sending in enough anyway.
Yeah, Coach Dumbass.
Crucible Crew. If you're gonna shit post, it has to be $20.
Crucible Crew.
Yeah, honestly, I do gotta say that, UFO. Yeah, like to a certain degree, even though you still a nigga in the coop, Coach's success really did save him in this one. Yeah, BGS wouldn't do it. Not at this stage. Y'all, you had to get masculine mercenaries BGS to do it. BGS moved like a young nigga. BGS, he a Californian for real, because he keeps a lot of crash outs around him. BGS keeps a lot of young crash outs around him. I said, this man from Cali for real, man. Cali brothers move different,
So drown out all of Red Pill dipshit CG.
It's like a dojo. One of BGS's crash outs will probably go against Andrew before BGS would. It's like you go to a dojo to go fight somebody. It's a random nigga with a gi comes out trying to fight on the master's behalf.
BA's audience with actual cash.
This was good because we talked about this one already. Thank you for interjecting. Let's see. While we have Myron and Andrew, what do you think about Sartain's statement? You don't need to sleep with 50 women, but you need 50 women to want to sleep with you. Building attraction / pre-selection. We just talked about this.
It's a fair assessment. Yeah. I mean, I've said it many times. Like that 50. Like people are so stuck on the number.
That's your vasectomy.
I mean, a man's ego is, I don't know, something about that seems homo. Pause. A man's ego is not that big. Like, a man wouldn't know what to do if 50 women wanted to sleep with him anyway. So I get where they're going with it, but a man wouldn't know what to do if 50 women was choosing on him anyway. You know what I'm saying? All at once. You said the crazy part is a lot of the points overlap in a roundabout way. There's a bridge here. People really believe most women are checking for these white dudes. Fucking hilarious. They kind of are. There was a lot of women hitting on Andrew on the whatever podcast. They kind of are. They in demand. I don't want 10 bitches, let alone 50. Sorry. Yeah, like why don't these guys, like, instead of, like, let me ask y'all a question, because I've been asking this for years. Instead of making fun of Pookie and Ray Ray, why don't they just interview Pookie and Ray Ray? I've kind of asked that like a minute ago. I'm like, instead of talking shit about Pookie and Ray Ray and high key wanting his woman, why don't you just interview the guy and figure out how he got the girl? Like, just ask him. I'm pretty sure a lot of Pookies and Ray Rays would run their mouth and give you the game. But then again, I think people know the answer to that. But anyway, what was I about to say? About the 50 girls. I was about to say something about the 50 girls. You get, I mean, if you're a player or ever been a player in your life, like that shit is not impressive. I really don't give a damn about 50 bitches, bro. I really don't care. You said they like checking for his wallet and clout. Let's be honest. Yeah, they in the band. All right, give me 1 second. Let me see.
It's like so crazy how like people like take it. And it's like, oh, I'm at 49. Okay, sorry, babe, can't get married. Like, no, it's like I say that. So I just want guys to be in a position where they understand female nature and have the red pill awareness to navigate.
Yes,
I mean, all a nigga really need is like 10 girls to show that they're attracted to him, and that'll jumpstart his ego for the year.
The marriage marketplace in an intelligent fashion. Now, some guys are high IQ. They could figure it out after one girl.
That's almost a woman every month.
Some guys, you look at like Nick, he's a virgin, understands females, great. But let's be honest, most dudes are fucking stupid and retarded. And I like, as much as I say women are stupid,
like
a lot of you
Coach's
motherfuckers are retarded too. Like a lot of guys, they need to get their hand burned on the stove. They think that their style of game works, simping on women. Because when it comes to dealing with women and attractive women, a lot of guys have fucking egos.
Yeah.
So they'll think, even though their methodology isn't optimal, they think it's the best methodology.
Yeah.
And what's up happening is they have to make mistake after mistake after mistake to realize, oh, this doesn't work. Then by then maybe it's 10 girls, 20 girls, 30 girls, and it takes them that number to figure it out. But if you're a higher IQ guy, you can figure it out after just a few. Now, my thing, and I like that where it says you need at least 50 women to want to sleep with you. Yes. Like, ideally, look, if you could figure it out after 20, 30, whatever, or less, the less the better for you. But the reality is I just know most guys are stupid.
Yeah.
So I have to go off the lowest common denominator since most people are retarded.
Well, and remember, they made the count value when me and Myron discussed this on his show. So my argument, my basic argument against this is just that I don't give prostitutes or promiscuous women, I consider that of no moral value. And what I don't want is a normalization that there is moral value there because it's useful for men to use them to wipe their dicks off to understand female nature. I don't want to ascertain any moral value that way to these types of women. So I do think it's a better proposition that Sartain offers.
See, Andrew's smart. He's using this, even though he does argue with a bunch of OnlyFans women, he's using this as leverage for Coach Greg Adams, because you know what I'm saying? Coach Greg Adams do encourage guys to deal with escorts and women of the night. But okay. Shout outs to Gail in the building. Let's go.
Just on this particular point, when he says it's important that they want to sleep with you, not necessarily important that you actually sleep with them. That's
no, I mean, I can definitely see that perspective because at that point you built yourself up. But to get that position where they want to sleep with you, you had the traits to be attractive in the first place and the perception. So like, because the thing is with guys, women have this superpower. One of the few things they can actually do right. They have a fantastic ability, this uncanny ability to like detect when a guy has women that want him.
Yes.
Like they can just feel it when they talk to you and your mannerisms, the way you behave, the way you convey yourself. They're like, oh, this guy's getting laid. Okay. So, but in order for you to get that confidence, it's very difficult to do it without actually getting laid. Like some guys can exude it without getting laid, but most guys are going to need to actually be getting that real repetition, really getting these women to be able to exude that nature, that feeling that the women can get off, that they can notice.
Let's go back to your high IQ comparison. I think Dave Smith is high IQ, and I think Steven Crowder is high IQ, and I think they both made a mistake by not getting a prenup. Steven Crowder, we can see obviously.
Oh yeah.
And then with the Dave Smith thing, he.
I guess his wife I guess his wife successfully proved him wrong.
Was on your show and he goes, the rest of you guys need a prenup, but I don't need a prenup because my wife is never leaving me. He said this on the show. No, I totally understand what you're saying. And he was not joking. He goes, I understand, but you don't understand. My wife is so in love with me. I don't need a prenup. You guys need a prenup, but I don't need one. And I'm like, oh my God, bro. So here's the problem. The thing is, there's the software update of social media. There's the narcissism that's been developed by social media, dating apps. And then additionally, people can develop
mental illness late in life. You don't know. I've also seen a situation, and we've had discussions about this, where people put on 100 pounds of fat and their brain doesn't work right anymore. And so that's another thing that can happen. So that woman that
or
you're
they're
with,
just on the wrong medication for a bum knee.
yeah, there you go.
They're on
There
the
you
wrong
go.
medication for a bum knee, and the wires get crossed, and they become a different human being overnight. Yes, of course that happens. One thing, and poor Steve, the guy did it right. He did it exactly right. He did exactly what he was supposed to do. He had a Christian marriage, married a virgin. He himself was, right? They had a beautiful family. He did everything right. And the thing is, though, is that the sewing circle Christians got in his head about what he was supposed to do in his marriage, what he wasn't supposed to do in his marriage. And because he thought he did everything right, he ended up getting really fucked by the bad advice. And that's the thing about the red pill advocacy that I always say is good. It's a descriptive packet, right? It's a descriptor of things, not a prescriptive packet.
Yeah.
And if he had had access to that descriptive packet before he had gotten married, what had happened with him and Hillary Crowder would not have fucking happened. It wouldn't have happened because Sartain's right. He is high IQ. And the problem is that shit was not, you got to remember, for our generation, mine and Crowder's, that shit wasn't available. There was.
But this is the problem when you guys want women or deal with women. To a certain degree, you got to throw that IQ bullshit out the window. Because you're going to be just thinking too much, and you're going to be overthinking, especially for women and shit like that. Like, the shit, a lot of times, I hate to say it, you'll do better with women with low effort. And it'll drive them crazy in a good and in a bad way. But if you drive them crazy in a bad way, it kind of drives them crazy in a good way. And that's what attracts them. You know, that's what attracts them. Like, I can't. Listen. When I found out what really attracts women, bro, I'm like, really, bro, y'all are this goofy, and it's like, yeah. Like, it works like a charm. You're sitting there and you're like, because you're gonna rack your brain trying to fucking please women, bro. Like, it is inevitable for you to rack your brain trying to fucking logically put some shit together that she not even putting together. You know, yeah, low effort, yeah. And then women will look at you like, why is he doing all of this? I'm not even doing all of that. Like, when I used to listen to Derek Jackson, I'm like, bro, you like going out of your way to kiss ass. Like, it's like, bro, you, shout outs to Stoic in the building. It's like, bro, you going out of your way to kiss ass. Like, he mentioning shit women don't even think about. It's like, bro, you like, that's why when I tell you guys that when y'all be like, oh man, she practicing hypergamy, I'm like, she really not. And I know when women listen to these conversations to a certain degree with certain topics, I know for a Fendi fact they're amused listening to guys trying to like psychoanalyze them and pick certain things apart. Like, oh my God, when women date, they always get the 6 foot tall man. They always get the 6-figure man. They always, and it's like they really don't. Every woman has chased an average guy. Every woman has chased an average guy, or what would be considered an average guy, and like tried to change him, tried to fix him, or get him to fucking do something that she wants, you know, and he's not doing it. You know, they you'd be surprised the type of interactions women have with all different types of men. And when you realize that, you'll realize, like, bro, like, why are these dudes dying to get a fucking jawline and a fucking and niggas up here BBLing their legs and all kinds of shit like that, and just the dumbest shit ever. And I'll be blowing these dudes fake stolen valor logic out of the water. It's like, bro, A woman will sleep with a lesbian stud pretending to be a man. She will literally sleep with anything. Why do you care more than she does? And a lot of women would like a lot of you guys to care more than she does. You want to know why? I mean, good, bad, right or wrong, at least it's a base. You know? It may amuse her in the beginning. I mean, some women they're not gonna like the fact that they have you wrapped around their finger after a while. When they really need something done and shit like that, a guy that's wrapped around her finger, she gonna realize that he not reliable. This is why a lot of women prefer crash outs to do something. You know, they don't, you know, think about this, right? You got, yeah, they BBL the hell out of their legs, try to get taller. Think about this. You got women that got simps all around them, like go hard simps that will do anything she wants them to do at the snap of a finger. What's the difference between that woman having a simp and then she having a pookie boyfriend that will shoot some shit up for her? Now, logically, listen to what I'm saying, because logically, I know somebody's going to be like, but Kuda, they're both simps. Obviously. But you're not reading in between the lines. She like the quote unquote hood boyfriend that's gonna shoot some shit up and crash out for her, because guess what? Hip hop and music and bitches and all them other people tell her that's what a real man would do. You know? That's what her friends and all them other people tell her. A real man gonna crash out. A real man got bodies. A real man gonna, a real man going this. A real man going that. Right? And then the simp, let's say the simp that likes her, that will do anything she wants. The reason why she's not attracted to him is because, number one, he's always available. Number two, he doesn't have that volatile energy. That's really what they're attracted to. If you haven't read between the lines, they're attracted to that spontaneous, volatile energy. You know, the simp is like obvious. The simp is like obvious. The paladin, the white knight, he's obvious. It's like, oh, if I get him, yeah, he's gonna do this, that, and the third. But the Pookie, he's volatile. She don't know what he gonna do. She knows he's so volatile that she's amused, and she's amused, and she's like, I'm actually gonna set him off and see what he does. Let me see how volatile he is. How bad is he gonna crash out for me? A woman really don't give a damn about a nigga that she know that's gonna lose control over her. But like somebody that's like respected, or they like they a pookie or whatever and stuff like that, they get amused by that type of guy when he loses control, when he loses his self-control over them, because she like, damn, this amazing man, or this guy that people are so afraid of, I have the power to make him do that. It's like I was about to say Jack and the Beanstalk. What's that fucking movie with that? It's like the Iron Giant. It's like the dude with the Iron Giant all over again. Oh, I can make this big Iron Giant smash some shit up. You know what I'm saying? But let's go.
It wasn't anything like that. Yeah. It wasn't there.
You had to go looking for it.
But even if we went looking for it, it was hard to find. Yeah. You know, it was easier to find. It was easier to find money laying in the street.
Literally, we don't advertise.
Literally, not even less 5 years ago, this red pill stuff was still very underground.
Yeah,
that's why they hate it so much. All the feminists hate it so much.
Yeah, you want to talk underground? I'll tell you, 20 years of underground.
Yeah. So, like when I say like the people who really get stuck on the 50 number, I just want guys to understand female nature. How you get there is up to you, but I understand, since most men like need to bang their head on the wall a few times. it might take them 50 to figure it out. But if you can figure it out in less, fantastic. Because the ideal situation is to get with a female that isn't a 304, that's going to respect you, that's going to follow you, etc. Because I just understand that religion, unfortunately, it will keep some women in line, but it won't keep others in line. And I saw some of the debate that you and CJ were having, where you were saying, look, I understand that marriage is a institution that's dangerous in today's day and age, but this is why we need to remove the state, make it religious only, because religion is a very good buffer on female hypergamy to shame them, right? Because you have the
Social
community,
the social
you have
core.
these social things that keep women in line. And if you're able to kind of like fix in that way, that's great.
Well, I already got to the bottom of that. It's not to shame them. It's not to shame them. It's the whole concept is being with a woman that actually fears something. Okay? The whole concept is being with a woman that actually fears something. If she don't fear God or fear, it's not going to start with you. You know what I'm saying? So you want to get with a woman that actually can demonstrate that she has a healthy fear and it keeps her in check. A woman that has a healthy fear ain't about to be out here getting your goofy ass into fights and shit like that. A woman that has a healthy fear of shit, and that's the word that I wanted to use, cuz like fear comes off bad. But that's the proper term, y'all. The proper term is a healthy fear. Healthy fear is good. You know what I'm saying? Healthy fear is good. Don't mean that you're scared of something or you're afraid of something. No, a healthy fear means that, you understand the ramifications of things. You want a woman that fears some shit. Trust me. That's a part of her femininity. You understand what I'm saying? You want a woman that does fear some shit. And whether you feel like that's where you come in or whatever, or and your protection comes in, cool. But you want a woman that fears some shit, and sometimes preferably you. Because listen, if she don't fear God, if she don't fear certain things, guess what? It ain't gonna start with you.
Great, because I've said that before too. Like, if you want to go ahead and get married, just do it religiously. Don't do it with the state. Yeah. And then adding the component of shame and community, that will make them want to stay in the marriage more.
Along with propaganda.
Yeah.
And the basic idea, too, the idea is, well, that's some possible future. It's like, no, that's right now. Right this second, the Orthodox and Catholic churches are keeping families together by doing this, by having the social ecclesiastical authority to help govern people's marriages.
But this is the thing, and this is why I understand where Coach Greg Adams and the atheists and stuff like that comes from. Because if you don't have faith, if you don't, listen, you have people, for some crazy reason, they don't have a relationship with God, because in their mind, some of the blessings and stuff that they go through, they don't have a concept of God. And I hate to say it, to a certain degree, if you don't have a concept of God, you probably won't know it's God. You know what I'm saying? And that's man. That's human. You know what I'm saying? That you have to have a healthy concept of God, so you'll understand, how the Lord works, where he shows up, and the path that he may have for you or other people around you and things like that, and you need this concept to understand death. You need this concept to understand life. You need this concept to understand opportunity. You need this concept to understand blessing. These concepts show in your life the whole time. And a lot of times, if you don't have a concept of God, you understand what I'm saying? You won't know. I have a healthy relationship with the higher power, with the Lord, and that's what I refer to it as, right? But you gotta understand, you got a lot of people especially nowadays, that are bots. They're AI. They might as well be AI. They're artificial intelligence. They're alive, but they're not living. Or their concept of God, they call it something else like luck or wit or their grandma or their ancestors or whatever and stuff like that. And this is the thing, and this happens with people too, where they use the Bible to build fear and stuff like that. But anyway, people have to have their own personal concept of God, because with the human brain, to filter things out, there needs to be an extra layer before you do certain things. And a lot of times, whatever morals you're going to have, a lot of times too, it ties in with your concept of the Lord. You know what I'm saying? If you beat off all fucking day and you feel that your ancestors are watching you, you might stop. you might slow down baiting the master, okay? Anyway, it's a concept. So if this woman don't fear nothing, or she doesn't even have a concept and stuff like that, first of all, that's another reason why family is important, because some people have to have a concept of seeing a man really work and do stuff and support his family before they're like, damn, you know what? I got me a real man. I got me a real husband. I saw my father work hard, and I saw how my mother treated him. And when I have a husband, this is how I want to do the same thing. They have to have a concept of authority. You know what I'm saying? Bad enough. People say fuck the police. Say, hold on. All right, we should be back. My bad, y'all. I'm trying to keep this thing up. What's going on, JR? Bad enough people say fuck the police. People say fuck the police. If you don't have any concept of fear of something, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. People be like, F the police. And it's like, okay, till you need them. Yeah, it's fuck the police until you eat a lot of pork and then your heart stop. Now you telling somebody to call the ambulance. Nah, fuck the police, right? Now you want them to come pick your ass up. Anyway, let me catch up on the comments, y'all. I'm up here just fooling around, man. It's just jokes, y'all. Alright, but your ancestors is probably watching you. Alright, it's just jokes, y'all. You said if she fears God, I'm gonna look at her funny. Nah, I mean, it's a layer. It's a layer to, it's morality, man. But I'm not gonna lie, religious people will do some fucked up shit too now. You said Myron's girlfriend did hypogamy. I would say hypergamy. I don't think she upgraded. I mean, she left Myron to get with a nigga on some roller skates. Shout outs to my Latina sisters, man. Some of the most beautiful women on the planet. You know what I'm saying? I think she was from Argentina or Colombia or wherever the hell she from. Y'all gotta learn how to treat and deal with Latina women, man. Women, they are beautiful women. They just want to have fun. You gotta be doing something. Be on the go. You just gotta be fun. Plus, Latina women are some of the last women on the planet you can show up on a date with flowers and shit, and they get the gesture. So a lot of times, especially in the West, y'all be wanting to date these foreign women and stuff like that, but y'all have no idea what they and JR, you know what I'm saying? Y'all be a lot of guys be having no idea what they prioritized and shit like that. Like a nigga would be like, well, Myron got all this fucking money, and it's like that don't mean shit to a young, vibrant, woman that want to go out and have fun. Like, a woman will go out and feed the pigeons with a broke nigga than be laid up in the house all day with a rich guy that just don't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? So, unless you grew up with her, I will tell you guys that's out here dating, if you really, if you're not a fun guy or you don't really got shit going on too much and stuff like that, you might want to hold off on certain Latina women and shit like that, because they like to have fun, they like to do shit, they like to go outside and stuff like that. You might want to date a couple of more Keishas before you start dating the Latina women and shit like that. And they love hard. A Latina woman will have a spicy attitude with you. She'll curse you the fuck out and still go do what you ask her to do. You know what I'm saying? So if you're not used to being loved or ride or die women, just back off of the Latina women and shit like that, because some of them will go off a cliff for you. You know what I'm saying? If they really like you, they will drive off the edge of a mountain for you. You know what I'm saying? But you fucked them over though. They, you know what I'm saying? You think you a player and you want to date Scarface niece and shit like that. You fucked them over. They will destroy your property too. So, and then help you fix it. I'm sorry. If you never dated a Latina woman, you won't really understand, bro. Some of them are slow as hell. They will destroy your shit and help you fix it. Like she didn't destroy it. It's like, why did you break it? Like, oh man, y'all gotta go outside sometime, man. Fuck. Especially the super South American women. Oh my God, bro. They'll correct you too. It's not pollo, Kuda. It's pocho. It's pocho. Shout outs to LT Man. LT Man said, Jeremiah 29 verse 11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper and you not harm. Plans to prosper you and not harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. Real talk. God's divine timing. Divine timing, y'all. But that's the thing too. You know what, LT Man, in the West, and I've been guilty of it. A lot of people been guilty of it. You know what I'm saying? People cling to another concept called spirituality. Which is up in the air for them. See, sometimes, when we talk about the concept of God, it's what a lot of people don't like. Like when people say, "Oh, I'm spiritual," it really relieves them of any type of guilt or what you call it, responsibility before they do something or engage in something like that. So a lot of people don't like religion or the concept of a God or something like that, because guess what? They have to hold themselves somewhat accountable, or know that somebody's holding them accountable, or something is holding them accountable. Now, a lot of times they use the spirituality trope as a scapegoat for it, but it's but so deep, and I'm using air quotes, that you can go into your spirituality until you realize that you're taking concepts and replacing them with other concepts. For example, you would say, "Oh, I'm spiritual," but you're using karma, you know what I'm saying, as a scale where somebody would use God. You know, it's like, "Oh, well, let me not do this bad thing because karma is going to hold me accountable." And it's like, "No, God may hold you accountable." You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times they take the same concepts of religion but apply it somewhere else and call it something different. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, and that's why you see a lot of sisters say, "Oh, well, I'm spiritual," and be burning sage and be doing white magic and stuff like that, and hoodoo, low levels of hoodoo, and things like that. And it's like, okay, well, look, you need to have a healthy dose of fear of certain things, which will prevent you from doing certain things. You know what I'm saying? But anyway. Myron's gal probably wanted kids. She did. She wanted kids and a marriage and stuff like that. But she wants to go have fun. Myron could have kept her. Myron could have kept her if every once in a while he took off from his work and go out and spontaneously do something fun. Latino women like guys that are spontaneous. Women in general like guys that are spontaneous, but the Latino women love guys that are spontaneous. You know what I'm saying? Some women will love you to the ends of the earth, but a lot of women, they get turned off if they feel they can read you. If a woman feels that she can read you and stuff like that, sometimes that's a turn off. Oh, he's not even gonna do. Sometimes you got to break routine every so often. Yeah, you gotta break routine every so often. You can't be doing the same thing over and over and over. I mean, if you want to, go ahead, but you're gonna lose. You're gonna lose some women. That you could have rode off in the sunset with. You say you are so stupid. I'm laughing driving around. Yeah, man. I gotta keep y'all entertained. Translation. I seen all these workhorses. Yeah, somebody called 911. You said they didn't say fuck the ambulance. I know. I kind of thought about that. Call the ambulance. You said Latina love me long time. You said money don't make being lame disappear. Only life experience does. Yeah, and then that's the thing. Money doesn't. I mean, money will change you and can change you. Shout outs to Mace. Mace was one of the people that I heard say, if money hasn't changed you, you haven't made enough. But money is a magnifying glass. Whatever you are, money will amplify it. You know what I'm saying? If you got a huge ego and you come into some paper, it's going to amplify that. Some people, they just need the opportunity to do whatever the fuck they want, and there it is there. So give me 1 second, guys. So what the hell? Hold on, y'all. What the hell, Fitzgerald? What the hell, Cool J is going on here? What the hell, Cool J is going on? Okay. Give me 1 second, guys. All right, let me get back to the comments. You said it's the same as religion. Yeah, it is the same. Yeah. You said in some cases, even life experience can't change you from being a lame, depending on how you interpret those experiences. Right. And it's the same thing with religion. I mean, just people just replace them with other concepts. But this is the thing, and this is why I tell you guys to have a concept of God. because you have a lot of people that spend their whole life running from God, and then they run smack dab into him, and then they realize, like, damn, God was here this whole time. And then they go through this, kind of like the red pill, they go through this whole phase where like it's just they're just sorry. Sorry that they just go on a apologist tour. It's like, sorry I haven't acknowledged you before. I'm sorry. They just, this is why you see a lot of people run to the church when they on their last rope. I know people that pray, and I've been guilty of it before, in the past. I know people that pray for, good things and better things and stuff like that, and pray for certain things and stuff like that. And when God gives it to them, or they actually get it, they don't even talk to God. They don't even thank God. They don't even know God, when they get it. They don't even acknowledge God, Some people only know God when stuff is going bad in their life. And that's crazy. I mean, it's not a crazy concept to grasp, but it is crazy. LT Man said, that's funny. I always said, if your money folds, don't talk to me. Uh-oh, bankroll time. Bankroll after bankroll. I feel that. But that's what money does. It exposes people and stuff like that. That's why when and listen to a lot of these fools in the space, I'm like, bro, y'all keep talking about high value and shit like that. It's like, bro, high value is demonstrated. Number one. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. Like, value is demonstrated, obviously high value is a concept, but it's a concept that's demonstrated. You can be high value all day on paper and in your life, but if you don't know how to demonstrate it, that don't mean nothing. That concept got stolen from the pickup artists, and it really got stolen from the game. You understand what I'm saying? But that concept really got stolen from the pickup artists, because the pickup artists, they do things to DLV, and they do things to DHV, and they do things to and they try not to DLV. So DHV is demonstrate high value, DLV is demonstrate low value. A lot of guys that think they're high value, they're DLVing, they're demonstrating low value. And a lot of women, they lie. All of them, for some reason, knows there that wants them and shit like that. And it's like, okay, cool. Yeah, some millionaire that wants you. Well, why ain't you with him? Why ain't you with him? But anyway, it doesn't even matter if women lie about the men that they tell you that they want. The thing is that, let's just say she's not lying to you, right? Let's just say this woman is not lying to you, and she has dealt with a rich man. If the rich man is boring, I'm not even gonna hold you. To her, he don't even count. And yeah, spontaneous, and that's why a lot of women do go after quote unquote unstable men. New, for sure. A spontaneous guy can come off as crazy and unstable, but they like that because guess what? Women are crazy and unstable. And the reason, and this is why what I told y'all about the red pill, that a good part of it is forgiving women for their nature. Because a lot of women, they like that they're subject to the nature, but some women don't like that. But some women like that, that life is spontaneous. It's like it's like it's like a it's surprising. It's exhilarating to them. It's like a roller coaster. If you like roller coasters, why the hell the roller coaster? But this is what I'm saying, right? This is what I'm saying though. Some women, and a lot of these women are feminist women, and a couple of goofball broads. Some women hate the fact that they have to adhere to their emotions. Like a lot of women hate the fact, especially when they on their period. Some women hate that emotions have that type of control over them. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you see a lot of women that quote unquote don't like men, or they don't like to submit to men, or they don't like to, be in a marriage, and they don't like to have to adhere to a man, and they don't like this and they don't like that, and you can't control me and stuff like that. Women have control issues because there's a myriad of shit on a day-to-day basis that controls them. You understand what I'm saying? Or that they let control them. And to a certain degree, sometimes they regret it. And that feeling of regret, once again, is another feeling that's taking over them and controlling them. Do you understand that? Like, to a certain degree, this is why they're control freaks too. To a certain degree, they're in control of a lot of shit, but then again, they're not in control of a lot of shit. Like, if she feels sad in that moment, she's gonna submit to that feeling of feeling sad. You understand what I'm saying? And this is dilemma, a dilemma that they go through. Hold on. This is a dilemma that they go through. Like, there was a meme that was saying a woman's day versus a man's day, and it was using like a bunch of emoji. Like, she's hot, she's cold, she's happy, she's sad, she cries a couple times, and then she goes back being happy, and it's the end of the day. And then they show the guy, like, he has a smiley face, and then he has a regular face all throughout the day, then another smiley face, and then he goes to sleep. We don't go through a fucking trippy pack of emotions throughout the day. We don't go through a fucking we don't go through a goddamn emotional roller coaster throughout our day. And if we do, most of the times that's a bad day for a guy. But for a woman, shit. And some women know how to handle their emotions well, but some women, they're at the mercy of their emotions. And that could be good or bad. You know what I'm saying? Depending on the woman, honestly. But let's go. If you're spontaneous just for her, you're a fool as well. True. I will say this though, and this is a part of the game that I had to learn. When you start learning different types of women and dating different types of women, if you're not really the spontaneous type, there's certain things you can do with certain women to convince them you're that type, when in reality you're really not. But that's basically using her perception of you, not necessarily against her, but in your favor,
do, and they do a good job. And the thing is if the women are involved heavily in the church, that becomes part of their social circle. And you know as well as I do that most women are the sum of their social circle, just like men are. And divorce.
And also too, when your girl goes to church, at least you know where the hell she at. At least she ain't off somewhere running off with her at work boyfriend or doing some goofball shit, even though she could be sleeping with the pastor.
Social contagion, right? And leaving your man, social contagion often. If you're around a woman who's divorced, what happens? She starts telling the other women,
absolutely,
get fucking divorced.
It's literally cancer.
It's cancer. Yeah, it's a social contagion. So the churches right this second, the traditional churches are in with this. And if it's the case that you want to get married right now,
and then this is another thing about the church, y'all. A lot of guys don't know how to bring structure into a woman's life. So sometimes, the church is like an extra layer to fall back on for women, especially when there's no structure in life. You understand what I'm saying? So the church helps bring structure into her life. You don't got to sit up here and say, hey, you should listen to your husband. She went to church today and the preacher told her, you need to listen to your husband, and this is why. You want to know why? The same reason of the value and the gems in the game that I give you guys. You want to know why? Guess what? There's certain people in your life, personally, that has told you certain things, and you didn't listen to them. You didn't listen to them. Good, bad, right, or wrong, you didn't listen to them. But guess what? Sometimes it takes somebody that got nothing to do with that whole situation to say something to you, and you're like, damn, my friend used to say that all the fucking time, and I didn't believe him. But now that you're saying that, it gives some type of validity to it, or your parents will tell you something and you don't listen to them. And then let's say you go, read a book, or you go to church, or you go somewhere and somebody totally unrelated from the situation says the exact same thing, or in but so many words say the exact same thing, and then you listen to them. So sometimes you need, that extra layer to provide, sometimes that extra layer is needed to provide, that service. It's like I don't need to sit here and beg my wife to submit. The preacher told her she should submit if she want to be in accordance with the Lord. You know what I'm saying? Cleanliness is what they say. Cleanliness is next to godliness. Sometimes your lady tell you to wash your ass. Some of you dudes probably don't listen. But then you go to church and you find out, you hear the sermon and it's like, damn, cleanliness is next to godliness. Then you probably go wash your ass. I don't know. People are weird like that, but let's go.
Nothing valuable about secular marriage. It's totally garbage. It's always been fucking trash, and it was always going to lead to this. Marriage to me only is...
Y'all lucky I don't have that clip queued up. Wipe your booty hole properly.
Religious.
Yeah, I agree.
And so if that's the case, we're talking about marriage, that it's a religious institution. The religious institutions ought to be what's governing it. And when they do, man, the outcomes are better. Now, how does that affect secularists? The idea here, Andrew, okay, what about all the secularists? Well, secularists shouldn't get married. What is the value of getting married if you're a secular? It's a religious institution. What are you even doing getting married? It's worthless to most of them, and that will put them in a terrible position.
And that's why gays
But let me ask you, if you had to get married right now today, right this second, and it was blind, you just had it, and all you knew was this, that you could pick between a secular woman, a Catholic woman, or an Orthodox woman. Those were your three choices, okay? And you were going to be stuck with them forever, right? And you didn't want them to cheat. What would you pick?
Who's the hottest?
For a long-term marriage, I'd go with or the more religious woman, the Orthodox.
Yes, the Orthodox or the Catholic, of course, right? So then
now this is where I got to call cap on Myron. And some of y'all already know what I'm about to say. This is where I got to call cap on Myron. Myron is Sudanese. And let me tell you something, bro. It be some baddies under that hijab. I'm talking about you peel that, man, listen. Halloween just passed. They don't make candy like they used to. You know, some of the best candy is hard to get them out the wrapper, so you gotta tear it with your teeth or do whatever you gotta do, go through, you know, get that candy out that wrapper. It's the same like dating a woman that's a Muslim or she wear hijab. Them bitches be bad as fuck under that hijab. And it's like, yeah, go ahead and cover up, baby, because you know, a hijab will make a petite, slim, thick daddy look fat, and that's like cool, because only I know what's under that damn hijab. And I find it funny that Myron is here, because Myron talks to a lot of OnlyFans women, but you know, it probably might be a different guy outside of, you know, Fresh and Fit. Never know, right? But I find it funny that Myron is Sudanese and he talks to OnlyFans girls all the time, and he's sitting here with Andrew talking about women and structure. And he claims that he doesn't want to date a woman from back home or whatever, or date another Sudanese woman and stuff like that. And the funny part is that those women in his home country got structure. These broads that he's knocking up and stuff like that, and some of the women that he's talking to and shit, these bitches ain't got no damn structure. And like, that's the funny part. Like, dudes will SBE and go out of their way to try to tame Lilith, when maybe a Eve is a little bit more tameable. But then again, history shows that they're not. But this is what I'm saying. He has a whole group of women that adhere to structure. Muslim women are some of the most accepting, open group of women ever. For real. I'm not even gonna lie. I mean, look at when, and I know this is a horrible, this is a horrible example, but look at when Kevin Gates had Brittany Renner. I was tricked for a little bit. I'm like, damn, he got her in a hijab. She looked a little bit more pleasant. She was talking about Allah at some point. I'm like, damn. Let me find out Allah done gave this woman structure. When she broke up with him, I was like, oh, okay, all right. It was all right. April Fools, all right, you got me. Halloween, you got me. Went right back to being a hoe. I said, damn, that Allah shit wore off real quick. The whole time she was Mia Khalifa. Some of y'all might not get that joke, but all right.
Idea. So what we've just
anyway, it's just funny him sitting up here talking about women with structure and shit like that when he could just easily go get a Sudanese chick and he wouldn't have to argue with her the way he argued with these OnlyFans girls. But okay.
Established is very simple. Then the idea is, if you're going to get married right now,
maybe that's the point. Some guys want to argue with their lady. That's their love language. That's what people call it nowadays, y'all.
And you want a prescription right now. Myron just told you that the only prescription is going to be that you're married to a woman who's heavily religious.
Yeah, that's another thing, Ghostman King. That's another thing. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, a guy that gets women has a sense of calm around him. You know, I think Myron does get women, but not on the terms that he wants. Because he still has that day one frustration. He still got that day one frustration. You know, I've read that a minute ago. You know, and he's still fired up to go in on women and shit like that. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. When you start getting a bunch of women, you kind of turn into a little bit of a simp. A little bit. You know, it's like, don't be so hard on her. She kind of, you know. But hey, it is what it is, man. But there is a sense of calm of a guy that you pick up on when a guy really does get women, though.
In a heavily religious institution, you are too. Or don't fucking do it. And that was what the debate with CGA was.
Yeah.
And what he didn't understand because he couldn't shut the fuck up long enough to hear what the argument was.
It was crazy because I listened to some of it and I totally understood your argument because I've said that before. I said, look, if you can get married without the state involved and have like what I call training wheels, right? Like, you know, these social training wheels. Because with women, what I've realized is like their kryptonite is shame. The religious institutions do that for you.
Yes.
You better not leave.
What? The priest is going to go and govern your sex life?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, and that's kind of what I was getting at. You want the woman to have even a concept of shame. Yeah.
They don't go in your bedroom and do that. No, they don't need to.
Yeah.
Because what happens is the entire social order of the religious institution. What's my proof?
It does not
Islam.
work for
What's
you.
my proof? Islam.
Yeah.
What's my proof? Right? If you're inside of a
Shout outs to Link. He said, Kuda, off subject, breaking news. Kanye apologized to the Jews. So did Floyd Mayweather earlier this week. What did Floyd say? Yo, y'all, I want to put y'all onto some game. I heard Adrian Bronner or Blueface might be boxing Aaron the Plumber. So if that happens, and it's like a pay-per-view, I want to see if we could throw a pay-per-view party, you know, over on Rumble, and you know, see if Blueface and Aaron the Plumber box, you know, or Blueface or Adrian Bronner box Aaron the Plumber. That would be a good one. Let me tell y'all why Kanye apologized. He already got his shit off. You know, he said some fucked up shit, but he already got his shit off. You know, Kanye apologizing to them is like Charleston White apologizing to Gilly the Kid and all them other people and stuff like that. You know what's funny? Charleston White got cool again with Lil Woody, and he said some fucked up shit about Lil Woody's child and stuff like that, and things that he was saying to Lil Woody, right? And he said he ended up going back around Lil Woody because, you know, they cool again and shit. Charleston, Aaron the Plumber, because Charleston is actually managing Aaron the Plumber right now. So, and he said they got to meet up with Don King soon. So that's going to be major. I wonder what's going to happen. But anyway, you said you got your money on Aaron the Plumber? Yeah. I'm going to try to do a fight party. But no, Kanye West is, you know, he made like a crazy ass song. Yeah, that's why I say he going to blame it on him being bipolar. Bro, and then he gonna do it again. I just gave y'all the game. It's basically like Charleston White. But guess what? Charleston White went around Lil Woody because they got cool again. And he went around Lil Woody and his crew after saying all of that shit about him. And he said, you know, his crew kind of, you know, was mad at him. But he was like, he was like, Woody could have backdoored him and all kinds of stuff. And he was like, but he didn't. He was like, he was comfortable around him and his crew again, right? Charleston said some fucked up shit about Lil Woody's daughter, right? And he said, mind you, this is Charleston White, okay? He said some shit about Lil Woody's daughter, and he said when he got back around Woody and his crew and stuff like that, and was shaking hands with everybody and stuff like that, he said out of nowhere his little daughter ran up to him and hugged him, and it was just so nice to him and stuff like that. And he said he instantly felt bad. Just the stuff that he was saying, he was was just out of pocket and stuff like that. And that's the thing with Kanye, and the crazy thing is, and shout outs to LT Man, because LT Man, when Kanye was walking around in that garb and stuff like that, and stuff like that. Shout outs to LT, man, because I didn't know that was a Christian garb. And I learned something very valuable that day. Even though I've seen that garb before, I just didn't know what the hell I saw it. And God forgive me for using hell and Christian in the same context, pertaining to that garb. But people thought he was doing like the black KKK thing. And I ain't gonna lie, in that song, bro, Stoic, shout outs to Stoic. Hopefully he's still in the building. When Stoic showed me that fucking song, I busted out laughing because it was funny. Kanye already got his shit off. All he can do right now is apologize and get back in their good graces. I don't think that's ever gonna happen. But let me tell y'all something too, where a lot of these brothers get their concepts and stuff like that. Some of y'all brothers will fuck around and read Mein Kampf, and you'll start understanding the other side of history and stuff like that, and you'll be so politically or ideology, you'll have that, oh, well, this dictator was actually right, or this dictator got it right, or oh, I'm starting to be inspired by a guy that people called a fascist, and he hated everybody and all this other stuff. And what's gonna happen is you're gonna read some fucked up shit about that person that probably is true, or read their biography and realize why they're like that, and they're actually really not a likable person, but their politics is good. You understand what I'm saying? And you're going through a phase, because a lot of times you don't have the ability to step back and be like, dang, Funny Mustache Man wasn't as bad and effed up as people say he was. Damn, these people that I thought were oppressed probably wasn't as oppressed as I thought they was. I'm a Christian. Christian is a subset of Judaism, but it's its own thing. Jesus was Jewish. You know what I'm saying? And they did that to Jesus. What I'm saying is that you have to have the capacity to step back and see both sides, and just be like, damn, it was a damn shame on both sides. What God is showing you is just basically, don't believe everything you see and half of what you hear. Don't believe everything you see and half of what you hear. Two things can be true at the same time. Funny Mustache Man probably wasn't the most worst person on the planet from this point of view, but from their point of view, he's the devil. These people might not be the nicest people on the planet from this point of view, but guess what? Some good happened, and some bad happened. It was a tragedy. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, and this is why the yin yang is like that, And you look at the zodiac sign, Pisces is literally the yin yang. The eye of the fish is dark, but the fish is white. The body of the fish is black, but the eye is white on the other fish. Yin yang, good and bad. They go around in a circle. And the thing is that, clockwise. And the thing is that, sometimes you do so much good, you end up doing bad. And sometimes you do so much bad, you actually end up doing good. Messed up part about what the Funny Mustache Man was doing, the irony in it is that he probably saved a lot of people, believe it or not. You know what I'm saying? And the other way around, sometimes when you think you're doing good, you're actually harming something, Yeah, so proper context is key for sure. The thing is that Kanye went off on a tangent. He's an artist, so he uses things for inspiration. You know what I'm saying? he uses things for inspiration. So he was using his religion, and look, he made the #1 gospel album for that year. So he used that as a muse. When his mother died, he used that as a muse. His fascination with art and the funny mustache man and certain things. Kanye takes things and use them as a muse. This is why he was obsessed with Drake. This is why he's obsessed with Travis and certain things. He takes things and use them as muses. Amber Rose, muse. Kim Kardashian, muse. Go listen to My Twisted Dark Fantasy and then go listen to Bound. And then before he really started diving, I mean, he's always been in the church. I mean, one of his big songs is Jesus Walks. You know, so he uses things as a muse. You know, Kanye's a genius. You know, so he was going through a phase with that. He had a stint with that, you know. So he might stick on the muse or he might move to something different. We'll find out, you know. But let's go.
Of a religious nation, those women fucking behave. Holy shit, they behave. When you're inside of this nation, right? If you're inside the traditional churches, they're not beaten down like what they do with Islam. They don't have to wear shufas around their head. They don't have to be second class. They don't have to do any of that. But their behavior is governed within a social circle and with priests who are assisting as spiritual fathers inside of their lives with a community that helps with serious marriage problems. Marriages have serious problems.
Of course.
And what secularists do is they go to psychologists who are 20-year-old bimbos fresh out of school. They don't know shit about nothing.
Yeah,
they don't know shit about nothing.
Like, yeah.
So,
95% of psychologists under the age of 30 are female. Wow. 95.
Well,
there are
that's
more. And by the way, when it comes to primary education, there are more female military pilots than there are male. There are more female fighter pilots than there are male
They're
kindergarten
completely
teachers.
overrepresented in every conceivable way because the path to entryway is really easy. When you're studying the idea of the mind, right? This is not a physical thing, which is why, you know, I don't consider psychology science. I consider it not even pseudoscience or soft science. I just consider it garbage, just intellectual garbage. And ultimately, it has a really bad track record. And the fact of the matter is that the women who are now in control of it, they tend to give the most awful relationship advice on planet Earth, which is why when psychologists come on, they talk with Myron. Myron fucking obliterates them. I mean, just
because they
obliterates them.
prioritize like psychology now. Especially when it comes to it's become femme-centric. It's more about women being happy versus just like making it work. And the thing with the religious stuff, because I've said this so many times, and it's crazy how like people just take the 50 thing and they don't talk about all the other things. They say, well, if you have this could work as well. What I've realized with women is like their kryptonite is shame, and if you can instill that shame, whether through religion, through community,
no, their kryptonite is attention. The only reason why they feel shame to a certain degree, if they feel shame, is because you brought attention to something. See, y'all gotta understand women, man. The only reason why they feel shame is because you brought attention to something. It's really attention. Women are fucking weird. They'll be outside in lingerie, butt naked, and be like, "Oh, I'm shy." Yeah, because you're outside naked. You know, so. They'll be in a bikini, but all of a sudden when they're in their underwear, oh my God, I don't want you to see me. The bitch is the same shit. So it's not really shame, it's attention.
community or a combination thereof, you significantly mitigate her divorcing you and leaving you, because now she has an incentive to stay versus having an incentive to leave, which is what secular marriages do. They prop the woman up to want to leave. So if you're able to
as
get this
much incentive as possible to it.
exactly. So what the religion does, especially with a community, the secular incentives of financial leaving to have your money gone. Now she has incentives to stay because all her friends are married. They'll work with her through her problems, and then also she doesn't want.
Bruh, that's what I'm trying to say. Don't unless you really want to know what you're doing. Don't try to rack your mind around women. You know, it's confusing if you try to understand it logically. You know. I need you guys to do me a favor. Other than hit the like button and support the show, I'm going super overtime for you guys. I need you guys to speaking of standing back and looking at something in its proper context, I need you guys to usually pick up one book, but pick up 2 books for me, okay? And these books are black pilled. These 2 books are black pilled. There's a book from Eckhart Tolle called The Power of Now. And then you have another mini book. It's a small green book. I think The Power of Now is like a yellow book. And then there's a mini book that's small and green called Lessons from the Power of Now. That's a great book to pick up also. But you want to read The Power of Now first before you read Lessons of the Power of Now. Or you can just start with Lessons and then go back and read The Power of Now. Then there's a purple book that he got called Stillness Speaks. That's a really deep book. But anyway, or pick up The Fourth Agreement by Don Miguel Ruiz and his son. But anyway, there's a concept in that book, and it's an exercise in that book that you guys need to do in life. It's actually really good. And it's basically learning how to step back from things and just observe it. Don't think about right or wrong. Just observe it and just see it for what it is. It's nature and what it does. And that really helped me with women ever since I was a teenager, for real. It really helped me with women, because it's like after a while, don't judge, just step back and look. So he has a concept in the book, because a lot of people you think, but a lot of people don't listen to the quote unquote voice that's in their head. And there's this concept called watching the thinker. And basically, just like a lot of people, you have a record, a record playing in your head, whether it's good, bad, right, or wrong. And the whole concept of watching the thinker is listening to that record that's playing in your head. And the whole reason why you want to listen to that record that's playing in your head is because you want to know on the daily, when you walk around or you do certain things, are you having positive thoughts or negative thoughts? And you want to listen to the voice in your head, but you want to sit back and take a listen to it. Like, okay, is it positive or is it negative overall? Definitely you don't want to judge when you're looking at it, but you do want to know, is it like, okay, it helps you tinker around with your mind, tinker around with your brain, like, damn, am I really a positive person, or are my thoughts based on negativity, or how is my mind interpreting things? Is it positive, like, is it putting me in a good mind state, or is it like, is it punishing me? Is it torturing me over something that's simple? You know what I'm saying? Like, do I think with my glass half full or half empty? You know what I'm saying? And in either way it goes, am I thinking positive or am I thinking negative? Because sometimes you got to tinker around with your thoughts. Your mind is an instrument. play it well, you know. Just to give y'all some mental chewing gum. But basically, it's an exercise for you to step back to see that recording in your mind. You know, your mind is like a tape player on that's pressing play, and little by little you do the mental footwork and reprogram your mind. You know, I told y'all about hypnosis and stuff. It really works. Paul McKenna, my man, you did. But anyway, learn how to step back and look at things objectively. And women is definitely one of those things. And like I said, forgive. I mean, I'm not telling you to pity them, or but forgive them for their nature. You know, they adhere to their nature. They submit to their nature. You know, a lot of women are victims of their own nature. You know, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, it's woman how she takes it. You know, a lot of women are victims of their nature. You know, a lot of women, they can't stand their own damn self. This is why they need to be around people. You know, this is why they need companionship. This is why they need friendships and stuff like that. Men, we can stay alone for long periods of time. Don't tempt me with a good time. I love being alone. You know what I'm saying? Like, male loneliness epidemic, where? I prefer being alone. Most men do. The only reason why they're bringing up this concept of the male loneliness epidemic is because women are lonely. And the government don't know what the hell to tell them. You know? Oh, let's go.
I'm gonna be the only one that's like leaving. Like, oh, what are you? 3 or 4?
You can't participate in any of the fun stuff with your community anymore.
Exactly.
And
that was
was
ostracized, and that works. That's the best tactic.
And you want even
women.
more proof for what Myron is saying? That's so great. If you want to see like the cult Christian religions, like the extreme Mormons and stuff like this,
Branch Davidians.
where you ask them, you say, "Why did you stay?" You ask the women, like, "Why did you stay?" And they're like, well, "I didn't want to leave my community of friends. I didn't want to leave my community of friends, and I didn't want to leave my community of and that's they are the sum of the women around them."
You use the communitarian, like their need for a communitarian like society.
Yes.
You use it against them.
Yes, use
You
it against
put
them.
their
And if it's
community-
the case that women, and this is the case, by the way, if it's the case that you have a woman who's hanging out with a bunch of whores, what does she become, Myron?
Oh, yeah, of course. She's gonna.
What
be
does
next.
she becomes? And if you have a wife and she's hanging out with a bunch of divorced women, what should that man do, Myron?
You should get the fuck out of there, man.
Because
it is like
it's always the case.
It's because it's like it's so wild to me how if you, and it sounds fucked up to even say this, but the reality is like you have to like almost set things up with buffers to protect your relationship in advance. Religion's a way to do it. Her friend,
it's called being preemptive. I talk to you guys all the time about being preemptive.
Making sure her friend group aren't whores is a way to do it. But I think really like the biggest thing is you need to have.
You got to be able to spot the problem before it even starts. You got to be able to. That's the thing about being preemptive. Preemptive guys do the best with women, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. You know what I'm saying? I'm very preemptive. I know if I'm dating Akeisha and or she a Scorpio or some shit like that, and I send her into the damn store and they get my order wrong, I already know what the hell she finna do attitude wise, or I know where to send her, I know where not to send her. I know where she gonna cause a little bit of drama. I know, And honestly, it's your job to know your lady. It's your job to know your lady. So, and know what's gonna, tick her off and what she gonna respond to, how she gonna act, she gonna do, damn near what she expects from you and stuff like that. And vice versa. Don't be just sitting up there being Bruce Lee, spinning plates and shit like that. You need to get your shit off too. You know? But that comes with the territory. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to be preemptive. A lot of times the relationship is just basically you protecting her from her own damn self. You know what I'm saying? And crazily enough, you got to be able to foresee things before they even happen. You know, you got to be able to foresee things before they even happen. You got to be like, okay, let me set some precautions and stuff like that. It's the difference between pool and billiards. You know, you got different people in life. You got people that play pool and you got people that play billiards. The difference between the people that play pool and the difference between people that play billiards is that people that play pool, they just shoot the ball and they're taking it no homo, ball by ball. You know, if it goes in this pocket, it goes in this pocket. Cool. Then I figure out next. People that play billiards, they shoot the pool cue knowing exactly after they make the shot or they hit the ball into the corner pocket or whatever, they know where their pool cue is going to be. They know where it's going to be after they score to make the next shot easy. So what I'm saying is that you got to make adjustments. So you got to be 5 steps ahead. So if anything, if something's wrong with your calculations, guess what? You can step back 2 steps and recalculate and be right back. Be right back on track. You know what I'm saying? So you got to be 5 steps ahead. So whenever you want, you can step back 2-3 steps and adjust. All right.
Some trigger effect where if she does something to you that's gonna mess you or her up, there's gonna be enormous shame. That's their kryptonite. And I would argue feminism, the basis of feminism in itself is to remove shame. Oh, you want to go get educated?
Whole thing.
Don't get shamed.
Yes.
You won't get shamed for it.
Whole
you want to
thing.
get 304? You can go ahead. We're gonna remove the shame.
You want to have an abortion?
Yeah.
No shame. You want to abandon your kids? No shame.
Exactly.
You want to abandon your family? No shame. You want a career where you neglect your children? No shame.
Oh, the shame comes. It just comes a little bit later. All of that shit that he's talking about, all of that stuff is called delayed shame. When they're on their deathbed or they get old enough to realize what they've actually done, or their body starts to break down from the effects of what they actually done, best believe they feel it. They feel it. Let's go.
Shame. Don't let no man tell you nothing. The patriarchy is just trying to enslave you. You're totally right.
That's what feminism. Dude, I've been thinking about this like at night. I'm like, feminism is literally nothing more than just removing shame from female behavior. That's what it is.
And removing force.
Yeah.
It's removing force and it's removing. I agree. Sartain brought this up in an earlier interview he did. It hasn't been released yet, but it's worth talking about now. You referenced these as societal stopgaps.
Yes.
You called these societal stopgaps, and you had a few that I think you should share besides just religion that were really good.
Yeah. So I talked about one was like we talked about before with the Myron Gaines effect, where this is for the longest time. So basically, when you had the discussion with CGA, he was talking about, oh, this is fairy tale land, getting people to change their beliefs. And you said, well, no, we did this in the 1950s. This is how we'd have a sisterhood of women who would shame them. You left your kids, you left your wife. That's horrible. And CGA was like, oh, no, that would never work now. This is fairy tale land. And I'm like, I just watched this president, who has been called a racist and a Nazi for the longest time,
Get elected.
Get elected, but get elected with so many more minority voters who would have never voted for him previously are doing so. And then we can also look at other things like.
But I brought this up as an argument. Like, we can see that the social paradigm is changing, and right now there are things that you can do to mitigate serious amounts of risk. But let's point this out as you bring up this societal stopgap. When you're referencing the 50s, and Myron, maybe I can get your input on this.
Yeah, sure.
My wife, she puts in occult feminism, the idea of the sisterhood can actually be beneficial to men in this way. It used to be that it was the case that if you were acting like a whore, the women went nuts on you. And they went ballistic because they thought if the men come over and start fucking you, they're not going to marry us.
Yeah.
So they would go ballistic.
Now, I told you guys that there's a group of women, and I can't say that they're undesirable, because that would be a lie. But there's a lot of women that don't look as good, but they know how to lock down a man. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's not the best looking woman, and usually the wifey types really aren't, you know, or like the long-term girlfriends. Like, the long-term girlfriend type women have a look. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't have a whole look. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that these are the best looking women ever, you know, because, you know, there'll be a couple of guys that will that would think that only certain types of women can do that. And it's like, no. It'd be regular average looking women and stuff that can do it. There's gonna be a group of women, you know, if they legalize, being a pro, there's gonna be a group of women that are gonna go in on the hoes, you know, because the thing is that it's not like they themselves are hoes or anything, but you have a smarter group of women out here. You have better women out here that don't need to sleep with 50 niggas to get the same thing. They just get married. Like, a lot of women will realize, it's like, damn, I didn't have to fuck my body up like this. I could have just got married. And one good super trick that I do like from time to time will give me all the shit I wanted. So a lot of women don't realize until it's too late that feminism has sent them on the biggest fool errand of a lifetime.
And they would scarlet letter their ass, right? And they would shame them, and they would run them out as the village whore, right? Yep. And Rachel gives tons of examples of this from the historic standard.
So there's a lot of women that they don't give a damn. They don't care about no goddamn shit being legal. Plus, they don't feel like they were cut out for it anyway. And believe it or not, you got a lot of women out here that want to be wives. So let's go.
Why is that not possible now? I think it is.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. But like that's where feminism comes in. Feminism came in literally to destroy that, that whole shaming thing. So if we can get that back, that would be a component. Like, the thing is, like, with both of you guys, I understood both your arguments, because you're saying, look, you can absolutely use the institution of religion in modern day society to keep women in line, and I can see that because I've said that myself. Marry a woman in the mosque, remove her if you're Muslim, or marry in the church if you're Christian, remove her incentive to divorce you and destroy you financially. Like, if you remove all these things, you mitigate risk significantly, and then you add in the component of a community and shame, she ain't going nowhere most
Plus
of the time.
Plus a prenup?
And a prenup, yeah. Now it's like you're an idiot if you leave. But I see.
I'm not gonna lie though, but and nowadays, if you add all of that shit, she gonna feel like she's in slavery. And it'd be a woman that probably wouldn't leave you, but when she see all those stipulations, she gonna be like, damn, a bitch in slavery, for real, for real. And she might still love you, but the thing is that she's focused on that, like how trapped she is with you. Oh man, y'all ain't gonna let him live that shit down, man. Come on, AM1. You said, why is Myron talking? He got his girl taken from him on skates. Yeah, it is pretty kind of. Yeah, that is kind of, you know. What if he starts roller skating to get her back? All right, never mind. You know what?
His perspective is like, well, a lot of women aren't religious. Fair. That's cool. I get that. But this is why it's so important.
But then that's not marriage anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
So who cares? It's not marriage anyway. My view, marriage can only exist from
they're supposed to get a dowry. Traditionally.
So when you say marriage in the West, when you say secular marriage, it doesn't register. That's not marriage. It doesn't. To me, it's an incoherent babble.
Yeah.
Right.
Secular marriages don't work, and I agree with you 100%.
Yeah. They not only do they not work, right, but we can see now the writing on the wall of what happens when secularists get married, and we now see the progression of now it's going to be 3 men getting married and adopting a child, or 4 women who get married to one guy, and then we end up with a polygynous relationship with children, and it creates all sorts of havoc, right? Secular marriage is a fucking disaster. So yeah, my advice if you're a secularist, I wouldn't get married. It's a terrible idea.
I do want to point this out because this is a pretty important.
And it's crazy because you guys would have probably agreed on that.
We did agree right from the beginning. But my definition of marriage does not include secularism.
So I want to point this out because you said marriage isn't for everyone. So you bring up the idea of secularists, and you also
I was just about to say that shit gonna be like ATL. Skating for her love, coming close to a theater near you.
Up the idea that I've heard you in other debates talk about not everyone, the majority of men did not get to reproduce.
Correct.
So whereas maybe someone like Matt Walsh is like, no, all of you need to get married. I don't know what you guys are doing. You need to repopulate the earth. The major distinction I think a lot of people understand is that you're not saying for every guy to get married, but you do espouse the positivity. You said a virtuous woman that you can raise children.
If you're debating the proposition about marriage in the West, we have to define what is marriage. From my view, marriage is only a religious sacramental institute, and
that's an important detail.
What you guys are talking about is some kind of bizarre state contract, which would be fucking stupid for anybody to sign. That's the stupidest shit in the world, right? Me and my wife, crowning ceremony with our priest, right, in God's sacramental entire community.
Well, y'all going in on Myron losing his girl. She probably with a whole nother dude right now. She probably with somebody else in another skate crew. Give me 1 second, y'all. Hold on.
A whole community available online, offline, to help us with marital issues, society, problems that may come up. Just huge resources there available to us.
Not some bimbo feminist.
Not some bimbo feminist psychologist, right? So for me, I don't even register that secular marriage is a thing, right? Now, can it be beneficial from the church's perspective when we say that I wouldn't recognize your marriage if you were secular? No, I'd recognize it because I think you're on the process to moving towards religion. And so I would recognize it and say that's good that you're moving towards the church. But in general, in societal terms, it's generally bad for secularists to get married for all parties involved because of children. We got children involved. And it's just terrible for them, for the divorce, for everything else. So that's one. Then the flip side to this is like, if it's the case that you want to engage in all the benefits of marriage, you want the benefit part for men, which he agrees. Marriage used to be a once great institution. He opens with this. Agreed. But what made it great? Well, what made it great was that reinforcement was there from the religious base and the social shaming aspect. And so if that's the case, and if that's the case that you want in your corner the benefits of marriage without the risk, religious marriage is the only way.
And you know what? I'm really glad that we're having this conversation because on this side of the internet, we tend to talk a lot about how marriage is bad, don't do it, etc., why it's awful, but we never really discuss in detail how to go about it in the best way to mitigate risk. There's always going to be risk, right?
Always.
But I think you brought up a really good point there, and I wish more people heard that, where you're saying, I don't even recognize secular marriage. You got to do it from a religious standpoint for it to work. So people are already messing up by being secular about it in the first place. And I agree that when you make it a religious institution, remove the state, make it strictly.
Yeah, the skates and roll bounce look cool. I think the skates was a lot cooler in roll bounce.
With the religion, add in all these shaming components and these like almost like these fail safes, it makes it very
The stopgaps.
indestructible, or stopgaps. It makes it very, very powerful, and this is a way to navigate the marriage conundrum in a safe manner.
And where are young men going? Where are they going? They're flocking to the church.
Yeah, a lot of them
to
are
the
buying,
traditional.
Yeah, I was just about to say that's the thing. That's the thing that surprised me. Surprisingly, y'all, Gen Zs are religious. But then again, the shit that we've been going through for the last couple of years too, that probably scared the shit out of me too. I'd probably be religious than a motherfucking like shit too. So I really don't blame Gen Z.
Churches
are up significantly.
And why are they flocking to the traditional churches? It's not just because they want to get themselves their base trad wife. It's because it's the one place left where there's still a social institution that actually recognizes masculinity, won't punish you for it, one.
Yep.
And then two,
Imagine growing up with Instagram and growing up with all of these different Snapchats and Facebook and seeing all this ass on all different websites and shit like that. Okay, Cupid, Tinder, Hinge, Black, Plenty of Fish, Scout, Bumble. Imagine getting over saturated with seeing ass and titties and shit like that to the point you just want a wife. Like, it's like, nigga, I just want one. I'll just take a nice one and go sit down somewhere. I don't even want all of that, my boy. It's like going. It's like the reverse buffet effect. You know, buffets in America, you want to know why they make so much money, but they lose so much money too? Because when you see all of that food in front of you, you feel obligated to eat it. And you know damn well there's only one you. And you waste it.
actually gives men resources. And one of the biggest failings that we have for men of all ages, it doesn't matter if you're 90 now, and it doesn't matter if you have just turned 18. The amount of resources that are available for you as a man is garbage. And the amount of resources that's available for all women is massive.
And they give you massive resources to destroy your marriage. There's an entire and Rollo's written about this extensively, an entire like divorce Inc. Like there's a divorce
like
divorce industrial complex.
It goes,
yeah.
I mean, like Jim Sex has talked about this before too. It goes.
All right, that was the end of that.
This is a 2000.
Oh shit, y'all already know what I'm about to binge out and watch. All right, that was the end of that clip. So look for Coach Greg Adams to probably go crazy later on today. All right, give me 1 second. Let's take a listen to this real quick before we get up out of here. Give me 1 second.
The sun may have set over our city this evening, but as Eugene Debs once said, I can see the dawn of a better day for humanity.
I can't wait for him to become the mayor and then get locked up in endless lawsuits, funding disputes, congressional, like, different types of lockdowns, and then nothing happened. I think that's what's going to happen. I do, because that's what happened with Obama. That's what happened with Trump. Is that everybody thinks they're going to get in there and change the system. And there's so many levels to this. Like maybe you can make the buses free. I don't know. I don't even know about that one, but we'll see.
For as long as we can remember,
I think they'll get deported. I
people
don't know about
of
that.
New York have been
I wouldn't
told
expect them to get deported.
by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong.
Yeah, look, every time I hear a speech, I just think out of nowhere they're about to go, yeah.
Belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor. Palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars. Knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power.
Bruh, they be having all of these like powerful speeches and then still fuck it up. Like, bruh, you did all of this and still fucked it up. Okay.
And yet over the last 12 months,
I didn't know that.
You have dared to reach for something greater.
I think this is a big factor too, is that a lot of his support here is coming from people that are primarily young people who are disaffected and feel like they don't have any sort of control over power. I think definitely that's true. Absolutely.
Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Yeah, just like Trump. Yeah, exactly. This is the people kicking out the Uniparty. Because again, keep in mind, the guy he was running against was also a Democrat. Like, Cuomo ran as a Democrat, and then he dropped out and ran as an independent to still run in the election. This wasn't like Republican versus Democrat, really. This was establishment, generic Democrat versus new guy, Democratic socialist, right? Like extremist Democrat or more extreme Democrat. Come on, to be a plant? Yeah. Cuomo family is a dynasty? Yeah. So is the Bush family. How'd that work out?
I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life.
Oh.
But let tonight be the final time I utter his name. As we turn the page on a politics that abandons the...
Bro, New York is fucked. One thing I know for sure, and y'all know I know a lot of things just because, bro. Never trust a handsome face on politics. Whenever they put something, and look at the women to really hold on, what the hell is going on here? Look at the women to really confirm this. If a woman says, oh, I like this politician, oh, he's handsome, or oh, he this, or oh, he that. When they use a quote unquote handsome candidate, they're getting away with a lot of fuck shit. They just put a pretty face on it. It's like putting a bow. It's like putting a bow over shit, like a ribbon, tying up some shit in a ribbon.
Many and answers only to the few.
So again, that goes back to the Israel thing. Yep, absolutely.
We built this city.
New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. On January 1st,
is that whenever he takes office?
I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City.
All right. Man, I cannot wait to see how I really don't know how this is going to go. Is this going to be like
It's going to be horrible.
Really great change where everything gets better? Is it going to be like Obama when people think the world is going to change and then nothing happens? Or is everything just going to get so much substantially worse that no Democratic socialist ever gets elected again? Right? Like, I feel like I really don't know what's going to happen with this.
Yo, remember when Charlie Kirk passed? And who's the guy that was trolling Charlie Kirk? I forgot his name. It was this group. Damn, I forgot the name of this group. It was this dude who was trolling Charlie Kirk. And that woman called into his show because he goes around to like all of Charlie Kirk's like speeches. He goes to like all of his all of Charlie Kirk's like speeches. He goes there and antagonizes him and trolls him. I remember that woman called into his show. She said, "Dude, we are so fucked." She said, "Dude, we are so fucked." Listen, y'all. When I tell y'all, New York is fucked. New York is fucked.
Nobody knows? Yeah.
Dubai gonna be running New York at this point.
And I'll admit, I'm kind of excited to see what's going to happen. It's not my city. Go ahead. Yeah. Elect a rapper that, 34-year-old rapper that, he like goes in there.
Thought I was the Ravens so fucked. She said, "Dude, we are fucked."
He eats rice with his hands. Yeah, sure. See what happens. I'm going to watch from over here.
No, but it was funny. It's because she was saying that they were fucked because they're known for trolling Charlie Kirk. And then when he passed away, it's like she knew damn well they might blame it on them, their group and shit like that. I forgot the name of the guy in the group that goes around that was trolling Charlie Kirk, but they were like, yeah, he's dead. And she was like, "Dude, did you see the news?" He's like, "Yeah, I saw it." She's like, "So what do you think? Do you think he's alive?" He's like, "Nah, he's dead." She's like, "Dude, you're so fucked."
It's content, yeah.
So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you. Thank you.
Mayors can only make life
to the
worse.
Next
Is that right?
generation of New Yorkers who refuse to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past.
New York is filled with transplants, man. Oh, this shit is artificial.
And again, you go back and I'll show it again. Where's that graph? You see these graphs, bro.
Listen, it ain't even us, Raven. The only thing New Yorkers can do is sit back and watch. How did they forget about 9/11 this quick, bro? Like honestly. Is New York ready to go Muslim? Like, this is some shit that happens in Jersey. Should be accepting of this. Every nigga in Jersey is Muslim. Wallahi. Shit.
These are not good graphs. Those are graphs that make people vote for democratic socialists.
He should have ran in New Jersey, but New Jersey's full of Nation of Islam niggas, so I guess it don't make sense.
That's what happens.
You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension,
right, degenerate,
we can usher in a new.
I mean, are people surprised? I mean, everybody used to run to New York. I mean, are people surprised? I mean, Ellis Island is about immigrants. It's the Big Apple.
New era of leadership.
That's true.
Yeah, I want to hear about niggas bragging about New York anymore. Even 50 Cent said, "Rest in peace, New York." I said, "Damn."
Yeah. People don't like being
patronized because we are you.
Yeah, you gotta tap in with Toya about Jersey. Toya will let you know. Jersey native.
Or as we say on Steinway, "Ana minkum wa ilaykum."
No idea what the fuck that means.
Thank you to those so often forgotten by the politics of our city who made this movement their own.
Yeah.
I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas.
I think people got mad about this part, right?
Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses. Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties.
Niggas.
Yes, aunties.
That was a real controversy.
To every New Yorker in Kensington and Midwood and Hunts Point, know this.
Everything but white people? I do think that there's definitely a racial component to it. And I think that the amount of racial awareness that people like Zoran are creating, I think it will be an ultimately bad thing. Because once enough people start doing that, and you're already starting to see this happen, is you're starting to see white people play identity politics too. And I don't think that's going to be a good thing for anybody. Like the focus on, I think, identity politics, playing race games and stuff like this, it is a race to the bottom. It is. And wish they include white people on it. It will ruin the country. Yeah, I think it will cause a lot of big issues, right? Because obviously, like, there are a lot of white people in the country, right? I don't know if
white people have no choice but to play identity politics. They put themselves in a corner. They have no choice but to play identity politics.
they're still the majority in the country, but they're definitely the plurality, right? There's more white people than any other one individual group of people in the country for sure, right? And so if white people start playing identity politics also, it will be very problematic. It will be extremely problematic, and I think it will be bad for everybody. And I don't think anybody, like, it's okay, like, in a general sense, that, like, a population that's, like, an 8% or 15% or something like that is, like, playing identity politics because it's not a huge amount of people, right? But whenever you have everybody playing this game, I think society will not function in the way that it should. And unfortunately, I think that the amount of people that are discussing, bringing up, and, like, you know, trying to, you know, like, oh, Ethiopians and all these other people, and then not mentioning, like, just average, you know, average Jewish people or average white people, right, that also voted for him, which, by the way, many people did, that were just average Jewish and white people. I think doing that is going to create a radicalizing effect. And I think it's already happening. Like, when white people start using identity politics, so many excuse for those who are actually racist to express their anger with justification. Well, the people that are actually racist will be the ones that will be doing that. They will basically be, you know, like, for example, how the Democrats created a lot of, like, they basically created a violence apparatus with something like the Tesla burnings, right? That will be the same thing that right-wing people will do once enough, like, white people identity politics become popular. Is that whenever you do have, you know, like, white supremacists going out and doing stupid things and being assholes and committing crimes, instead of putting them in jail and, you know, like, immediately saying that they're bad, a lot of these right-wing people, what they're going to do is, because they're playing identity politics, they're going to try to smooth it over and be like, oh, well, you know, it wasn't really this guy, it was something else. And like, oh, well, I don't want to condemn it. People have their different opinions and everything like that, right? Bro, what the fuck? ICE is already doing it. ICE deporting people for being illegally in the country is not the same as white supremacists going out and being violent and committing crime for race-based reasons. It's just not the same thing. I know that you might be on Blue Sky and so you might think the same thing, but it's just not.
This city is your city.
It's not.
And this
Sorry.
democracy is yours too.
Yeah, divide and conquer. Yeah.
This campaign is about people like Wesley, an 1199 organizer I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital on Thursday night. A New Yorker who lives elsewhere, who commutes 2 hours each way from Pennsylvania because rent is too expensive in this city.
Jesus.
It's about people like the woman I met on the BX 33 years ago, who said to me, I used to love New York.
This guy goes,
now it's just where I live.
Yo, now she gonna hate it. Oh, she gonna hate this shit. Y'all New Yorkians need to go find that woman and yell at her or scream at her or do whatever, because she probably the reason why this is happening right now. Sitting up there inspiring this man to come mess up the city some more. Here we go.
And it's about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall.
15-day? Holy shit.
Come on, man. That was Ramadan.
Who still has to drive his cab 7 days a week. My brother, we are in City Hall now.
Was fate? Yeah, I don't know about that.
This victory is for all of them. And it's for all of you.
I think that basically this guy, I think he's capitalizing on the same thing that Trump capitalized on. This is basically just the left-wing version of it. Fundamentally, what he's really saying, I think a lot of you guys pretty much agree with, right? That, like, there are a very small select group of people that are consolidating power inside of the country, and the average person doesn't see the fruits of their labors. This is something that I think a lot of people agree with. Now, you might disagree with his way of solving the problem, but I think that he's correct in diagnosing it.
The more than 100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force.
Yeah.
Because
He's a leftist
of you,
populist.
we will make this city one
for sure.
that working people can love and live in again.
We'll see.
With every door knocked, every petition.
Man, I got his hair turning gray the first year playing around with this shit. I got his hair turning gray the first year. By the time New York done with him, his shape up gonna look like a kufi, a white kufi. How he offering all them people some free shit? It don't work like that.
Signature earned, and every hard.
See, that's the shit that Republicans need to do. They need to go out and push that even harder.
Conversation. You eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics.
He hates whites? Oh, I would never vote for... As a white person, I would never vote for this guy. Never. Not in a million years. Even though I agree with him on a lot of these topics, I would never vote for him just very simply because he said he wanted to tax white neighborhoods. No. That's an instant disqualifier from me. I'm a white person.
All right, because people in New York is still they still believe that rich people are evil. So all you got to do is pretend like you hate Trump. Act like you're you're playing Robin Hood. And voila, you're good.
I don't want to have somebody who's going to tax me because of my skin color. It's ridiculous. He never did. He did.
Now I know.
Just that. Yeah.
That I have asked for.
Yes, just that. Just that. Absolutely.
Much from you over this last year. Time and again, you have answered my calls. But I have one final request. New York City, breathe this moment in.
Right, like that's the politics starter kit. If anything you can fall back on, you can just say, "Well, I hate Trump." Yeah, elect him. Yeah, don't get in office. You know, I'm gonna see if Trump said something about this shit. You know, Donnie Boy gonna say something about this.
We have held our breath for longer than we know.
I do have to say that I do hope that I hope that it doesn't like go to shit, if you want me to be honest. I do. I mean, there's a lot of people that live in New York. New York is like, you know, the main city that everybody in the world knows America as. I do hope that it doesn't go to shit.
Oh, it's going to shit.
Held it
A lot of people say it will.
of defeat. Held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count.
See, he doing too much talking. He trying to go viral. He doing too much talking. Like, did y'all see when Trump first got back into office? Yeah, he addressed the nation and stuff like that, but that nigga went straight to work. Bro, this New York, bro. You need to go straight to work. You should have ejected. He should have stopped like 2 minutes ago. Let's go.
Held it because we cannot afford to exhale. Thanks to all of those who sacrificed so much, we are breathing in the air of a
New Yorkers like the hustle and bustle. They quick talking. Like come on, get to it, get to the point. What we doing? Like they not sitting up here listening to the damn Gettysburg Address and shit.
City that has been reborn.
We'll see.
To my campaign team, who believed when no one
Elon
else
says
did.
policies be catastrophic. I'm sorry, but I can't really, like, I mean...
Yeah, like he talking too much. It's like, bro, are you new to New York? Did you just get here? Like, what the fuck? New Yorkers are quick. They're not sitting here rapping with you.
I get that, like, I mean, I like Elon, but, like, a lot of rich people are going to say that the guy that wants to tax rich people has bad policies. Like, I mean, I think there's a little bit of a bias.
Oh, no. Oh, no. D Chicago, no. You lucky UFOs not here. D Chicago. You be bragging about moolah and spending money. The sky is going to fucking fall. No way in hell are you saying that things are getting too expensive. D Chicago, you be bragging about moolah and spending money, and guys shouldn't date if they broke, and how much money you gotta have to be a real man. Come on, nothing's too expensive for you, man. Bro, New York is expensive for no fucking reason, bro. If you pay $1 million, you can pay a couple million, not even 1 million, yo. Yeah, of course shit expensive. That's the West. You brag about paying extra for some basic shit. Don't cry about it now. That's life now. This is the thing, though. You can spend millions of dollars in New York, y'all, and get you a dope-ass condominium, some nice Louis loafers, and go outside and still step in gum. You can spend millions of dollars on a condominium or a nice little high-rise in New York, and guess what? You still get robbed. Like you living in O Block. Tomato, D Chicago. Tomato. I got you, bro.
There, right?
And who took an electoral project and turned it into so much more.
I'd be damned if I go outside my damn $1 million condo and get hemmed up by a 5-year-old foreign looking cat. Got me fucked up.
Never be able to express the depth of my gratitude. You can sleep now. To my parents, Mama and Baba.
Man, I think they got like a laugh track. It'd be funny if there's like nobody in front of him and shit, and it's just like a laugh track of them. Like How is the audience screaming this much? Like breath control. Y'all niggas ain't tired? Like, who screams like this on a regular basis?
You have made me into the man I am today. I am so proud to be your son.
Like, they're screaming again before the last scream stopped.
And to my incredible wife, Rama. Hayati, there is no one I would rather have by my side in this moment and in every moment.
Lucky guy.
You gonna need your wife, because New Yorkers like to talk shit. They gonna talk shit about you and your wife. Fuck one thing up. They gonna talk shit about you.
To every New Yorker, whether you voted for me, for one of my opponents, or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for the opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. I will wait.
If he messes up one thing, they're gonna flame him and his wife.
Each morning with a singular purpose: to make this city better for you than it was the day before. There are many who thought this day would never come.
That's the reason why people voted for him. Is not for some fucking like abstract political play or whatever. They want him to make their everyday lives better. A lot of young people voted for him because their life sucks and they want to just change it in whatever way they can.
Well, this is the thing. You're not going to beat inflation. Like, all of the next generations are going to have less than the last generations. That's already a prediction. But I mean, I guess it can cushion the blow. I don't know. We gonna see. New York is a completely different speed, bro. It's expensive, bro. It's like, and everything is like congested. And the crazy thing is that most New Yorkers want New York to go back to where it was in the 90s, damn near, but it's not. There's too many transplants. Like, literally, they move people out and build up these goofy ass condos, and a whole bunch of people that ain't from there is gonna be there, walking the streets, running around. That's why the youth acting crazy now. Who are these people? Like, everybody out of town. It's like, damn. You robbing somebody thinking they out of town? It's like, I live here.
Who feared that we would be condemned only to a future of less. With every
Mayors can't do that?
consigning us simply to more of the
I
same.
think that there is a very likely outcome that him taking... I think this is... if you want my prediction, we can clip this and go back to it, after he's done being mayor. I think that what's going to happen is that he's going to become the mayor. I think that he will probably get 1 or 2 out of the 10 policies that are like his top 10 passed. I think that he'll look at those kind of as a W. And then otherwise he'll probably get blocked, sued in lawsuits, in some other form of funding dispute. There's some other sort of legal reason, and a lot of the other things he probably won't actually be able to do. And I think that people who support him will say that he was being effectively suppressed, and people that are against him would say that, hey, look at this, we tried this and it didn't work. I think that's probably what's going to happen. Again, just overall, I think that's it. Very pessimistic view. Yeah, so same as everyone's. Yeah, I don't think things are going to change. So leftist Trump? Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, look, the Chicago. All right, we back. UFO, don't scroll up. The Chicago said that New York is expensive. But nah, yeah, you know, I agree with you though, Lee Chicago. If it's expensive for somebody that's single, shit. Imagine trying to start a family or you know, or make something of yourself, you know. And New York is a crazy place, man. It's a zoo, basically.
Yeah, that's what I think is going to happen. Yep.
And there are others who see politics today as too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn.
Just being realistic. That's what I think is going to happen.
We have answered those fears.
But we'll see.
Tonight we have spoken
Wrong
in
song.
a clear voice. Hope is alive.
How likely is it a Mossad
Hope is a
agent?
decision that
This guy's
tens
Mossad.
of thousands of New Yorkers made day
Guys.
after day. Volunteer shift after volunteer shift, despite attack ad after attack ad. More than 1 million of us stood in.
I mean, how does he plan on lowering shit? You said Gen Z women did this? Oh, you putting the jacket on them?
Our churches, in gymnasiums, in community centers, as we filled in the ledger of democracy. And while we cast our ballots alone, we chose hope together. Hope over tyranny. Hope over big money and small ideas. Hope over despair. We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that the impossible could be made possible.
Sure.
And we won because we insisted that no longer would politics be something that is done to us. Now it is something that we do.
I think there's a lot of there's an undertone of this too that is also like, it's kind of what I said before about like young people, where a lot of young people feel like they're disenfranchised from politics because politics.
Gen Z does like to be lied to, so
is somehow still controlled by baby boomers. And because of that, I think that a lot of young people feel like you have these older politicians that are writing checks that they're never going to have to cash, while young people don't have any power. So there's a lot of people that voted for this guy, absolutely, because like one of the big reasons why is because he's a lot younger. Like if this guy was, let's say, like 70 years old, I don't think he would have gotten the same motion that he did. Now, he might have still won, and it might have been differently successful, but I don't think it would have been this same type of success. And I think this type of success was driven also by the fact that it is one of the first times where a very young person like this has taken office in an area. What do you consider young people? In politics, under 50. In politics, under 50.
Standing before you, I think of the words of Jawaharlal Nehru. A moment comes but rarely in history when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. Tonight we have stepped out from the old into the new.
You guys have to admit, if none of these policies actually go through for whatever reason, this speech is going to look pretty bad.
That's what I'm saying.
So let us speak now with clarity and conviction that cannot be misunderstood about what this new age will deliver and for whom. This will be an age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve, rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt.
Yep, see? It's exactly, that's what people...
Let them finish lying to y'all before y'all start cheering. Like, damn, let them lie right. He even start talking. Let them lie first. Shit.
People are mad about, for sure.
Yeah, they on dicks.
Central to that vision will be
New York is fucked.
most ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis that this city has seen since the days of Fiorella LaGuardia.
See how many people are cheering for that?
An agenda that will freeze the rents for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants. Make buses fast and free.
I agree.
The last place, I heard this part of the speech, the last place a bus needs to be fast is in New York. That's the last place a bus needs to be fast.
Agree with making buses free. I don't agree with why he wants to make them free. I hate the idea that you want to make buses free because people will be criminals and they'll commit crime if they aren't free. I think that is like such a horrible mentality to have, but I do think I'd be fine with public transportation being free. Does that make sense? The logic behind it. Free but safe? Yeah, exactly. They shouldn't be free? I mean, I don't know. I think they should. I mean, we could just, could just pay for it. It can't run for free? Well, obviously not. You pay taxes. Like, people pay taxes, and that's the way you do it.
And
Obviously.
deliver universal childcare across our city.
That'd be a lot. If he delivers on just that, that would be insane.
Years from now,
That would be crazy.
may our only regret be that this...
Well, this is the thing. I mean, they did the same thing in D.C. like I was telling you guys a while back. That they closed down the metro station. The metro stations used to close at...
They took so...
The metro station used to close at like 3 a.m. And then they, the guy that came in, he was like, listen, I gotta get us through these hard times because these trains are malfunctioning. We got like they got the old T series, like it's like these old cars and stuff like that. I've only seen them in DC, but I guess they're in New York or in certain places and stuff like that. You know, the WMATA trains and stuff like that, the metro, trains and stuff in the DC area. They got these new cars now. They look nice, and they're supposed to be like AI technology and all this other stuff. But basically, they're building new railways, the Purple Line and the Silver Line and shit. And the guy started closing the metro stations early because, he's like, they got to do track maintenance. They got to make sure the trains are not malfunctioning and stuff like that, because the trains are supposed to like, like the trains are supposed to know when another train is on the track in front. So it automatically applies its brakes. Like it's supposed to stop a distance from the other train, and then the driver is supposed to manually take over. That doesn't happen, So the guy, he's like closing the stations early. Basically, he's the guy saying that, I'm gonna take this L. I'll take over while we lose a bit of money taking this L. Because I guess if you think about it, you'll lose more money in a lawsuit if one of them trains crash. So take the L. Close the station early. And fix the tracks. Fix everything, So, and people agreed. It's like going through going through the rough era, So this guy is acting like all of that shit gonna be done overnight, when in reality he's probably gonna have to take New York through a rough era before all of this stuff to happen. This shit ain't gonna happen overnight.
So long to come.
And that's also another thing that young people care about a lot. Like childcare is something that I would say under 40s is like, that's at least with kids, right? That's probably like a top 3 issue for them.
Age will be one of relentless improvement. We will hire thousands more teachers.
Man, that's how you know he lying. His English fucked up. We will hire thousands more teachers. We will hire thousands more teachers.
We will cut waste from a bloated bureaucracy. We will work tirelessly to make lights shine again in the hallways of NYCHA developments where they have long flickered.
Man.
Safety and justice will go hand in hand as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a department of community safety that tackles the mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on. Excellence will become the expectation.
I think that's a good idea, by the way, is to have people that are trained specifically in dealing with certain types of people. Like having police officers be a Swiss Army knife for every single person with a problem is just you're just waiting for a mistake to happen.
Across government, not the exception.
Yeah, there should be a spectrum.
In this new
Specialists?
age we
Yeah.
make for ourselves.
Smart.
We will refuse to allow
They want no
those
police?
who
I don't believe that.
in division
It's ridiculous.
and hate to pit us against one another. In this moment,
I don't really think that, like, I mean, division and hate, like, I mean, whenever you're giving thank you to people and then you're doing it based off of like race or something like that, I think that just bringing that up at all creates division. I think it does.
I agree with that, UFO kamikaze. I just don't think New York is ready to go full Muslim. Wallahi.
of political darkness, New York will be the light. Here, we believe in
He's
standing
overpromising.
up for
Yeah, I
those
think he
we
is.
love.
I think so.
Whether you are an immigrant,
obviously overpromising,
a member of the trans community, one of the many black women that Donald Trump has fired from a federal job, a single
Black people, black women all work at the federal government, okay?
mom still waiting for the cost
this man tripping.
of groceries to go down.
Yeah.
Or anyone else with their back against the wall. Your struggle is ours too.
My perspective, like, I like.
He couldn't even wait to take a shot at Trump. This man tripping. And how did Trump fire them? The government shut down. You know,
With the trans stuff and everything, like I heard that they were talking about like paying for trans surgeries. I don't think the government should be in any role for paying for, you know, any sort of like gender reassignment surgery. Like that should have to come out of a person's own pocket. I mean, I think if somebody wants to go through it, they should be able to go through it. But like taking somebody's tax dollars and then assigning it to that, I don't think that's fair. That's a bit too much. It's cosmetic. Yeah, it's basically cosmetic surgery. I mean, and under the logic, like here's the problem, right? Is that there's a lot of people that don't like the way that they look in one way or another, and they want plastic surgery, and if they don't get it, they're going to hate themselves. I think fundamentally, being trans is another version of that. And I don't think you should pay for people's plastic surgery. So you shouldn't pay for people's like gender reassignment surgery. It's a waste of money. Yeah, and also like, I mean, it would be one thing if we were already able to pay for, you know, people's, everybody's insulin. We were already able to pay for everybody's, you know, like childcare, everybody's, you know, like 50 other things, right? You know, like cancer costs and stuff like that. But like, how is it that like that is something that you're going to emphasize paying over things that are like, you know, much more serious, like cancer, for example? You see what I'm saying? Hair transplants? Yeah. Yeah, it's like, I don't think you should be, yeah, there should not be government funding for hair transplants. Obviously, right? You could for insulin. It's actually, it's not actually expensive. Yeah, well, I'd be okay with that. But like, my point is that gender reassignment surgery being paid for by the government is like at the very bottom of the totem pole for like universal free healthcare. Like you've got to go through, you know, pediatric care, pregnancy care. You've got to go through elder care. You've got to go through cancer care. And if you go through all of those and you still have some money left over, then maybe we can talk about it. But that should definitely not be at the top of the list. Totally illogical.
And we will build a city hall.
Oh, that's more expensive?
Steadfast.
Yeah, I know.
Alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism. Where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong. Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power. No
I'm convinced these people ain't from New York, man.
more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election.
I think this will definitely radicalize people. This type of language will, for sure. Because, you can't go and shout out, Jews and Muslims and not say anything about Christianity and then imply that you're not going to be able to win because of Islamophobia. You are absolutely going to radicalize people with stuff like this. 100%. Or atheists? Yeah.
This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have too long been placed at odds with one another.
And I think also this is another big issue is that a lot of you guys that live through, you're around my age, you remember what it was like?
Right.
Whenever we had to play by the rules of Christian identity politics, where, Grand Theft Auto was getting banned, Marilyn Manson was turning kids into gay Satanists, and Metallica wasn't, Metallica was also for, the devil. I don't want to have to live through that again. I don't. But I think that the more that, Muslims or Jewish people or anybody of any religion really starts creating identity movements and attaching political movements to that religious identity, I think that we will probably start seeing a reflexive action from Christians that are doing it as the opposite. I think that's what's going to happen. Because it's kind of like I said about white people, right? It's obviously Christians are not going to let Jewish people and Muslims just play identity politics and not do it themselves. Of course they're going to start doing it. And there are a lot of Christians in the country, which will, again, I do not want to have to deal with that again. And it's unfortunate that it seems like we will.
We will prove
so annoying
that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about.
I saw a lot of people that were pretty upset about there's no concern too small for the government to care about. It's like, oh no, I don't know, it sounds good, but man, sometimes the road to hell is paved with good intentions, right?
For years, those in City Hall have only helped those who can help them. But on January 1st, we will usher in a city government that helps everyone. Now I know that many have heard our message only through the prism of
Oh my God, that's enough. God damn. I can't do this. All right, that's enough. That's enough. All right, nigga, leave. Shit. Leave. All right, I'm done, bro. I'm tired of this nigga, bro. I'm sorry. That's enough. All right, y'all. That was today's show. 10 hours. I'm good, bro. That shit about to be an epic fail. That's enough, bro. Pack it up. Pack your ass up. That's enough. God damn. Shout outs to everybody here. Thank you guys for hitting the like button. We will be back later on today. I got hella game for you guys. I want to see what Trump says about this fool and just a lot of other stuff that we got to cover on the next upcoming shows. Listen, man, make sure you guys be safe out there. I love you guys. Thank you guys for hitting the like button. Please support the show on air, off air. If you enjoyed the show, support it anywhere because you care. It's Player Talk Radio. We out of here. Peace.
more. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?